Hey, welcome back, everybody, to the cafe. It's great to have you guys back for day number 7 of the LEILANI Simon trial. Sorry I missed yesterday. I had a family thing going on, but we're back today, and that's all that matters. I appreciate you all joining me for that so we can see what we learned today from this. Grab your coffee, tea, whatever it may be, guys. Please come on in here and have a conversation with me about this thing, this crazy trial for this crazy person. So it is wonderful to have you all here. I hope you're all doing great tonight. That being said, let's kick this thing off right away. Here we go. All right. Welcome back, guys. Thank you for being here tonight or this afternoon. I appreciate you guys so very much. For day number 7 of the LEILANI Simon trial. I'm sure we'll learn all sorts of new stuff today. I appreciate it. Welcome back, Miss Wisdom Speaks. Sherry's in the house, back in the house, in effect. And of course, Doodlebug, again, both back. The Blue Crew is whole again. It's wonderful to see you guys back. Thank you so very much for joining us. You are appreciated. I hope you guys are having a great night. All of you. And I hope it gets better while you're here, guys. Please share this out and let everybody know what we're doing tonight throughout your social media accounts. I'll let them know we got plenty of space in here, plenty of places to sit. Come on in. And please, if you will, hit that like button when you come through the door if you could. That way we can keep YouTube happy and get this up in that algorithm. Thank you so much for that, everyone. I do appreciate you so very much. Come on in, everybody. Come on in. Give you just a second. I'm going to grab my coffee. Let the room fill up. Come on in, everybody, if you will, please. Please, pretty please, hit that like button if you would. Who do we have in here so far? It looks like Miss Jilly Bin's back in the house. Congrats. Sorry. Welcome back, Jilly. Great to see you. Miss Sherry, of course, Wisdom Speaks back in the house. Welcome back to you. Nas Buckman, welcome back. Great to see you. Walt Harris, always a pleasure, my friend. Steven's Adventure, great to see you tonight. Thank you for joining us. Open Mind Perspectives, welcome. Great to have you here. Pancake Corn, wonderful to see you again. Walt Harris. Okay. Good afternoon to you, Mr. Niles. Thank you for being here. Well, maybe. 1 second here. It looks like Mikey's in the house. Good to see you, bud. Thank you for joining us. Doodlebug, doodlebug, doodlebug. Guess that's going to be it. All right. Come on in, everybody. Chaz D, welcome back to you. Great to see you. Guys, make sure that your gifting is open and available for you to receive gifts, if you will. You never know when they're going to get dropped in here. You could receive a free membership at any time. There's so many generous people in here that do drop them. So if you will go down to the bottom of your screen and grab that little $sign, click on that and make sure that it's open and available for you to receive memberships and or gifts of any sort. So check it out, if you will. Speaking of which, I need to look and see if I have anything, any freebies in here to give away. Let me see. Show. 19 people in here, 11 likes. Thank you guys so much for being here. Please hit that like button if you would. Please and thank you. Good golly, Molly's back in the house again. Good to see you, Molly. Thank you for joining us. Let me see here. Maybe. Get in my belly. Let me see here. Show. We got 23 peeps in here now. 12 likes. We're almost there, guys. We're getting there. Good. Come on in. Let me see. Maybe. Let's see here. Do we have some? Maybe. Hmm. Let's see here. Hold on, folks. There they go. All right. I'm going to give back a little myself here. 5 memberships on me. Looks like Colleen O, Holly S, Yo Baby Blondie, and you and Shay Shay. Congratulations. Welcome to the sauce. It's wonderful to have you here tonight and to jump into the sauce with us. I appreciate it so very much. 5 new meatballs. Congratulations to you guys and welcome. We appreciate you very much. Welcome, Miss Noni. So very much and welcome again to the new meatballs. Congrats and welcome to the sauce. We appreciate you so very much. That is awesome. Thank you, Miss Doodle. Yes, welcome new members. It's wonderful to have you here. And thank you, Chaz, for sharing that out. As Walt says, please hit that like button. You might get sentenced to multiple hours of hard time watching T-Rev. Jesus, Walt. That's a trip. Our resident comedian, everybody. You gotta love Walt. 20 people. There was more in here, but okay. 20 people, 13 likes. So be it. Come on in. Please, if you will, share it out. We will get rolling here. I don't want to hold anybody back on this, so or drag it out forever either. Let me see here. Show. Mocha, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Great to have you all here. Seriously, I appreciate you all very much. Excuse me. All right. All right. Let's see. Drown out the drama. Welcome to you, Steven's Adventure. Great to see you guys. Thank you so very much for joining us today. I sent Mom a link in case she wants to join me. If not, then understood. Understood. Miss Sherry just gifted another membership. That's awesome, Miss Sherry. Let's see if I can see who got it. Hold on. Looks like Summer was gifted. That's awesome. Welcome, Miss Summer. Congratulations. And again, thank you so much, Wisdom. We appreciate that so very much. We got 6 new meatballs in the house tonight. Welcome, Alex Kiki. Good to see you tonight. Thank you for joining us. Great to have you here. Hope you're having a great night. Miss Cassie, holler. She kicked the door in. Always got to be so violent. Jeez. Welcome, Ambient Embers. Great to have you here tonight. I hope you're having a great night. Thank you for joining us. All right, back to where we was at with this. Again, Miss Sherry, thank you so much and welcome back. It's so wonderful to have you back. We were definitely worried about you for quite a while, actually. Back in full effect. That's so awesome. All right. Great to have you here, Drama Destroyer. Make sure you guys have this volume turned up because it may be low. Welcome, Craving Crimes. Good to see you tonight. Thank you so much for joining us.
Good morning to everybody else in the courtroom today.
Amen to that one, Miss Sherry. I agree. Pancake Corn, hello to you. Good to have you here. Guys, please be sure to hit the like button when you come through the door, if you would, please. And if you wouldn't mind, guys, if you have the time, please leave me a comment after the show or
Right,
even
it
during if
appears
you want to. I appreciate that
everybody
so much,
is
and
in
so does YouTube.
place. We are on the record in the case of the state of Georgia versus LEILANI Simon. And this is SPCR 22-03364J6. The state is present at council table. Miss LEILANI Marie Simon is present with her counsel at her table. Good morning to you all. Is there anything that we need to take up before we bring in the jury? And I'll turn first to the state.
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. And to the defense.
Nothing, Your Honor.
Thank you. Please bring in the jury.
Well, good evening, Sergeant Smellgood. Thank you for joining us, sir. Hope you're doing well, and I appreciate you jumping in here. Thank you so very much. Yeah, I do like this judge a lot. Like, I wish this judge was in multiple other cases we have. Welcome back, Walk Strong. Good to see you tonight. Again, thank you for joining us. Great to have you here. Still so much blue, I wonder. Let me see something, guys. Let me double check something else here. There just might be. Give me 1 minute, everybody, before we get rolling for sure. They're bringing the jury in anyway. Let's see here. Welcome, Nacho. Good to see you tonight. Great to have you back, all of you. Oh, yeah. And again, anybody that's in here, please make sure to leave your little $sign at the very bottom. I see your game. Hello to you. Leave the $sign open at the bottom. That way you're able to receive gifts, memberships, so on and so forth. T2014, welcome. Good to have you here. And let's see here. Christo Haney, welcome, my friend. Miss Kel. Great to see you, Miss Kel. Welcome back. All right. Boom. There we go. 5 more for you guys. From me. It looks like Jamie K, Bobby Ray, Rach, Lexi Texie, and Susan Silverstein. Welcome to all you guys to the sauce. It's wonderful to have you. So we got 11 new meatballs in the house tonight. That's awesome. And wonderful to have you all in the family. We appreciate you very much. So thank you guys so very much for joining us. You are appreciated. Miss Kel, great to see you, dear. All right. Come on in, everybody, and get comfortable. All right, let's get this up and going. I think the jury's in now. Welcome back, Midwest. Good to see you. Great to have you here. Okay.
Miss LEILANI Marie Simon is present with her counsel at her table. Good morning to you all.
Good morning, sir. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Good morning. My name is Joe Matz. I'm the division manager for Waste Pro.
And how do you spell your last name, sir?
It is M-A-T-Z.
What is Waste Pro?
Waste Pro is a solid waste hauling company. We pick up trash, basically.
And you said you're the
Thank you, Walt,
division
and
manager.
welcome to everybody that
The
is
division
a
manager.
new member. We
Which,
appreciate
which
you.
division?
My division is located in South Carolina, but we oversee parts of Georgia,
Where do you, I'm sorry, go ahead.
specifically Savannah and the surrounding areas.
And so where do you work on a day-to-day basis? Where's your office?
It's in Hardyville, South Carolina.
And you mentioned that you all service the Savannah area.
Yes, sir.
Tell me how that works. What is involved in being a solid waste hauling company?
Yeah, so obviously we have trash trucks that go out into the community on a daily basis from a residential aspect, from a commercial aspect, and then from a construction aspect. So we collect garbage at different, for example, residential homes, commercial businesses, and then construction sites.
What kind of different trucks do you all run?
So we have rear loaders, which are residential trucks where men are on the back of the truck. We have trucks called ASLs, which they're automated side loaders, which the arm comes out and picks up the trash. Then we have commercial trucks that basically go behind 7-Elevens. They pick up the bin, dump the bin, put the bin back down and go away. And then we have trucks that service construction sites. They're long boxes that we pick up and take to the landfill.
Now, I'd like to draw your attention to the days following October 5th, 2022. At some point you were contacted by Randall Noble of the Chatham County Police Department.
Yes, sir.
Prior to being contacted by him, had you heard anything of the disappearance of Quentin Simon?
No, sir.
Okay, so Randall Noble was the first you heard of this.
Yes, sir.
And did he ask you whether you could identify which Waste Pro truck had serviced the dumpsters at Azalea Mobile Home Plaza in Savannah on the morning of October 5th, 2022?
Yes, he did.
And were you able to tell him that information?
Yes, sir.
How did you do that?
So every day the drivers are assigned route sheets. And so we go into our database, look up the Azalea Mobile Home Park, for example. It will tell us what driver, what route he is on that day.
And did Detective Noble also ask you?
Welcome back, Alicia.
Where that truck had gone after servicing the dumpsters at Azalea Mobile Home Plaza?
Yes, sir.
And were you able to tell him that?
Yes, sir.
How were you able to tell him that?
Our trucks are equipped with GPS system. So basically any stop that they go to, we have what's
Good to see you tonight, Chris, as well. Appreciate you being here, brother. Hope you're having a great night.
called these little breadcrumbs from the GPS. So breadcrumb will, once we identify the truck, it will show us where the truck is at a specific time and then where it goes throughout the whole day.
Now, if you can do this from memory, I'll ask you. If not, we can just get right into the documents. Do you remember what truck it was that had serviced those dumpsters that morning?
Yes, sir.
What truck was it?
It was 3909.
And who was the driver of that truck?
The driver is Tawan Lee.
Chuan Lee?
Yes.
TWAN?
Yes, sir.
What type of truck was it that serviced those dumpsters?
It's a commercial truck.
By which you mean, you described the various types earlier. What do you mean by that exactly?
So the commercial trucks, again, they're the ones that pick up the smaller containers. The truck will dump it. At that time, once the truck services the equipment, the container gets put back in place. The driver will then compact the load, smashing its contents, and then moving forward to the next stop, or in this particular case, the landfill.
When you were describing how this particular truck works, you sort of extended your arms out in front of you. Are you referring to the front loading type that slides arms into the slots on the side of a dumpster and then lifts it up and back?
That is correct.
Okay. And you mentioned a compactor in the truck. Can you describe that?
Yeah, so all trash trucks have compactors in them, whether residential or commercial. The reason for the compaction is obviously that from a productivity standpoint, we want to pick up as many stops as we can. So the trucks are operated through hydraulics. And once the trash is in the body of the truck, the compactor is pushed, and then it pushes back and just condenses the load so that we're able to maximize the load.
Can you tell us anything about how powerful the compactor might have been in truck 3909? I understand you're a division manager, not an engineer, but I wonder if you know.
Well, the compaction ratio, quite honestly, I couldn't give you 120 pounds per square, foot or whatever per pressure, but it will smash everything in the unit, including wood, glass, whatever's in there will be smashed.
Okay. You've talked about being able to tell Detective Noble that it was truck 3909. It was driven by Chuan Lee, and being able to tell him where that truck then went after servicing those dumpsters on the morning of October 5th at Azalea. I don't know whether I've asked you this. Where did that truck go after that?
It went to the landfill.
Which landfill would that be?
Superior landfill.
Is that the one off Little Neck Road?
It is the one off Little Neck Road.
Okay. And what did it do there? Perhaps it's obvious, but I'll ask you.
Yeah. So when the trucks arrive at the landfill, they're scaled going in for the weight. And then as they go up to the landfill, they'll go up to the face of the landfill. They're directed to dump their load in a particular spot. Once that truck is empty, it will go back down.
Thank you, Joseph Hammond. It's wonderful to have you here. I appreciate you jumping in the chat and saying that. Thank you so very much.
It's weighed out. We receive a ticket for the time and also how many tons were on that particular load.
Okay. And they get that by, I guess, subtracting the known weight of the truck from the weight of the truck and it entered with all the trash or something?
Correct.
were you able to provide Detective Noble with any documentation of these things that you've been talking about, the route sheet and GPS printout and so forth?
Yes, sir.
Do you see in front of you a document marked as States Exhibit 65?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize that document?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us what it is?
So this is his daily route sheet that he fills out prior to the start of the day and then at the end of the day.
Now, are these records that are created in the ordinary course of business?
Yes, sir.
And are they maintained in the ordinary course of business?
Yes, sir.
In fact, that's why you were able to produce it for Detective Noble.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I would introduce this as States Exhibit 65.
No objection, Your Honor.
Now, do you see in front of you a document marked as States Exhibit 66?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
And what is it?
So that's our GPS tracking system with the breadcrumbs on it.
Is that also a document that's created and maintained in the ordinary course of business?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I would introduce this as States Exhibit 66.
No objection, Your Honor.
And may I publish these exhibits, Your Honor?
Yes.
All right. Can you see the screen all right from where you're at?
Pretty much.
There's my, I don't know whether.
Good afternoon, Miss
I can
Kaylee.
see that.
Do you mind, if you prefer to stay seated, let me know, but would you mind just stepping down and kind of walking us through these different entries on here and what they mean?
Sure. So again, this is just says that this is Route 405, indicating that that's Taiwan Lee's Wednesday route. Worker is Taiwan Lee here, role as the driver. Punch-in time is 1:33 a.m. in the morning. We start really early. You also note what time you left the yard. It's 1:45.
Is WP yard there? What does WPYD mean?
Wasterow yard.
All right, yeah, just like where the trucks sit when they're not being used.
It's the facility, yes.
Okay.
And then this is what time he arrives back at the facility. And then this is his punch-out time.
Okay. Let me move down and see what the next thing we want to talk about is, okay? In this box here, these first two entries here where it says destination sub, does that refer to Superior Landfill?
It does.
Can you walk us through these two lines here?
Yeah, so again, it just pretty much tells what vehicle it is for the day, tells what kind of truck it is, the destination, obviously, Superior Landfill. If we were to go to any other.
Welcome, Leslie. Good to see you tonight. I hope you're having a great night, and thank you for being here.
The material is commercial, not residential, like I spoke before. These are just the weights of the truck, the tonnage that was on the truck, and then these are arrival times that fill.
So how many times did this truck go to Superior Landfill that day?
So he went twice.
And what were the two times for those stops?
So the 6:25 in the morning, left at 6:35, and then here at Superior at 10:12, and then 10:32.
Can we take from that simply that part of the way
Thank you,
through this
Doodle.
list of stops, the truck was full and needed to be emptied or something along those lines?
Right, correct. So he starts early in the morning. So
Okay.
by the time the landfill is open, he's full. So that explains the first one. The second one is we don't want to start off the following day with a loaded truck. So he may not go back with as many tons. And exactly in this particular case, he only had 4.37 tons on, but the truck needed to be emptied that day.
I see. Now, starting on top of page 2 here, is this just the list of places that he was servicing that day?
That is correct.
And are these in order from first to last?
Yes.
I'd like to scroll down to the last entry. What does the last entry reflect on this route sheet?
That's the mobile home park.
And the this column quantity there, what does that refer to?
That refers to the number of containers that are at a stop.
All right, so what does that 5 mean there then?
That means that there were 5 separate individual containers.
And that he serviced them all?
Yes.
Now, moving to States Exhibit 66, It's maybe a little hard to make out, at least it is for me from here. But can you just walk us through what this is?
Again, these are just basically the GPS system tracking the truck. So you can see where he's at his last stop. And then
Welcome, Squishy Bomb.
we'll just follow down to the landfill. And it tracks it over to the landfill.
Okay, so he's at Azalea Mobile Home Plaza at about 9:45 or so, and then is it the landfill sometime shortly thereafter?
Correct.
And at that point, if Quentin Simon was in those dumpsters,
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
I'll just wait till I got
Okay.
it. One moment, please. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may have a seat. Is there any cross-examination?
There, Judge, thank you. Mr. Matz, how are you this morning, sir?
Doing well, sir.
I'm going to ask you, do you still have a copy of State's Exhibit 65 in front of you? If you don't, I can provide you a copy.
I do, sir.
I was curious. There's a handwritten note on the top of that says 10-5, correct?
Yes, sir.
And down in the body next to the destination, but before the material in the middle of the page, it says July 6th, 2022. Well, what's the discrepancy here?
To be perfectly honest, I don't know what the 10.5 would be. I just know what the 10.6 would be.
All right. And okay, can I approach for a second? Sure. Can you show me the 10.6 that you're talking about?
Welcome, Mama Bear. Good to see you
On the second
tonight. Hope you're having a good night.
Correct.
Yes.
All right. So which 10.6 are you referring to? I see a 7.6, but I don't see a 10.6 here.
It must have been a misprint.
All right. Is it safe to say that these are accurate records for July 6th of 2022 based on everything except for the handwritten note at the top?
No, what this could have been is when typically they put this into the system. So the Wednesday generation would be 7/6, but the actual date that they're operating off of, because the route sheets don't change. So when you put them in, they pretty much stay in the system. So this would tell me that this was entered in on 7/6, but not the route sheet for 7/6.
Yeah, but you just testified that this was the route on 10-5, and that's not what your business records say. There's a serious discrepancy, don't you think?
Well, I think there's a discrepancy in basically the date that these were put into the system, but not the route sheet. This route sheet is particular for that day.
Okay, but not based upon the routing that's on your own records, then, correct?
That would appear so.
So let's go ahead and talk about the actual collection, the route itself, okay? So the route that this particular driver takes, how long has Mr. Lee been working for you at this point in time?
Mr. Lee has been working with us since about March or April of 4/22.
Okay, so March or April of 2022?
Yes.
So about 6 months. Is
Yes,
that a
sir.
fair estimate?
Yes, sir.
And let's just run through State's Exhibit. The route starts at GSU, correct?
Yes, sir.
And there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, at least 11 pickups on the Georgia Southern campus, correct?
Yes.
And there can be, it looks to me, and I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, it looks to me like they're all single dumpsters with just one double dumpster pickup, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and that's on the south side of Savannah, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, sir.
And then it looks like the next pickup is on Geechee Road. Is that correct?
What page are you on?
I'm on the, here, I'm on the page, top of page 3.
Right.
Okay.
Right here.
Yeah. So, and just out of curiosity, I mean, are these going in order, or is there a set route that would minimize use of gas?
Typically,
Welcome,
they're in
Croc Charlie.
order, but the driver, depending on what's happening for the day, if there is an accident or some form of obstruction, he may have to veer off.
Welcome, Phil. We're having tuna noodle casserole tonight. My wife decided on, so.
Pick up something different, but come right back to the route.
So at least based upon this, starts on the south side at Georgia Southern, goes over to Geechee Road. The next one, it looks like it's a, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, Herstand Hall, which probably is a SCAD pickup, if I'm not mistaken, downtown, right? On Martin Luther King?
It doesn't indicate whether it's SCAD or not, but I'm assuming that's SCAD, yes.
I don't know either. I'm making that assumption just based on what it looks, but it's like there's 3 pickups there. Then it's Dollar General, Shop and Go, G&H, downtown, York Street, Petter Hall, I'm sorry, an apartment building, SCAD, Shop and Go, Atwell's, downtown, Checkers, the bank. Then it goes out Abercorn. And I assume all of this is happening during the course of the night, correct?
Correct.
So it's a number of stops, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you said it's a commercial truck. So again, my understanding is it has 2 of those big things that come out the front. Forks, comes out, goes in, picks up, dumps it in the back, and then sets it down, pulls out, and goes to the next one, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I just want to make sure it's the right equipment. So there were a number of stops. How many stops are in a normal route?
It varies from day to day. On this particular day, he had a total of 56 stops.
Okay. And it's 72 total containers
Yes, sir.
and over 500 total yards of trash.
I will be right back, guys. We'll keep letting this
And-
play. I'll be right back.
Was this encompassing both sets of routes or just his one early route?
Both routes. I mean, both sets of, during the loads, if you're speaking load wise, it encompasses both loads.
And let's talk about the GPS route and the State's Exhibit 66. This is not the entire route. This is not the entire GPS history for the truck for this particular day, is it?
No, sir.
Okay. This is just it looks like a portion of it. And I can't make it out, but I'm going to assume it looks like it's just a portion going down a Geechee Road, then out a Geechee Road, then over to, it looks like the landfill, if I'm not mistaken. Does that seem like a good summation?
That is correct.
Okay. And it doesn't have any of these other routes that I just discussed.
No, sir.
But you're saying that this does, right?
Yeah, particular. I mean, he would follow this route.
So there were how many stops on a Geechee Road that you're aware of or near a Geechee Road?
I'm not aware. I mean, I would have to look at his document and study it. I'm not familiar with every stop that every driver services.
And I assume that every place on a Geechee Road doesn't necessarily use y'all, does it?
That's correct.
Okay. There are other waste companies that service those areas, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And with regard to the dump, I assume you're not the only company that uses the dump either, are you?
No, sir.
I assume that, and I'll ask, how many dumps are there in Savannah for commercial waste?
The only one that we use is Superior. So I'm not sure in Savannah if there's any other landfills that some private companies operate.
Okay. To the best of your knowledge, are there any other landfills?
In Savannah?
Yes.
No, sir.
So is it safe to say that pretty much all the commercial trash collected by all the different companies go to the same landfill and get deposited in the same place, to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, sir.
All the questions I got. Thank you, Judge.
I'd like to ask you a couple questions, see if we can clarify this date thing, okay? In this block here, where we have notations about when this truck went to the landfill that day. The date typed in here is July 6, 2022, right?
Correct.
Okay. You said something on cross-examination about how that would have been the day that this route sheet was created, but then the route sheets don't change. Can you explain what you mean by that, just to make it as clear as we possibly can?
Yes. So we typically, and when I'm looking at this, what this probably tells me is that there was a reroute that took place. And so whoever was inputting that route, the total in totality on that route, put that into the system that day. But it will spit out every Wednesday the same route sheet that obviously is here.
And then the driver uses that existing route sheet, making notations with like a pen on it on future days, right?
Correct.
And this is the version that Twan Lee used on October 5th.
Correct.
Um, Let me just draw your attention to one thing in particular. In other words, well, let me ask you this. How many blanks does this route sheet have for stops at the landfill? I mean, not how many notations, but how many blanks are there?
For this particular
Yeah.
here?
Yeah.
Well, typically the drivers only pick up 2 loads. Very rarely that they would pick up 3, but there would be obviously room for 1 more if he took a load to the landfill.
Okay. And in terms of when this route sheet says that he got to the landfill for the second time, what does it say there on October 5th?
It says that he got there at 10:12.
Now, going to state 66, if we compare that to the GPS printout from October 5th, what does that say?
It says 10:12.
All right, so those are in alignment, right?
Yes.
And this is the route that was used on October 5th of 2022.
Correct.
No further questions, Your Honor.
I was just curious, Mr. Matz, since Mr. Dean was talking about what's in alignment and what's not. On State's Exhibit 65, oh, sorry, thought I had it turned on. On State's Exhibit 65, I was wondering, there are a lot of hand-marked things on it, but you said that you believe that the 7/6 date was input because there was some change to the route. Right?
Correct.
Okay. And do you know what that change was?
Well, what I'm assuming is that, so
No, I mean, what I'm asking is if you particularly know. Do you know that there was a change or not, or are you just speculating?
I would be speculating.
And the same thing here, that whenever you're relying on these records from your computer at your office, okay, I'm going to assume you weren't riding with Mr. Lee that day, correct?
That's correct.
So all you can do is rely on these records, correct?
Yes, sir.
So if there's any discrepancy or any issue or anything that's not correct in them, then you would be relying on faulty information, correct?
Yes, sir.
All the questions I got. Thank you.
Anything further from this witness?
Tell me what you know, why do route sheets get changed? I mean, Mr. Hilliard got you to say that you would be speculating, but how long have you been in solid waste removal?
Since 19 BC, 1976.
Why does a route sheet get changed?
Typically, a route sheet may change. The route sheet doesn't change. What changes would be what we have an exception list. So, for example, if a stop would come on or come off, it would just be notated in the front of the route sheet.
Okay. In any case, this route sheet is the one that was printed out and used by hand on October 5th. Right?
Yes, sir.
I don't have any further questions, Judge.
May this witness be released?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, sir, you are excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, the state may call its next witness.
Denard Johnson.
The evidence should be the court and jury and the trial position should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Yes. Step this way, please.
All right, good morning.
Morning, could you please introduce yourself to the jury, sir?
My name is Denard Johnson, and with Waste Management. I've been there over 23 years in the business.
And is waste management different from waste pro?
That's correct. We're considered WM.
What does WM do?
Before you go further, Mr. Johnson, will you spell your first name?
Welcome, Mark and Betty.
It's Donard, Donnard, and last name Johnson, Johnsson.
All right, thank you.
It's Denard, not Denard.
Donard.
I need to apologize to you for mispronouncing your name for the past 2 years. Okay. What is your position at WM?
I'm the senior district manager for the coastal sites.
And what are your duties in that position?
I run the overall operation, environmental safety, compliance, and also the P&L.
Does that include oversight of landfill operations?
That's correct.
Does WM operate landfills?
Yes, sir.
How many landfills do you oversee in one capacity or another?
3.
And what are they?
1 in Savannah, that's a Superior landfill, and 2 in Richland, South Carolina.
All right. You mentioned that you've been you said you've been with waste management for a long, long time, or did you mean in the waste management field?
So I worked for waste management in the early 2000s, and I departed 3 years and then went back to work.
Can you describe the positions you've held and how you've worked your way up in this industry over the years?
I started out as a heavy equipment operator. Then I worked my way up the rank as a site supervisor, operation manager, and district manager, and then a senior district manager.
And that's the position that you're in today, right?
Yes, sir.
Were you involved in the operation of the waste management Superior landfill in Chatham County in November of 2022?
Yes, sir.
Now, do you remember meeting with me in my office maybe a month or 2 ago?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember me asking you for just kind of the basics of how landfills work?
Yes, sir.
Because I didn't really know anything about landfills. And do you remember referring me to a YouTube video produced by the company you work for, Waste Management?
Yes, sir.
You told me this is like 2 minutes and it'll kind of get you up to speed on landfills generally.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is that because you didn't want to take an hour to walk me through it, or what?
Well, just everybody so you can really understand what a landfill consists of versus what they call a dump.
What's the difference between a landfill and a dump?
Well, a landfill is just highly engineered operation, and a dump is where you pull the waste off somewhere or in a hole.
Okay. Do you think if the jury were to watch that video, it would help them in their understanding of your testimony?
Yes, sure.
Do you see in front of you a disc labeled as States Exhibit 68?
Yes.
I'd like to open that up and just show you the first frame or two and see if you can tell us what that is. And I'm going to do this on the screen.
Mr. Brian, good to see you, Brian. We've missed you, sir. Miss seeing you in the morning show. Great to have you here, buddy. Hope you're doing well.
Right, I'm pausing it just 4 seconds in. Is this the video that you referred me to?
Welcome,
Yes.
Victoria Burgess.
Sure,
Good
I'll
to see you
introduce
tonight as well.
this
Thank you for joining us.
68, and that's the publish it to the jury.
I don't have any objection.
Understandable, Brian. Understandable.
Finding a suitable site for a landfill can be complex. Landfill operators will work with regulators to be sure the new facility is located in the right place. Some places, like properties near wetlands, will be carefully evaluated for any environmental concerns. Impacts on nearby traffic will be analyzed. The site will also be evaluated to understand the land, groundwater, and surface water in the vicinity. Community feedback is important to consider, and meeting environmental and land use standards are a must. Once the site is approved by the regulator, the first step is to follow permit plans for sound construction. The second step is to secure the base of the landfill to provide a stable base for the liner. A 2-phase composite liner is installed on the base and sides of the landfill. Leachate, a natural occurrence when waste is in contact with water, is collected through a system of drains, pumps, pipes, and hoses that move leachate away from the landfill. The leachate collection system will act as an effective biological filter by removing excess moisture from the bottom of the landfill. A groundwater monitoring system is installed to ensure the landfill does not impact groundwater at the site. The monitoring system acts as an alert in case additional measures may be needed to protect neighboring properties. Groundwater quality is protected at all times. Access to the site is carefully controlled for safety, and waste is screened by appropriateness as required. The landfill is ready to receive waste that has not been recycled. Equipment compacts the waste each day before daily cover, soil or tarps, is placed to avoid potential littering and odor. Gas wells are installed to capture methane generated by the waste. Once full, the landfill is covered with a cover system approved by the regulator. Groundwater continues to be monitored, and methane gas is collected and destroyed or turned into energy or fuel. When the landfill stops accepting waste, regulators will approve its closure and will monitor its safety for 30 years or as required by the regulators. Then, controls will be put in place to keep the property secure for the future. The property surrounding the closed landfill can be used for commercial or industrial use. But commonly, the property is used for green space, suitable for recreation or habitat conservation. We strongly support wildlife habitat conservation at our landfills through our partnership with the Wildlife Habitat Council.
Now, with that little bit of background, let me ask you this: what happens when a solid waste removal truck, a garbage truck, shows up at the landfill with a load, and it's going to deposit that load at the landfill? Can you just walk us through it step by step, from the moment that truck turns in to, and we'll go specifically with Waste Management Superior Landfill in Chatham. What happens?
So the truck enter the landfill through the main gate, proceed to the scales, which we call the gatehouse. The truck will get weighed in.
Yes, Mikey, Brian, it's great to have you back, buddy. We were actually truly worried about you, to be honest with you. So I'm glad you're back. We've talked about it multiple times, so it's great to have you here. And I'm glad to see you again, truly. Hope everything's good, buddy.
Their weight will captured. There they proceed to the tipping floor, and that's the area they eject the waste and it gets processed.
What happens? Let's go back to the scale. Truck comes in and goes to the scale to get weighed, right? And you're looking for the weight, the combined weight of the truck itself and the garbage on it, right?
That's correct.
Is there ever a circumstance where the truck just gets to bypass the scale initially?
No.
Okay. And then you said it goes to the tipping field, is that right?
Tipping
Where
field.
some of this stuff is just not needed for this.
Some more detail?
That's where the truck goes to eject the load and it gets processed.
And how does a truck eject the load? Does it depend on the type of truck? Or what?
Depending on the type of truck, front end loader, they have a blade in the back where they push it out from the back, and same with a residential truck. A rolled off trucks, the bed will raise and the doors open and eject the load.
And you said at that point the trash gets processed, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Before we get into what that means, let me ask you, what happens with the truck from that point? Where does the truck go?
Once the truck ejects its load, it pulls back up out of the way and head back to the front gate.
And what happens at the front gate?
Certain trucks, their weight is stored in the system, so they don't have to weigh back out. They'll just exit the landfill.
What if the truck's weight is not stored in the system?
Then the truck will have to go back to the outbound scale and get weighed out.
And how do you calculate? Well, are trucks or solid waste removal companies charged like by the load?
By the ton, it gets calculated by the computer.
And how does the computer calculate?
Weigh the in weight and the empty weight.
Okay, so weight of the truck with the trash
Yep.
minus weight of the empty truck gives you the total tonnage.
That's correct.
And you charge based off that.
That's correct.
Okay, so the truck's gone at this point, right? At the point that we're at.
That's correct.
Okay, let's go back to the trash
Hang on, you guys. This is driving me crazy. I forgot to do something again. I did a count this morning on something, and I need to check something real quick. Just give me one quick second. I've been wanting to do this for a couple of days. After I did my count, I think it's safe to say we're good. I think the new judge in the Idaho case, Brian, is good for the case. He's no nonsense. He's not going to put up with bullshit, and he's going to do it the right way. So yes, I agree. I like him.
At the tipping field, and what it means for that trash to get processed. Can you tell us about that? What happens to the trash from there?
You don't want to be
So
here.
we have a series of bulldozers that
sorry.
pushes the waste to the compactor, and the compactor has
Sorry,
clean wheels.
I hope I didn't
that-
upset you, Brian.
Spread the waste and pulverize the waste.
Is the place that the trash is put?
Yes, Miss Kell. I've been waiting to do that for a long time. So congratulations. Welcome. I did a count this morning and double checked something about how many I have. And you, my dear, I think deserve it. So welcome to the team. Thank you for being part of it. And we appreciate you very much. So I think you meant the judge didn't want to be here. Oh, yeah. I got you. I understand what you mean, Brian. Yes, Kel, I know you do. And we appreciate you very much. So again, thank you very much for all you do by supporting the channel. So yes, I think it looks very good. And by the way, guys, just Kel, just so you know, that wasn't just my decision. The moderating team had mentioned it multiple times too. They also said something. It's just I had to check and see how many moderators I had, and I didn't want to go overboard with it as combined or as with what I do. So anyway, I did, Terry. So welcome, Terry. It's good to see you tonight. Anyway, again, welcome to the team, Cal, and thank you so much for being part of this community. We appreciate you very much and everything you do. And Brandy will help you deal with the other side of the things to get that set up for the Discord and all that, if you choose to.
Pushed by the bulldozers, does it have any particular name or you refer to it?
Landfill cell.
Okay. Tell me about landfill cells.
It's a general area that we put the waste in layers
And do you use the same cell all the time? Or not?
until it's up to the approved height.
And then what happens at that point?
Welcome, Virginia. Good to see you tonight, brother.
It's closed out.
What is that? What does it mean to close out a cell?
Well, no more waste can be deposited in that area because it's at the approved elevation.
What do you do to close it out?
We apply dirt, 2 feet of dirt over that area and vegetate it.
What does it mean to vegetate it? You use
Plant
a lot of
grass.
technical terms. I'm going to keep hitting you with what does it mean?
Plant grass.
Okay. At that point, you're done with that cell.
Done with that area. That's correct.
About how big is the typical landfill cell? Maybe it varies too.
It varies.
Answer that, but
It could be 10 acres, 12 acres, or 13 acres.
okay. Now, how long will you use a particular cell for?
It also varies on the tonnage that comes in. More tonnage, then that cell generally gets filled quicker. Less tonnage, it opens a little bit longer. So around 3 years the most.
Okay. And is the landfill big enough that you've allowed for multiple cells and you can kind of
Yes,
move around it and
yes,
use the place over the course of years?
that's correct.
Okay. You mentioned the
What example you gonna learn by, Miss Kell? I don't know, because Walt's been slacking lately, so you gotta watch that. Just saying. I don't know.
the bulldozer pushing the trash into the landfill cell and then it being compacted.
I'm just teasing Whack
by-
or Whack.
into
Walt,
compacted
sorry.
completed wheels.
Yes, so we use Caterpillar 836 compactors.
What is the importance of compaction in a landfill? Why
Um,
bother? Why not just
Density, fit more in a small space. We sell airspace, so we have to compact and get good density so we could fit more in that area.
Did you say something about there being?
Oh yeah, I know. I was just teasing.
You could,
That's
have
correct.
trash in
Yeah,
a-
where is Miss Paula? I'm missing her
So
too.
is it fair to
Maybe
say
if I
that the
speak about her,
tighter
she'll
you
show
get
up.
the cell compacted, the longer you can use that cell under the governing regulations.
That's correct.
These compactors that you described, do you see in front of you a document marked as States Exhibit 69?
Yes,
What is that?
that's a waste compactor.
Is it the type that you were describing?
That's correct.
Does it fairly and accurately depict that machine?
Yes,
And does it accurately capture the weight of that machine?
that's correct.
Your Honor, I would introduce this as States Exhibit 69.
No objection.
Submitted.
All right, so this is the first page from the brochure.
Please take the camera off of her face.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, and you said it's called a cat.
Absolutely, guys. We really appreciate every one of you guys for being here tonight
What is this cat 836?
and every day.
Spreading and
We really
compacting
do.
the
So
waste.
thank you all so
Is
very
this,
much.
You know, kind of a look at what that process looked like that you were describing.
Yes, sir.
All right. How much do these things weigh for this brochure?
Some all depends on the wheel, 123,000 pounds or more.
Okay. I'm not going to ask you how many tons that is because that would require you to do math on the spot. But fair to say they're heavy?
Yes, sir.
Is it fair to say that's kind of the point?
That's the point.
You mentioned the rollers, the studded, or I think you said cleated rollers. Is that what you said?
Cleated wheels.
Do we see those in this image?
Yes, sir. Those spikes on the wheels.
Now, what are these wheels made out of?
Steel.
These are not rubber tires.
No, sir.
Okay. And what does that do to the trash?
It cuts up the trash, breaks it down.
And that's kind of what you're going for, right?
Right.
We heard something in that video about daily cover.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us about daily cover? What does that mean?
So daily cover is soil that we have to apply to the waste after our shift is completed
At the end of the day?
at the end of the day.
Why do you do this?
Because we're regulated to do that because it helps with odor and wind blowing debris.
How much, so describe the process of applying the daily cover. What does this look like?
So we have a series of ADT trucks that haul the dirt, all the cover soil to the area, and the dozers spread the soil 6 to 8 inches thick.
And this happens every day.
Every day.
And you have to do it under law, right?
Yes, sir. Regulated by the state.
And when is this being done, I guess, in the active cell that you're using at that
That's
time?
correct.
Okay. And in the course of
Okay, I have a question for you guys. Do you guys want to continue listening to this type of testimony? Do you want me to keep playing it? Because I will. It's fine. Or do you want me to skip ahead to more of like character witnesses or witnesses towards things like that? It's up to you guys. I'm asking because I know there's some of this stuff can drag it out, and a lot of this doesn't have any bearing on what we need to know. Yeah, right, Virginia. Oh, Brian, that's not good. I hope that works out for you, bud. That's what I thought. Most people aren't going to really care about this. So I'm trying to find more of the other stuff that really pertains to what happened. You know what I mean? Definitely don't want to get stuck on her face.
Compacted.
Okay. And so when the waste gets dumped,
One of their 7,500 breaks. Hold on.
Yes. All right. So before we bring the jury out, let's talk about how we're going to proceed at this point. The state has made a motion to not broadcast or have recorded certain testimony. Mr. Dean, if you'll state the state's position on that.
So we're objecting to any recording, audio or video, and broadcasting of the testimony of Craig Weston and of Tim Weston should he testify. We're objecting under OCGA 15.1.10.1, which sets forth the multifactorial test for granting or denying media requests. In particular, we are relying on the first two factors: the nature of the particular proceeding at issue, that proceeding being just his or their testimony, and the second factor, the consent or objection of parties or witnesses. He has objected to us, and so we're relaying that to the court. Also, the sixth factor, the impact upon due process and the truth-finding function of the judicial proceeding. We think that, given his concerns about recording and broadcasting,
Walt, I'm telling you, you know what? I'm telling Paula when she comes back. I'm telling her you said that, just so you know. And you're on your own, bro. I love you to death, but you're on your own. Just saying that. Cal is separate from all that. You ain't gonna involve her. I know she's your buddy, but you ain't gonna get her wrapped up in your the Walt and Paula show is just the Walt and Paula show. There's no Cal in there.
we think that the truth-seeking function of this criminal trial will be furthered by not doing that in the case of him.
Welcome, Ms. Zelda.
Should he testify?
All right, thank you. Mr. Hilliard.
Your Honor, since we're just dealing with flat statements without any evidence to support them, my objection is the exact opposite of that. With the only two exceptions in the trial so far, one having to do with a minor child, which I think everyone agreed on, and the other one having to do with an agent who may or may not testify that we didn't want to have their identity revealed for reasons, okay, that are enumerated, and again, not a great objection to. We don't have that here, okay? Mr. Weston is a civilian. He's not a minor. He's not under indictment. He's been granted use immunity. I'm sorry if the things that he's testifying about may be personally embarrassing to him, but I didn't call him as a witness, and the rules we've been playing under have been the same for everyone. I don't see, Mr. Dean baldly states, well, due process can be served by this. Well, I can baldly state that due process would not be served by it, and we're right back at the beginning of the analysis. So everyone in here is objected to the media coverage thus far, every opportunity we've been given. So I'm not saying this because I'm any great fan of having cameras in the courtroom, because I'm not, okay? I am saying this, though, that the rules that we've been playing by, every witness has had to come in here and testify so far, with only those two exceptions, have had to testify in front of the cameras. So I think Mr. Weston should have to as well. I'm sorry if he finds it embarrassing or he doesn't like it. But other than that, he has use immunity. So any potential legal ramifications are out the window at this point. So I think that use immunity promotes due process and fairness more than anything. Other than that, we're just talking about his own personal embarrassment, and that's.
I really can't stand this defense attorney. He's a complete asshole. Completely. He's just a dick. Sorry for the language, but he really is. I can't stand anything about him. The fact alone that he's defending her is my first problem, but I know that's his job. But the way he is as a person, he's just an asshole. And I'm sorry, just saying.
That's not one of the factors, Judge. So we object.
Mr. Dean, looking at considerations 1, 2, and 6, is there anything particularly about the nature of the particular proceeding at issue? What can you tell the court more about that in your objection?
This witness is likely going to be asked to touch on private sexual matters. It's one thing he is a private citizen. He is likely going to be asked to touch on private sexual matters. He's testifying under compulsion and under a grant of immunity, and might also be asked about perhaps about criminal activity for which he will never be tried and will therefore never be vetted in a court. And this is the same reason that the federal government doesn't name unindicted co-conspirators in indictments, because unindicted co-conspirators are never going to get a trial and an opportunity to flesh out the truth or falsity of the allegations against them. There's sort of a parallel thing going on here with him. And as to, so I think that's enough factually to state that, and that goes to the nature of the proceedings. As to the objection issue, I mean, I'm just proffering and standing in my place as an officer of the court that he objects, and he objects strongly.
And you cleared up a question I had in my mind. So
now say one more thing. I'm sorry. If not, that's fine. You're not going to hurt my feelings. I'll sit down.
What do you want to say, Mr. Dean?
I was just going to say that this idea that the court's decisions about recording or broadcasting the trial at large and the testimony of other witnesses, in that there ought to be some, there's a principle of consistency that ought to control here, just seems to me to be totally at odds with the multifactorial, fact-specific, witness-specific tests set forth in the
Are you
code.
saying that's what the court is doing?
No. That's what I took Mr. Hilliard to be urging the court to do, is to apply a uniform rule for all witnesses and all the subject matter of the trial. I just don't think that's what the code section calls for.
Mr. Dean,
Yes.
I know you're about to go on, and
If
you
you
don't
like.
need to.
Okay.
You will.
All right.
You will. and I don't need you to.
I do have something to say about that. Yeah. You asked about the nature of the proceedings, so this is kind of a different thing. He gave an answer to it. I'm going to see if I can summarize Mr. Dean's argument. We've hauled in a witness by compulsory process. We are offering this witness. We have given this witness immunity, and we've subpoenaed them into this murder trial. And now, because he feels some kind of way about being embarrassed, that we're going to change the rules for this witness, which is all what they've done. So I don't understand how you can create the problem, cement the problem, alleviate the problem with this particular witness, and then think that, you know, I'm the one who's objecting to it, and I'm the bad guy, because I think this guy should play by the same rules that every other person they've done the exact same thing to has had to play by the entire trial. I don't see there's anything unique about the nature of this particular proceeding. I don't see there's anything about this particular witness that makes it relevant or necessary to turn the cameras off. And I don't say that because I want them on. I don't. I say that because I don't see a reason to carve out an exception for Mr. Weston. He's not that special. And that's the reason why I'm objecting to it.
Rules are here to guide us. And 15.110 is here to guide us with regards to videotaping and televising and recording. I do think there is a balancing test. There are several conditions that are listed, things that the court should consider and hear from all parties. All situations are a little bit different. And in taking this case in particular, and the state's objection, I'm going to grant.
The person they're talking about is Craig Weston. He was the drug dealer that she was banging, quote unquote, on the prosecution stated. And I guess he's embarrassed about certain things and doesn't want his face shown on camera. I disagree with the prosecution on this. I as much as I can't stand the defense, I can't stand the defense, but I agree. I think everybody should have to follow the same rules. I don't think anybody's any more special. I wouldn't have said it the way the asshole defense attorney said it, but it just, I think what's fair is fair for everybody else. That's just my opinion. But he could be, SRB might be right. He could be an informant and might not want to blow that by putting that out there, so on and so forth. Who knows? I don't know. Just thinking, I do agree with the defense on this. It's probably the only thing I agree with at this point that they've ever said. So that's all.
I'm not going to require Mr. Weston to testify with the cameras on. I think that Mr. Dean gave an argument for, one, the nature and particular proceeding at issue that helped satisfy the court. He also stated condition 2, but condition 6 I find is very persuasive. The impact upon due process and the truth finding function of the judicial proceeding. Given what the particular scenario is with this witness and some of the factors that play in, I am going to require that cameras not roll and that it not be recorded. Of course, the fact finders who are here will still be able to hear all of the evidence. They will be able to see him. And anyone who's in the courtroom will be able to hear from him. This is still an open courtroom, although in my discretion, I am not going to allow this witness testimony to be broadcast. Okay.
So we don't get to even hear what he says? Is that how this works? Or is it just the visual side to it? Yeah, I agree with you on Mocha. The defense attorney is a huge clown. He reminds me of a flipping car salesman, to be honest with you.
And so with that, is there anything else that we need to take up before we bring in the jury?
No, Your Honor.
And you need Mr. Hilliard, you wanted a copy of the order?
I have it right here, Judge. I did want to be certified, though, just so I can use it on Mr. Weston when the time comes.
Okay. All right.
Right.
Yes, Grace.
Your Honor, is Mr. Weston the next witness so that we can be aware of when he's going to testify?
What I anticipate is Detective Lemons. Detective Lemons is going to be called next, and then after Detective, then Mr. Weston is going to be called. And I would ask that you cut the camera footage and recording at that time.
And just to clarify, that would be audio as well as video.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, can you describe?
That's another point too. I mean, I can maybe cutting his face, but the audio too, that doesn't make sense to me. Like, that's a big chunk. That's probably an important chunk of something we need to hear. So that's kind of stupid to me. That kind of irritates me. I'll be honest with you.
His testimony as reporters,
Yeah.
talking about what's happened in the day or no?
This is an open courtroom. We're just not recording and broadcasting that portion.
Thank you. Just to follow up, I don't mean to get dark. So we're allowed to quote him if we take direct quotes, that's fine?
Yes. All right. Please bring in the jury.
Why did that sound like JLR to me? Oh, the Quaker Oto is back at her stupid smirking. God, I can't stand her. I've seen more than enough of her over this past 2 weeks. Or week, I should say. It's been a week. Yeah, they could have ran it through a voice changer too, Phil. You're right. Bullshit. So now I'm gonna have to try to go find the transcript so I can see exactly what it is that he said.
Thank you.
I'd love to see her face when he comes in too, because she's probably gonna be
All right,
excited
please
to
have a
see.
seat, ladies and gentlemen. I think I said 15, but I think it grew into an hour. So I appreciate your patience. Honestly, we are not dancing and having a party while you guys are in the back. The work continues. I'm going to turn now to the state. You may call your next witness.
Marion Lemons.
I agree, Stephen.
One more time for good measure.
Yes, ma'am.
Good point, Terry.
All right, you testified, feels like a long time ago now, about the defendant's October 5th interviews at Chatham County Police Headquarters, right?
Yes.
And over the course of that day, she disclosed 2 trips away from the residence on the night of October 4th, morning of October 5th.
Yes.
And on that day, what was the story as to the first trip, the earlier of the 2?
She described going to the Flacco's Tacos to meet up with a gentleman she knew as Red
To do what?
to pay back a drug front.
Over time, I guess by October 12th, in the interview with Special Agent Snyder and Special Agent Solomon that we watched more recently in time,
Disgusting.
did that story change?
Yes, it did.
How did it change?
It moved from meeting Red for a drug front at the Flacco's Tacos into meeting.
Actually, I think she's been up here twice. This might be her 3rd time. It might be. I'm not sure. I know at least one other time for sure.
Red/Craig on Arkwright to buy cocaine and Percocets.
What do you mean by Red/Craig?
She told the interviewers that Red is Craig in that interview.
Okay, same person.
Yes.
Okay. As early as October 5th, you had thumbed through her phone, right?
Yes.
And on that day, did you at some point, did you see messages in her phone between her and a contact saved as Craig?
Correct.
When do you remember first seeing those messages?
I believe I mentioned them on October 5th to her.
Okay. And did you ask her a question about Craig that day?
I did.
What was the question that you asked her?
I think I asked her specifically who is Craig.
Did you ask her whether there was anything?
You see the ignorant faces she continues making? Look at this. This is the most, for what she's sitting here going through right now. She's one of the most smug, ignorant people I've ever seen in my life. Where's the face at? Come on. Hold on.
Your Honor, I would introduce this as State's Exhibit 91. About Reds.
Red.
To do what?
To pay back a drug front.
Watch Leilani's
Over
face.
time,
It's
I
sickening.
guess by October 12th, in the interview with Special Agent Snyder and Special Agent Solomon that we watched more recently in time. Did that story change?
Yes, it did.
How did it change?
It moved from meeting Red for a drug front at the Flacco's Tacos into meeting Red/Craig on Arc Right to buy cocaine and Percocets.
What do you mean by Red/Craig?
She told the interviewers that Red is Craig in that interview.
Same person.
No, Walt. Craig Weston was her drug dealer / hit piece, whatever you guys call it. Side piece. I don't know what the hell it's called. I'm out of touch. I'm too old. Anyway, and this was one of the detectives, one of the lead detectives on the case. That's who this is. So, and she's explaining a couple other instances where Leilani was meeting up with this Craig guy. Booty call. There you go. Thank you, SRBB. BB. Appreciate it.
Okay.
Hold on, y'all. Give me 1 second to fix something real quick. Thank you, Mikey, for that, buddy. I appreciate that. And real quick, guys, I'm going to pin this in the chat. I appreciate anybody that chooses to support the channel in this way via Venmo, Cash App, or PayPal. That does keep the bills paid. I'm not going to re-announce it again, guys, until the end of the show and thank anybody for it, but that's it. So I'm just going to leave this sit up here for anybody that chooses to use it. Thank you very much. We do very much appreciate you for that. And it's something that we definitely do not expect from anybody. So thank you once again, Mike. And there we go. We're good. You don't have to worry about dropping it anymore now. Norma, welcome. Good to have you here tonight, Norma. No. Like I said, she's one of the lead detectives and is testifying to what one of the interactions, I believe, between Leilani and the drug dealer. So there we go.
As early as October 5th, you had thumbed through her phone, right?
Yes.
And on that day, did you at some point, did you see messages in her phone between her and a contact saved as Craig?
Correct.
When do you remember first seeing those messages?
I believe I mentioned them on October 5th to her.
Okay. And did you ask her a question about Craig that day?
I did.
What was the question that you asked her?
I think I asked her specifically, who is Craig?
And that's true. He didn't. He was compelled to testify. Didn't want to testify. You're okay, Walt. Oh my God, you're a mess. Anyway, it's great to have you here, Brian. Always. We do love you very much, sir. But yeah, he didn't want to, so therefore they pulled him off. We don't get to hear it or see it, and I think that's bullshit when it comes to this, because it's probably something that means something of importance. I think we deserve to see that. If we're going to see everything else, they should lie to him. They should show him too. So.
Did you ask her whether there was anything?
Again, it's wonderful to see you tonight, Norma. Thank you so much for being here.
What did she say?
Sorry, from my understanding, first off, they gave him immunity, but I understand somebody sent me an email yesterday or this morning, I'm sorry, that stated that he also got a favor done to him via one of his warrants or something, I believe. From what I understand, I didn't quite understand it, but either it was erased or it was lessened or something like that. They canceled out one of his arrest warrants or some shit like that. And that gave him because of his testimony, which I think that's bullshit. Sorry. And that's what I'm saying. He should not have had immunity. He could very well be part of the reason why she did what she did. Who knows? We don't know that. I think he had been arrested at one point. Truly. Miss Cheryl, you're here of wonderful. There it is right there. Yes. They dismissed one of his arrest warrants at the end. Are you serious? He's a criminal. So because he gave a testimony that nobody heard, except for them, of course, that he gets to get away with bullshit. No, sorry. That is bullshit. Thank you, Zelda. Well, maybe that could be it too. What we were talking about, but this could be it too for his safety from other drug dealers might recognize him and call him a snitch. That's a good point, Norma. Thank you for putting that out there because we were kind of curious. We were wondering if maybe he was an informant and didn't want to put it out there. So that does make some sense. Oh wow, that's nice to know, SRB. He was, as a teen, he was convicted for murder. He was 17. Jesus. See? Great people here. And it does make some sense. I gotta wonder. Good stuff. Great to have you here tonight, Stephen. Thank you for being with us. Phil asked you if you're here. Oh, well, yeah, Phil. She's right there. All right.
Say to that, if you remember.
I believe she referred to him as an older white male that was not red.
And it was on the 12th that she said actually Craig and Red are the same person.
Come on now, Phil. Your wife's sitting right next to you. Let's be respectful there, buddy. I think they do too, Brian. I agree. Elizabeth, welcome, my dear. Good to see you tonight. And did I miss something? Oh, I'm so sorry, Elizabeth. I hope everything gets better. I really do.
Yes.
And it's an African-American gentleman, right?
Yes.
Okay. On the 5th, you had seen messages between her and a contact saved as Craig, right? Day
Yes.
one. And did you ask her whether
Thank you,
there
Ms.
was
Zelda.
sexual going on between the two of them?
Yes, I did.
And what did she say about that?
I believe in that specific interview, I don't fully remember what she said.
Okay. At some point in the investigation, did she deny that though?
Yes, she did.
Okay. You later received a copy of her cell phone extraction, correct?
Yes.
And did you select and export from that cell phone extraction all of her communications with the contact saved as Craig?
Yes.
Do you see in front of you States Exhibit 91?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell us what that is?
So this is an extraction report of all communications and anything that has to do with the user she has saved as Craig.
Your Honor, I would introduce this as States Exhibit 91.
Submitted.
Now, does this exhibit show when she first saved Craig as a contact?
Yes, it does.
And what was that date?
On September 16th in 2022.
Okay, so that would have been how long before Quentin's disappearance? Like a little less than 3 weeks, maybe?
Correct.
Okay. And moving forward from that, is there a series of text message exchanges between the two of them leading up to October 4th?
Yes, text messages and phone calls.
Okay. And does this document include all of them?
Yes, it does.
Before we get into reading individual ones and describing when they were sent and received and so forth, let me just ask you, can you kind of summarize what these communications show as far as what was going on with the two of them, between the two of them during, say, late September, early October?
So pretty much from when LEILANI saved Craig into her phone, it appears that they began a sexual relationship and were scheduling meetups to meet and have sexual intercourse.
And where was it that they appear to be meeting?
At his place of residence.
And where is that?
Off of Arkwright.
Okay. On Arkwright Road?
Yes.
Off of Highway 204?
Yes.
Okay. And I think you testified earlier that you identified Craig as Craig Weston of Arkwright Road.
Yes.
Okay. Let me draw your attention to a few of these and have you talk us through them, okay?
Okay.
Can you go to line 7?
Yes.
So this thing is like, we've had some of these bubble style exports. This is a table style, right?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. It's just a different way of pushing text messages out of the Cellbrite extraction.
Yes.
Okay. Line 7. Can you walk us through this message, including like the date and time and who sent it to whom and what it says?
Okay. So again, these are only from Craig and LEILANI. So this one's from Craig saying WRY, which is commonly known as Where Are You? On September 25th at 2:24 a.m.
All right. So middle of the night.
Yeah.
All right. Line 8. Can you just kind of walk through these from that one through line 16?
Okay. So the previous message was at 2:24 a.m. The next one is from LEILANI at 2:25 that says, I'm home on Buckhalter. At 2:25 from Craig, hello. 2:26 a.m. from LEILANI, I can come back out there. At 2:38 a.m. from LEILANI, on the way. And then at 2:46 a.m., LEILANI sends a video message. This is a thumbnail of the video that she sent, and it appears to be of a trailer from inside of a vehicle.
Now, you've been to Arkwright Road?
I have.
And you've seen the structures out there?
Yes.
Does this appear to show that she was present there at that time?
I believe it's the back part of our break.
Okay. And that was at 2:46.
Correct.
So it looks like she's there at that point.
Yes.
Okay. Moving on to line 13.
So at 2:48 a.m., Craig says, okay, 1 minute. And then it skips to 5:55 p.m. So several hours later.
That would be like 13 hours later or something
Yes.
like that. Okay.
Craig asked, you okay today? You man here.
And how did she respond to that?
At 6:54 p.m., she says, yeah, I'm okay. He's on his BS today, and I don't feel like arguing. And then in response at 6:58 p.m., Craig says, okay, well, was thinking about you.
All right. So is that set of messages that we described, does that appear to be the first visit by the defendant to Craig that we see reflected in this set of messages, at least?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, I'd like to go forward to line 62 on page 5.
Okay.
And if you could just do the same thing for 62 through 76. Go nice and slow with the times and everything.
Okay. So this is on September 26th at 11:59 p.m. from LEILANI. On the way now, be there in about 12 to 14 minutes. At 12:04 a.m., Craig initiates a phone call and they speak for 53 seconds. At 12:05 a.m., Craig says, okay. At 12:06 a.m., Craig says, okay, I'm in back to my camper. Stay close to your left. My dog gonna try eat your car, but he.
Thank you, Phil, for that. I can't tell who got it. Congratulations to whoever did receive it. Welcome to the sauce. And Phil, thank you very much. We appreciate that so very much. Congrats, Kim Brulette. Welcome to the sauce. Another meatball in the house, guys. Thank you so very much for that. We got 12 meatballs tonight. That's awesome. Welcome to the family, Kim. We appreciate you so much. And again, Phil, God bless. We appreciate that. So generous.
One.
And the next one?
At 12:16 a.m., Craig says hello. At 12:16 a.m., LEILANI says, okay, I'm passing Quaco now. At
Welcome, Stitches. Good to see you.
LEILANI initiates a phone call for 19 seconds with Craig.
Thanks for joining,
And then
Stitches.
at 12:21 a.m., Craig says door open. Then skipping to 1:22 a.m., the previous was at 12:21. LEILANI says, I'm home. I love those hugs.
I'm home. I love those hugs.
Yep.
All right. So based on when she said she was passing Quaco Road on the way there, and when she says, I'm home, I love those hugs, roughly how long does it appear that she spent at Craig's place that night?
Roughly 45 minutes.
Okay. Moving on to line 41. When is this message sent in relation to the last one we just read?
Yep. So the last one was at 1:22, where she's saying, I'm home. I love those hugs. The following message is from Craig at 1:26 a.m. And it says, okay, not more than I did. I was about to grab that kitty one time.
What did she say to that?
In response at 1:26, she said, LMFAO, you most definitely could have, exclamation point.
That's just disgusting. For those of you that don't know what that means, he said he was about to grab that kitty one time, and she said, you definitely could have, which means he was going to do something sexual to her. Okay? It's gross. She's so nasty. Absolutely nasty.
And then at one,
Do you think people generally know what LMFAO means?
let's laugh my fucking ass off. In case you didn't.
No. All right. 73. What's that? What does that one say?
73 is at 1:29 a.m. from Craig. Shit, I sure wanted to, like I see how it looked, FR.
Try that one again. Sorry. Read it slowly.
And before you do that, what date are we on?
9:27.
Early morning hours of September 27th. Okay. Go ahead. With 73.
Yep. 73 at 1:29 a.m. Shit, I sure wanted to, like to see how it looked, FR.
What does that for mean?
For real.
How does the defendant respond to that in line 74?
So 74 at 1:36 a.m. is a response from LEILANI sending a video message to Craig of herself masturbating.
75.
75 is at 1:38. So after the video message, Craig says, "Damn, you just made me hard as fuck. Thank you."
And 76.
76 is at 1:39 a.m.
Trigger warning. Content may include sensitive or violent content not suitable for all viewers. Feel free to step out if needed. Trigger warning.
Sorry, folks. That might not be for everybody, but it's gross. So anyway, just to give you guys a little bit of a warning, they're talking about some nasty stuff in here. So just understand. I might jump on that a little bit, Elizabeth. We'll see how fast we get through this. Thank you, Lisa.
From Leilani. Well, shit, I'm glad I did.
Moving on to 117. And this will be the last set that I'll ask you to read, okay? If you could take us through 117 through 131. Stop at 131, okay?
Okay. So it's on October 1st at 12:24 a.m. is the first message from Leilani. Dealing with Danny flipping his shit. As soon as I can leave here, I'll let you know. Craig responds at 12:34 a.m. K. And then at 1:14 a.m. from Craig, if you can't come out, it's okay. At 1:15 a.m. from Leilani, I'm about to head that way, just probably can only stay for a couple hours though. Is that okay? Then at 1:22 a.m., Leilani says, heading to the car now. At 1:22 a.m., Leilani says, be there in about 20. At 1:25 a.m., Craig says, well, you want to park at rideshare.
What is rideshare?
It's pretty much just like an empty parking lot about a quarter mile from Arkwright. It's commonly known in that area as the rideshare.
Okay, go ahead.
At 1:26 a.m., Leilani says, yeah, I will. At 1:56 a.m., Leilani says, just pulled into the rideshare. At 2 a.m., they have a 2-second conversation over the phone. At 2 a.m., Craig says 2 min, which is 2 minutes. And then at 2:01, Leilani says, okay.
All right, so per those messages, it looks like by shortly after 2 a.m. they would have been together then?
Yes.
Okay. And the next message, 129?
So that one is at 3:23 a.m. The previous.
Thank you, Miss Cal, for gifting that membership. That was awesome of you. Let's see who got it. Really appreciate that, Kel. Congrats, Resi Light. Welcome to the sauce. Thank you for joining us. What's up, Resi? Good to see you tonight. Great to have you here. And congratulations. Again, thank you so much, Kel. I appreciate that so much.
Previous was at 2:01. Craig's
almost like an hour and a half has passed or so.
Yes,
Okay.
more than an hour. That was good as fuck. I'll take that anytime. FRI, no, I made you come for a long time.
That was from Craig to the defendant.
Yes.
All right, the next message.
That one's at 3:56 a.m. from Leilani. I would be down to do that again anytime.
131.
At 3:56 a.m., Leilani says, and yes, you did for good ass men. And then the following message is at 11:59 p.m.
So how much time has passed at this point?
Well over 12 hours.
Okay, so this is like the next night.
Yes.
Okay.
What is the date now?
It is 10:1. So at 11:59, Craig says, okay. On 10:2 at 9:02 a.m., Leilani says, yes, I'm okay. She then responds, about to drive over there actually. At 9:46 a.m., Craig responds, damn, you was tired or I got rid of a lot of your stress. At 9:46, Craig says, LOL. At 9:47, Leilani says, a lot of stress was released. I need that sleep. At 9:54 a.m., Craig says, that's good. Shit, I was ready for round 2 last night, but it's okay. You needed that rest. You look well rested.
And then 140.
And then
This is gross.
140 is at 9:57 a.m. from Leilani. I'm still wiping the crust from my eyes.
All right. So these seem to show that over the week leading up to Quentin's disappearance, that the defendant was getting male attention from Craig like 3-4 times, something like that.
It would appear so, yes.
One moment, please, Your Honor. No further questions.
Did you hear?
I do have a few of my states exhibits.
Thank God.
Detective Lemons, let's talk about the text messages you didn't mention.
Okay.
I'll start on page 1. So the contact for Craig was added on September 16th, correct?
Yes.
That's the first time that this appears anywhere in here to the best of your knowledge and mine, correct?
Yes.
Right. Did you see anything to this number prior to that?
No.
Okay. So on the first page, instant message 6, if you would, did Mr. Dean ask you to read that one?
No, he didn't.
Okay. What does that one say? And who's it from and who's it to?
On 9:25 at 2:23 a.m., Leilani says, I needed a 50, but no one was there.
What is a 50 commonly referred to as? Is that a drug slang?
I believe it's just a number.
I needed a 50, but no one was there?
I don't know what she was intending there. I mean, I can assume it's drug lingo, but what exactly it is, I don't know.
Okay. Well, you seem to know what WRY meant, correct?
Yes.
And you're currently stationed at C&T, correct?
I am.
Okay. So using your experience and your knowledge as an agent over at the counter narcotics team, when someone says they need a 50, what are they commonly referring to?
Ask and answer.
I'm going to allow Mr. Hilliard his line of questioning.
So my understanding is almost everyone has their own drug knowledge. Usually when I don't know something, I'll ask one of the other agents there. So right now I don't know what she's referring to.
All right. So let's move on then. Look at
He really does ask the dumbest and most irrelevant questions. That's a great statement, SRB. Truly. Okay, it could be it could be a 50 gram, whatever. I don't know it either, to be honest with you. If she don't know it, she works in drugs. There's a problem. Okay, that would do nothing but make Leilani look bad anyway. So I don't understand what that question means. He's such an idiot.
Let me go back and just start from the beginning with this.
Now he can't even find anything. Pathetic. You're a great attorney there, bro.
On page 3, line 26, who is that from and who is that to? And what does it say?
It is from Craig to Leilani, and it says, I'm going to be your first black guy, not that it matters.
And that was on September 26th?
Yes.
And at that point in time, that seems to imply at least that they had not done anything, correct?
Welcome, Miss Barbara. Great to have you here again tonight. I hope you're doing wonderful as always. It's great to see you. Yeah, he's definitely slow, Stephen.
Yes.
Okay. So and let's look at number 42, September 26th. Who's that from and who's that?
Absolutely, Zelda.
You said 42?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That one's from Leilani. Y'all got perks or anything like that?
What do you think was meant by perks?
Percocet.
And number 43, what was the reply?
From Craig, no, I'll check around.
Okay. And number 52 at the bottom right there, who's that from and who's that to?
That one is from Leilani to Craig.
And what's that asking for?
You got a half of tree.
And what is that referring to?
I believe that's marijuana.
Okay. And
Okay, so this ain't helping her. It just shows how much of a drug addict she was.
The instant message that y'all are referring to was, I believe Mr. Dean asked you about. Where it looks like, I guess they met at the ride share. What day was that again? I think it was October 1st, if I'm not mistaken. And does that seem to be when there was some sort of activity between the two of them?
Yes.
And on,
He's not even making a point, you guys.
I think it's the last page, but I'm not mistaken. All right, here we go. It's like number 143 at the top of the last page. Who is that from and who is that to?
That is from Leilani to Craig.
And what's that saying on October 2nd?
About to head over there and grab his ass a 40, so he'll shut up.
And that's to Craig, correct?
Yes.
All right. And on October 3rd at 3:30, who is that from and who is that to?
Which line?
Number 147.
That one is from Leilani to Craig.
And what was that one saying?
Just sent 30 Danny coming in for it.
That's all the questions I have with regard to this exhibit, Judge. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Hilliard.
Could somebody please tell me what the point in that cross was? What was the point behind those questions? That was so stupid. It made no sense. If anything, it made his client look stupider or worse. That's true too, Doodle.
Can you redirect?
So she's not just sleeping with him, he's also involved in supplying her drugs.
Correct.
Isn't that exactly what we've been saying?
Yes.
We talked about the number of meetups that you can clearly see in these text messages and how long they seem to have lasted, right?
Yes.
On the night of October 4th, the night that we're concerned with your, was there any text message set up?
No.
Was there any text message communications with them at all?
No.
Between them at all, I should say?
No.
And how long did the GPS data establish that she was there for that night?
10 minutes.
And how does that relate in length to the previous visits that we've talked about?
I think the shortest one is 45 for their meetups.
So much shorter.
Yes.
No further questions.
That just made her attorney look like a complete idiot.
You may take your seat once again. The state may call its next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Craig Weston.
Okay, and at this point, this is where video.
I'm definitely going to try to find the transcripts for his testimony because now I'm dead curious about it.
Kimberly Johnson.
Hold on. Sorry. Oh, yeah, Doodle. Absolutely. Absolutely, yes. Yeah, Barbara, you should know. I mean, doesn't she seem to be the same type of person, you know? And I hope she does go down. I'm tired of her name popping up every time I cover a case. Welcome, Mr. James Tate. Good to see you tonight, my friend. Tell Miss Marion we said hello and we love her. Okay. Mama Bear said, I'm glad that they're not airing it because I really don't want to hear him talk about. No, I agree, Mama Bear, with that. I just think it's bullshit that he's getting special treatment because of what? You know what I mean? It just blows my mind. But I agree with that part. Oh, there's Miss Marion. Hello. Thank you for being here, dear. We appreciate you, all three of you, very much. It's great to have you guys. I love the way that you guys all come in together, too. That's awesome. It's a great family here, folks. Miss Barbara Hall, Marion Tate, and James Tate are amazing people. We appreciate you guys so very much again. Thank you for being here.
Please vote and raise your right hand. Do you have interest in your report and jury in the trial of this issue? Should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Step this way, ma'am.
Exactly, Norm.
Good afternoon. What's your name?
Good afternoon. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, I'm Kimberly Johnson. I work for the Federal Bureau of Investigation as a forensic accountant.
You know what? Mystery? That is kind of true. Mystery just said, I'm sick of seeing Booney on every damn thumbnail, and yet those covering the trial never covered the original covers. That's a good point, because I covered this from beginning to end, and I'm struggling with the trial because of this trial. So we're going to be watching it, pieces of it, especially Sarah testified today, so I'm going to show that either on the morning show or tonight, depending on how much of this we get through, and how much of it there is. I might just jump from that to Sarah's testimony tonight, depending on how much time we have. So if I can shut my mouth. But that's a huge point, Mystery. I agree with you on that. People just want to cover the trial now. Didn't cover any of the other covers or show any of it. I covered it all. And that's something that means something to me, I think. All right, Mikey, be careful, brother.
Is that different from a special agent?
Yes, no gun, no badge.
What does a forensic accountant do? What do you do day to day?
I'm tasked with using financial information as it relates to criminal investigation.
Can you tell me a little bit more about that?
Mostly bank records, titles, tax records, whatever may come in, invoices from a company, just trying to put the picture together from the money side of an investigation.
So is it fair to say that day to day you're in an office analyzing like Excel spreadsheets and things like this?
Yes, in an office behind a computer.
How long have you been doing that for the FBI?
Just short of 27 years.
Do you have any collateral duties or I guess like side responsibilities at the FBI?
I do. I'm collateral duty as a member of the evidence response team.
And what is the evidence response team?
We are a team that goes out for searches and crime scenes, and we're responsible for collecting and packaging evidence that's discovered.
How did you as a forensic accountant become a member of the evidence response team?
It was voluntary, and like I said, it's collateral to my regular job. And me personally, I was motivated after 9/11.
Is it a volunteer duty or service on the ERT?
Yes, it's absolutely voluntary.
In your capacity as a member of the evidence response team, were you involved in a landfill search looking for Quentin Simon?
I was.
Can you tell us how you were involved initially?
Yes, initially I was just a searcher called up to help work the lines. Later in the search, I had a few days where I acted as team leader.
And what does the team leader do out there?
Basically responsible for managing the search and the personnel on that day.
And were you the team leader on duty at the Waste Management Superior Landfill on the day that the search team out there found Quentin?
I was.
I'd like to ask you a little bit about the layout of the landfill search. What was the search area? Can you describe that?
It was basically the area that was identified in the landfill where they were digging the trash out for us to search.
Sort of a hillside
Yeah.
of garbage?
Yes.
And what was the search deck?
The deck was where they actually spread the garbage that they'd taken out of the search area. They spread it along the deck so we could go through and manually search through it for what we were looking for.
So aside from the search area up on the hill and the search deck where everything was being laid out to be searched, what else was out there? What was the rest of the setup like?
So kind of looking at it from the perspective of walking to the deck, there was a road that we would enter in from, and
now,
then
before you go,
sorry,
is that the perimeter road that kind of goes around the landfill?
That's correct.
Okay, go ahead.
So there was kind of a driveway, is how I would describe it, that we would, after we got our PPE on and such, we would walk up onto the deck. So from the perspective of walking towards the deck, on the right side, they had tents and chairs set up for us to be able to take breaks without actually leaving the search deck and having to take all of our equipment off. To the left, there was an area where the deck boss and the logistics people and the safety officers kind of observed us as we were searching. So that's kind of how it's split.
What about the forensic?
Agreed, mystery.
Forensic anthropologist out there?
There was, and she was, so turning around and walking towards the road, she was kind of, as you exited the driveway, she was on the other side of the road set up in a tent. Then to the right of her, there was a tent with all of the protective equipment. That's where we would grab our stuff. To the right of that, there was a tent where we could sit and put our suits on and everything. There was drinks in there. That's where they would set out the lunches for us to grab. And then to the left of the tent, there was another supply trailer. So that was like extra supplies. So the logistics guys would bring them from there to the tent if we were running low on gloves or whatever.
I'd like to ask you a few questions about the different personnel that was in their different roles. You've talked about the team leader role a little bit. As a team leader, what sort of gear did you have on a day-to-day basis?
Pretty much the same as searchers. We were dressed out in regular PPE. In addition, we had buckets or those silver like catering trays that we would collect items that people found while they were searching that would then go to the forensic anthropologist to scan through.
So you had a bucket or a tray?
Yeah, like the Home Depot, like the 5-gallon bucket, or like I said, those silver catering trays.
And what would you do with the bucket or tray? Just kind of walk me through how that would work.
Okay. We didn't want to leave the deck because we were suited up. So there'd be a runner that would come up and meet us kind of at that driveway area and take whatever we had collected from the line and then take it across the road to the tent where the forensic anthropologist was so she could do her screening.
What was the process of collecting material from the line? Just what did that look like? You have this bucket in your hand. What happens?
Yeah, so everybody did it a little bit different, each individual. Most people, when they got dressed, we called it a bone bag on there. They taped it to their suit and used tongs to pull out things that they thought were of interest, and it would go to the bone bag. It saved you from having to call somebody over every time you found something. So at the end of the line, when we were done, it was considered complete. Then we'd go along that line and basically dump everything into the buckets out of the trays and then send them across the road.
All right, so it's the individual searchers that have the bone bag, and then at the end of that line, all that gets dumped in a bucket and run to the anthropologist across the road, if I understand you correctly?
Correct.
Okay. Tell me about the searchers. Who were these people, and what were they wearing and using in terms of equipment?
Okay. We had representatives from federal, state, and local departments. I think over the 5-week span, there was over 75 different people that came out just to help us search. The PPE, it started with a pair of steel toe boots. They were required. And then a white Tyvek suit, which is the white suits that look like paper. They're not paper. They're more like a nylon plastic, not very breathable. So pretty hot. And then we had booties over that we were duct taped around our ankles. And then a yellow like plastic bootie over that, like a taller boot on top of that. Then we had safety vest on. We were gloved up. Most people put cotton gloves on, and then what we call a nitrile glove, which is like a surgical glove. And then that was duct taped to the Tyvek suit. And then we put work gloves on top of that. And then we had boonie caps. Most people, because it has a wide brim, to kind of keep the sun off of us. We were required to wear safety goggles and what we call half face respirator. So if you can imagine like an oxygen mask is how it fits over your mouth and nose. And then it has like detachable, not reusable, throwaway filters on them. They also were hot, but it helped us keep the smell down. So, we didn't like wearing them, but it was helpful. Like I said, bone bags taped on our hips.
I think you mentioned tongs earlier. Was there any other sort of implement that you all would use for the actual searching the lines themselves?
Yes, we used, I think they call them firemen's rakes, but they're big 6-foot-ish long, heavy kind of rakes. And they've got 3 or 4 prongs, like wide prongs on the end to kind of.
I truly agree with that statement, Mystery. I really do.
Rake through the trash and pick out stuff as you're going through it. So.
Now, we're gonna see some pictures, but I just want to ask you, what does trash look like as you're going through it on the search deck? We all throw away bags of trash and they get carried away from our house and then they're gone. But what does it look like by the time that you're out there on the search deck going through it?
It doesn't look like a pile of bags. By the time it got to the point where we saw it,
Amen.
it had been shredded and mashed and mixed with dirt. So it's kind of just a gray, muddy looking field. You do occasionally find an intact bag or an intact piece of furniture or a roll of carpet, but most of the things that we found were broken in pieces. And if we would find like an intact bag, you'd get together with, another person or two other people to kind of rip those bags open to make sure that there wasn't anything that was of interest in there, or unroll the carpet rolls. Or
Now, were there heavy equipment operators out there helping you all conduct the search?
There were.
Can you tell me what kind of gear they were using and what they were doing with it?
So there was an excavator on the hill at the search area that would scoop the trash out and put it in a dump truck. And then once the dump truck was full, they would drive it up down to the deck, and then kind of bounce along and kind of dump the trash out in kind of a line. And then there was a smaller excavator that came along and kind of spread it so it wasn't quite so deep, spread it thin, so it was a little bit easier to get through because it's pretty heavy.
And once the excavator had come and sort of spread it out on the deck, what do you call that?
I called it a line. I don't know if people might have called it different things, but I just referred to it as a line.
Other personnel, you mentioned the forensic anthropologist at this point. I think this person has come up. Who was this person? Not necessarily the name, but where they came from and how they got there.
Yeah, thanks. I'm not good with names. She was, my understanding, contracted from Georgia Southern University, and she would come out to provide that expertise. And she would normally bring one or two of her students with her to help her with the task.
And what was the purpose she was serving? What was her function?
She was the subject matter expert on the bones and things that we may find. In our roles, I'm no expert at the difference between what this bone looks like and what this bone looks like. So we picked up the bones, and then she let us know, if they were of any importance or not.
So it's like a screening role.
A screening role for sure.
Might be of human origin. This definitely isn't, that kind of thing.
Correct.
Now, just to be clear, this is a different person in a different role from the forensic anthropologist at the lab.
Oh, yes. Yes.
Okay. Why do you need this forensic anthropologist out there conducting this screening role? Do you find a lot of bones in the landfill?
You do.
Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, we probably, to say hundreds of bones a day would probably not be exaggerating. If you can imagine every chicken wing place, barbecue restaurant, animals that were disposed of, there's a lot of bones.
And can you describe kind of how the screening process would work from emptying the contents of the bone bags into the bucket onward?
Yeah, like I said, the runner would come and get them off the deck from us, take them to the forensic anthropologist. Wasn't really involved in her actual process, but she would go through everything that we had picked up and determine if there was anything of human nature. And if not, then it's my understanding that they were then thrown away.
Now, I'd like to ask you just about kind of the workflow of the day, starting with everybody getting together to go to the landfill on a given morning.
Okay.
Can you tell us about that?
Again, is this something else everybody wants to hear? Or do you want me to skip forward on this? Let me know. I'm good either way. I just want to know what you guys want. That's what's important. I'll tell you what I'll do. If you want me to skip forward on this, push 1. If you want me to leave it where it is and let it play, hit 2 in the chat, please. And thank you. I have no problem showing any pictures if you want. It's up to you. That's 1-1. Like I said, some of this stuff is really irrelevant because it's obvious that we know what we know at this point. We know that he was found. We know where he was found. And we know, Okay, so let me get through her then. I'll show you guys the pictures and then we'll go forward from there. Hey, Lori, good to see you tonight, dear.
Is this a selection of photographs of the landfill search operation?
Yes.
Do they fairly and accurately depict the operation as it appeared to you?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move these in the State's Exhibit 76.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, this first photo here, can you
Wonderful to have you here tonight, Lori. I hope you're having a wonderful night, and we really, really appreciate you being here.
describe where the photographer is standing as this picture is taken?
Yeah, kind of at the base. I talked about the driveway that we walked up to get to the deck. So she's like kind of to the right of that driveway. So the deck would be the upper left. The search area would be, I'm sorry, upper right. The search area is on the left there with that excavator. And then the road, these guys here are kind of standing on the inside of the road.
So this is like that perimeter road that runs along the outside of the landfill?
Yes.
Okay. This next photograph, you described earlier, there's an excavator up in the search area that would scoop out trash and load it into a dump truck to be taken down to the search deck. Is that what we're seeing here, this excavator and this dump truck?
Yes.
And this guy working this excavator and this other fellow standing out here, were they law enforcement or did they work for the landfill?
They were employees of the landfill. I believe one of the heavy equipment operators was from Chatham County Parks and Rec. And I think he just volunteered because he was knowledgeable in heavy equipment operations. So
This next photograph, what are we looking at here?
those are the boots. So you basically have the booties and the tie, that's the white Tyvek I was talking about. And then these yellow covers went over that. And that's what we were all duct taping with.
So you got
It
steel
was
toe
still-
boots under this gray booty here.
Correct.
I agree, Lori, considering that's why it took them so long. And plus, he was spread out all over the place. I hate saying that, but it was a lot. It really was a lot. I feel so bad for them having to do that, but God bless the fact that they did. We'd have never seen him or found him at that point. So it was an amazing feat that they accomplished with this, and I do agree with you.
Over the gray booty, you get the yellow rubber or plastic.
Yes. And the bone bags we used, those were actually the bags that the booties came in. So we kind of multi-purpose that. So about the size of a loaf of bread, if you can imagine that size of bag. So
The next photograph, is this on that perimeter road?
yes,
And then we can see the search area on the far right there.
correct.
Right, and that, with that driveway thing
Probably
just
be
off frame
To the right, yeah.
Okay. What is happening in this picture?
It looks like we're suiting up to go back in probably after lunch, giving as bright as it is.
About how many searchers on any given day?
It varied a lot more in the beginning, like could be close to 40 in the beginning. And then, you know, as people had to split up and go do other things, never less than 20 though, probably 20, 25, 30 on average.
The next picture, what are we seeing here? What's happening in this picture?
This is us coming onto the deck and just kind of getting perused by the safety officers to make sure that we had everything on that we were supposed to have.
The next picture?
Yeah, those are the fireman's rakes I was talking about. And they had a tarp that we could lay them on when we took breaks, and at lunch we could leave them on the deck without having to carry them out of the deck.
This next picture?
Yeah, that's the line. That's the process. It just lined up in a straight line, or tried to, and then everybody just kind of took their 2 or 3 foot section and just kind of worked their way to the other side of the line.
Now, zooming in on this, is this what we're looking at here, this garbage on the ground? Is this more or less representative of what this stuff looked like as y'all were going through it?
Yes.
What did it smell like out there?
It smelled bad. Like I said, the respirators help, but you'd go home and it would still be in your nose. Some people would put vapor rub underneath their nostrils to kind of help with it. So you cut yourself breathing out of your mouth as much as possible. So it's nasty.
What are we seeing in this picture here?
That's one of the buckets. Like I said, some people use the bone bags. Some people, we'd have buckets along the way that they could throw something into. And again, the process, it kind of varied by day. And like in this case, I don't know why, but we would start in a line and we would end up in a circle almost every single time. I'm not really sure how it happened. Tried to stay in straight and always ended up in a circle, but I guess it worked. So.
This searcher right here, who appears to be, I don't know, tossing something into the bucket, perhaps. Do you recognize this person?
I'm just saying, but from the blonde ponytail, I would think it might be Officer Zerki, but I'm not sure since we all kind of look the same in our get-ups there. So.
Fair enough. Do you remember Officer Zerki being out there?
I do.
What do you remember about her involvement?
She had a knack for finding bones. She almost always had the fullest bone bag at the end of a line. She just had the eye to catch everything, I felt like. So she was really good at what she did. So.
What about her level of commitment to this operation?
Well, she was one of them that was there every day. So that says something. She was never sick or had to call off or anything.
Was that typical? I mean, were there people that were involved in this for a period of time and then, tapped out after some days and unvolunteered, I guess?
Yeah, I don't know if it was so much unvolunteered, but this comes up in the middle of people's lives unexpectedly. So you might have a work commitment, you might have a personal commitment. But her and a few others from Chatham County PD were there every single day.
Now, this next photograph with this series of trays here, who are we looking at here?
Yeah, I believe that's the forensic anthropologist, again with the mask.
Trigger warning. Content may include sensitive or violent content not suitable for all viewers. Feel free to step out if needed.
Just in case.
Kind of hard to tell, but and that's the catering tray I was talking about. So she would go through those.
Welcome, Teresa. Great to see you tonight. Thank you so much for joining us. Agreed, Norma. Agreed.
I separate things out, take a look, analyze it, screen it. That was what she was there for.
And just to be clear, this is not an image of Quentin's remains. This is just like
No,
a
yeah, it
given
looks
day.
like just a regular, but just the results of a line search.
Okay. And she's about to go through those and
Looks like it, yes.
determine that none of them are Quentin.
Yes.
I'd like to ask you about November 18, 2022, the day that Quentin was found. You said earlier you were the team leader out there that day.
I was.
What do you remember about how that unfolded?
Started off like a regular search day. It was much cooler than it had been, which it was a relief not to be so hot. It was also the last day we were going to search before shutting down for that Thanksgiving holiday. It had been determined that we weren't going to work that week. We were going to suspend the search until after Thanksgiving. So it was kind of the last day and then everybody was going to get a break.
And when did that day go from being the normal kind of tedious day like you'd been having to something different?
About midday. It was before lunch. Someone signaled from the line that if you found something that seemed unusual, you always kind of like raised your hand and gave a heads up. And this occurred that morning, late morning. Indicated that they had found something that didn't look like everything else we've been seeing. It appeared to be a piece of a skull.
After that was found, what do you remember about how things played out next?
That was taken to the forensic anthropologist right away. We finished that line that we were working on, took everything that we had collected to the forensic anthropologist, cut out, and went ahead and went to lunch. And I don't remember if it was during lunch or right after we went back after lunch to start the next line. But the forensic anthropologist confirmed that she thought we did have human remains. So we continued the search of the line, and then at some point they determined that we needed to respread the line we did before lunch and search it again.
All told, how many different lines do you remember Quentin being found over?
I think just a couple, because we did, I want to say 2 after that we didn't find anything else in.
And is that how y'all decided kind of you were at a stopping point?
Yeah, I think it was that the forensic anthropologist, I think, determined that there was enough that had been collected to do identification purposes. It was getting late. We were running out of daylight. So I think the people that decided those things decided that we were at a place where we could stop.
About how long do you remember it being from, the moment that very recognizable piece of skull is found to when y'all finished up and were done for that day?
It was late. It was getting dark because it was after the time change. I don't think we got back to the parking lot till after 5. I drove home in the dark, so we were out there quite a while because there was a lot of things to do on top of what we had found. We were breaking down for the week, closing things up and stuff. So
at some point during that sort of ongoing process of finding Quentin that day, did the case agent?
And Carter in the house. What's going on, Miss Ange? Good to see you tonight. I'm glad you're here with us. I hope you're having a great start to your week. Thanks for joining us, Ange. Appreciate you.
Agents show up to take custody of Quentin and package his remains?
Yes, I think all of the investigative agents were there by mid-afternoon at the latest.
And was this your last day at the landfill, or did you have to come back at any point for anything?
It was the last search day, as it turned out. We didn't know that at the time. The scene was not closed because we didn't know for sure what had been found. But after that was confirmed, preliminary confirmation that it was likely Quentin's remains, then we went back the Monday after Thanksgiving, which I think was the 28th of November, and we broke the scene down at that point.
One moment, please. No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Mr. Hilliard?
I don't have any questions for this witness, Judge.
All right, may she be excused?
Yes.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
Surprise. No worries, Teresa. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you. All right. And so the state may call its next witness.
Sophia Zerki.
Please reflect and raise your right hand. The evidence you shall give the court and jury in the trial. This issue should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir.
This way, ma'am.
Thank you. All right, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you introduce yourself to the jury, please?
My name is Sophia Zerki.
That is the last name that I'm going to have to ask you to spell.
Zurkee.
And I take
it easy, Walt.
I take it you're a Chatham County police officer?
Yes, sir.
How long have you been with the Chatham County
I
Police?
have been with the Chatham County Police Department.
Welcome back,
since
Mike.
December of 2021.
Did you work at any other police departments prior to joining the Chatham County Police Department?
Yes, sir.
Where was that?
The Sedgwick County Sheriff's Office in Kansas.
Okay. How'd you end up coming here from Kansas?
I moved here being in law enforcement. It's a very stressful job. So Georgia offers a lot to do outside of work, the ocean, the beach. So it's very beautiful here.
Now you're here today because you're the first person to find a piece of Quentin, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, I'd like to show you slide 8 from State's Exhibit 3, which has already been admitted into evidence.
Trigger warning. Content may include sensitive or violent content not suitable for all viewers. Feel free to step out if needed.
This has been introduced and admitted into evidence as a still frame from Sergeant Stewart's body-worn camera from the initial response to 535 Buckhalter Road on October 5th. Is that you there?
Yes, sir, it is.
Was this your beat that you were patrolling that day or no?
It was not. I was in beat 8 that day. This is considered beat 7.
And how did you end up there?
When there is a missing child, time is of the essence. So it's all hands on deck at that point. So I went over to assist with the search.
And on this day, were you involved in canvassing the neighborhood or the woods or something like that, looking for Quentin?
Yes, sir.
Is it fair to say that you started looking for Quentin initially on October 5th?
Yes, sir.
Day one. Later, did you become involved in the search of the landfill?
Yes, sir.
How did you become involved in that?
I asked to be a volunteer to help.
Had you heard? I mean, I presume you had heard that this was a thing that was about to start happening.
Correct.
How did you hear about it?
Our department.
And were they soliciting like department-wide for volunteers or what?
I can't recall on that. I just know they asked us to be some extra hands to help.
And you volunteered, you say?
Yes, sir.
Why is that?
Being one of the first on scene, I wanted to see it through and to help in any way that I could.
And going forward from that, were you involved as a searcher at the landfill?
Yes, sir.
What day did you start on? Not necessarily the date, but like, was it the first day of the landfill search?
Yes. Yes, I was there for the first day.
And were you involved throughout?
Yes.
Was there any day that search operation was going on that you weren't there?
No, sir.
Could you have gotten out of it at some point if you had wanted to?
Yes.
What was that like doing that for, I don't know, 5 weeks or whatever it was?
It was a lot. It was mentally, emotionally, and physically draining every single day.
Now, I'd like to draw your attention to November 18, 2022, the day that Nick Quinton was found out there. What do you remember about the morning?
From what I can recall, it was like every other morning it started out. We have a briefing, kind of talk about how the day is going to go. We get ready when we start searching. Would you like me to kind of go through, our attire, be more specific in that aspect? Or?
No, we've had that with a previous
Okay.
witness. So I guess let me ask you this. In the morning, was it a normal day?
Yes, sir.
What do you remember about the point where it became not a normal day?
I was just breaking through the garbage, and then I had observed a white small object could fit in the palm of my hand. It looked like bone to me. So I remember seeing my Lieutenant Foster, because they were all on the side, and contacting him, and they came over and removed it.
I'd like to approach with what's been introduced into evidence as State's Exhibit 77.
And 77 has been admitted. Is that correct?
It has been.
Okay.
That was the one.
Can you look through here and tell me if you recognize the object that you're describing?
Yes, I do.
Is that it on the first page there?
Yes, sir.
Can you pull this out and display it to the jury, please?
Yes, this is the object that I was talking about.
What do you remember happening from there?
I just remember notifying my lieutenant and then coming over and collecting it.
And then after that?
We continue to search.
And did you yourself find any more items of note?
I don't recall, because really any items that we found that we thought were potentially bones, we would put in the buckets for them to collect and to get tested. So whether or not specifically I found any other items that were tested.
Yeah, it's a difficult thing for you to
Right.
answer, right? Let me ask you this. After having been out there for weeks, going through line after line, tell me what it felt like to see that little piece of Quentin's skull and pick it up and realize what it was.
It was heartbreaking.
Was it rewarding also? I have no further questions.
Aww.
I don't have any questions, Judge.
See, this is what these are human beings. This is what's supposed to happen, not that cold, disgusting piece of meat sack that's sitting there watching this, not even pretending to cry. Fucking disgusting. Makes me sick to my stomach. This poor officer. This is damn. This is what pisses me off, you guys. Fucking loser.
Okay. And so at this point, Mr. Dean, does the state have another witness to call today?
One moment, please.
Oh, don't pretend like you're crying now, you dumb bitch. Excuse my language, you guys. This makes me nuts.
Not today.
Thank you. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we have an early day. Never quite know what we're going to have, but today is an early day. We're going to stop here. I'm going to excuse you for the evening with the instructions that you probably know by heart now. Don't discuss the case. Don't do any research.
Good, because I can't stand to look at her anymore. I cannot stand to look at her anymore. Especially after that bullshit. And then she faked to cry. Give me a break. Give me a damn break. I don't understand. Don't understand how she's still breathing. Sorry, you guys. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Mike says, Dago, I have forgotten the most important, and that is you. Thank you for all you do. We appreciate you and the community you have built. Thank you, Mikey. I appreciate that very much. Hey, Stormy. Good to see you. Thank you, brother. That means a lot to me. It does. Thank you very much, bro. Oh, I'm so sick right now. Give me a second, guys. All right, guys, we're going to jump into this here real quick. Since we do have some time, and I haven't really been able to cover this. This was today's testimony. The loon herself gets up on the stand. So I thought we should look into some of this too. Excuse me. All right. Let me know once the audio starts. Let me know if you hear it okay, guys.
We're back on the record. Case number 2020 CF 2603, State of Florida versus Sarah Boon. Let me get appearances for the state.
Dave Castro on behalf of the state.
All right. Thank God, guys. We can finally get started. Exotic is here. All right. Okay, guys. Can you guys hear this okay? Yeah, Norma, she was. It was a lot. Welcome, Exotic. Thank you for being here. Stormy, it's wonderful to have you back as well. Let me know if you guys can hear this real quick so I can make sure the audio is okay.
James for the state.
Defense.
Okay, thank you, Lori. All right, let's get rolling here.
County Henderson from Ms. Boon.
Ms. Boon is seated at council's table wearing the same black jacket and blue blouse from this morning. We will be standing when our jury enters. She is in custody but out of any restraints. As she is testifying first, once we bring in our jury, she will walk to the jury box and be sworn in front of the jury. State, are we ready to bring in our panel?
Yes, Your Honor. I was able to get the redactions done. I put a disc on Mr. Owens' notebook there, has the case number on it and 3 black dots in Sharpie, just so that I ran away saying what it is.
Excellent. Appreciate it. Thank you for getting that done over the lunch hour. Defense, are we ready to bring in our jury?
I've got a couple of issues.
Yes.
Number one, Kevin Beck is working on.
Let the record reflect that Mr. Beck has appeared.
For the record, I'd like to make 2 points about this issue, about whether or not I can bring in evidence of prior acts, prior bad acts, prior to the overt act. And there's 2 reasons that I believe I should be allowed to do so. One is, Judge, in that 2-minute video, Sarah Boon makes a statement, "That's how I feel when you choke me." And then some moments later, "That's how I feel when you cheat on me." And she's angry at him, and she's talking to him. She's talking to him in an intoxicated state, and she's expressing her anger and why she is angry. And I ought to be able to elaborate on what that is that she's angry about as it relates to when you choke me. That's my first question.
There's another defense attorney that's a complete idiot, you guys. For those of you that haven't followed this guy, he's a joke. He's worse than the other guy is, okay? So this should be interesting.
Okay.
The second one is, Judge, on this.
Before you proceed with the second, is the second intertwined with the first?
No, I mean, it's a similar argument, but related to something else.
Okay, response.
Judge, I don't disagree that they should be able to bring that in once they've established an overt act that is imminently dangerous to an objectively reasonable person. I believe that's the law now.
Any other further arguments, sir?
Not on that issue.
Motion's denied. Court, again, is going to rely on the Supreme Court's guidance in these situations based on Holland 916 7 second 750 at point 760 through 761.
I love it. They're not playing with her at all. Like, he denies about anything he can with her now because of all the bullshit that she has put them through. I think it's kind of crazy.
My second argument ties into what he just said about what a reasonable person would do under the circumstances facing an imminent threat, whether a reasonable person would perceive the overt act on the part of George Torres that was witnessed by Sarah Boon. Would that be perceived by someone as a imminent threat? And to some degree, you have to understand the history of George Torres and Sarah Boon. They were together 3.5 years. They were engaged, but there had been a history of violence. And from the evidence that's been presented, facing the circumstances in total, if you take what she said at various times, you would understand that she became concerned when he came back from Publix with that second bottle of wine, because she knew when George Torres gets to a certain level of intoxication, he gets sad, he gets moody, and eventually he gets belligerent, and sometimes he can be violent. So she knew when he brought home that second bottle of wine that it was not going to be a good night. And she tried to keep him occupied and tried to keep his mind off of his troubles, because she knew that if he reaches a certain level and is dwelling on his hardships, that he will react
Yes, Norma, it is. This is just going to be Sarah's testimony today. I thought this was probably the most important testimony thus far. So I figured I'd jump over here for this.
To her in a violent way. So she had that state of mind with that understanding of her history and his history in his overt act, which she's going to testify to, coupled with the fact of her state of mind based on her past experiences with him in that intoxicated state and the fact that he is violent. So she was hypersensitive to danger and fear. And I think that ought to be allowed in as part of her collectively an overt act. So it was culminated by his state of intoxication coupled with his overt act created the well-founded fear for her to block the attack, to self-restrain or physically restrain George Torres in the suitcase, to actually use the bat to prevent him from getting out of the suitcase because she knew she was going to get attacked.
And the basis of the opinion of about to be attacked is predicated on the
Welcome, Low 12. Great to see you tonight. Thank you so much for joining us.
prior incidences of violence, correct? Based on
Well, there's an overt
knowledge.
act committed by George Torres, but she was heightened because she knows when he gets to that level of intoxication in that scenario, and that's an issue.
So I need clarification. What is it that you're asking me to do?
For me to be able to elicit from Sarah Boon that she was concerned once that second bottle was brought, and that's why she tried to placate him over the course of the evening, and that's why she had a heightened sense that he was capable, Judge, due to his degree of intoxication, that he may act violently towards her. And the problem is, a lot of the problem is, Judge, he doesn't remember battering her the next day. That's part of the reason that she videotapes him and photographs him. She starts to document what happens so that she can show him. She loves the man. She adores the man. She wants to marry him. She wants a life with him. But she's tired of being beat on. And so that all ties into her behavior, her sense of nervousness at that point. The reason she was so confident during that 2-minute video is because she knew, okay, this is my chance. He can't get to me. I can tell him exactly what he does that bothers me, that hurts me, and how I feel. And so that's all tied together with then he starts to try to get out of the suitcase, and she reacts the way she does.
Response.
We held these arguments already. The court has ruled there are no new arguments being made. The court understands exactly what Sarah Boon, the defendant, said to Dr. Werner on October 2nd. The court knows exactly what the defendant said to Dr. Harper over the period of a number of months and years, and there was no overt act. The overt act has to be something that is objectively reasonable to cause a reasonable person to believe there's an imminent fear of great bodily harm or death. What the testimony is not that that's what has occurred, that there's her new testimony is this generalized fear, but you've already read that and you've already ruled on that. And I'll just remind the court that her previous testimony is, it's all fun and games, we're laughing, I zipped the suitcase shut, we're still both laughing, it's funny, and then the decedent says, I can't breathe.
And that's the whole point, guys. There was no negativity. Sarah said herself during interrogation, it was a good day. It was a good night. We were having a good time. Everything was great. And then this comes out of nowhere. I didn't hear anything in his voice. I mean, it's really kind of hard to tell. That sounded threatening whatsoever. He didn't say anything rude or threatening or mean to her that we could hear. So I don't understand this at all. I just don't.
And then she flips a switch, gets angry because it reminds her of all the times before where she is asserting that the decedent made her feel like she couldn't breathe. And then that's when she starts beating and shuffling the suitcase so much that it flips over and hitting him with the bat. We've covered this ground. Aggravated assault, aggravated battery, 2 independent forcible felonies. She's committing false imprisonment. She is the initial aggressor after there being no overt act. She can't start it and then say, well, I'm in fear of retaliation, because that's what her testimony was, is once I started doing these things, once I wouldn't let him out of the suitcase, I was afraid he would come out and harm me or kill me. Well, Judge, if I pull a gun on you and I say, give me everything you own on you right now, and then you in turn pull a gun on me and say, bam, 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 and shoot and kill me, and I shoot, let me strike that. You pull a gun on me to defend yourself, and then I shoot and kill you. I can't assert self-defense. I can't say, well, Judge Kranick pulled a gun on me and I was in fear of death, because I was the initial aggressor. I was committing a forcible felony. That's the facts of this case here, according to her previous testimony. And the state concedes if she wants to change her testimony again, that's one thing, and then we'll cross that bridge when we get there. But if she testifies as she previously has, the court has already ruled there's no overt act, and you've read the transcripts. You know what she has said.
Judge, she hasn't testified. She hasn't testified. Dr. Harper's testified. Dr. Warner's testified.
They have not testified. They've given depositions.
Well, given depositions, but she hasn't testified about the act in question. She hasn't testified about the event in question. She had consultations and evaluations by Dr. Harper where they had discussions that Dr. Harper could relate in her testimony. Dr. Warner can say what was said during the evaluation. Again, both of those were not recorded. There may be disputes. I disagree with his characterization of that assessment, but it's up to Sarah to tell the truth here today. She's under oath. She's under oath today. She's got an obligation to tell the truth. If he thinks she's made prior inconsistent statements, it's up to him to impeach her with those inconsistent statements.
To the extent that you are requesting permission to go into presumably and seemingly prior bad acts, vis-a-vis, he got the wine and I know what happens when he gets it and everything that follows from that, those are bad acts. That is character. And the Florida Supreme Court has provided guidance and circumstances, specifically in Holland, on what needs to be done. You're attempting to provide information that the defendant was apprehensive of the victim at the time of the homicide by virtue of the wine, et cetera, as you've proffered. That's bad character evidence that you're going to be bringing in. Historic bad character evidence. This is what happens when he drinks. This is what happens when I don't placate him. This is the situation that I find myself in, which inevitably may dovetail into prior incidents of abuse. That's all prohibited character under 404, 9404. And the carve out for that is if a overt act is established. It's not a subjective standard. It's an objective standard. The jury instruction 3.6F identifies it being an objective standard. And the Akendo case specifically tells us that it's an objective standard. And Akendo, the second DCA in 2023 stated the conduct of a person acting in self-defense is measured by an objective standard, but the standard must be applied to the facts and circumstances as they appeared at the time of the altercation to the one acting in self-defense. I'm going to rely on Holland. Holland is the law of the land. It is what the Supreme Court has told us to utilize. That's what I will be relying on. The overt act has to be established.
Ms. Boon, do you understand that?
I do.
Okay. Anything else?
We cannot talk about any prior bad acts or anything of that nature until we talk about the actual event, the attack. Correct?
Mm-hmm.
You understand?
Do you understand that?
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else, State?
Okay.
Defense, anything else, sir?
No, sir.
All right, let's go ahead and stand and bring in our jury.
Mikey, that's already been talked about. We talked about that a lot, actually, because I think that what was going on in this relationship, this is an opinion, folks. I don't have facts to back this up at this point. Okay. Well, kind of, but not really. And this is just an opinion. Nobody has to agree with me or get angry with me because of my opinion. I respect others' opinions as well. I believe that she was the aggressor repeatedly, again and again, and that he was, in a sense, wrong. He was still wrong for hitting her no matter what. Okay. But I think it was only in defense of what she was doing to him. Knowing the fact that her ex stated that she used to beat on him all the time, jump on him, beat on him, scream and yell at him, fight with him. That's what I think this relationship was like. And that George just was hitting back after being hit, which was still not right. You just leave the situation. You don't hit. Okay. And that's exactly how I think she is in this relationship, Mikey. I truly, truly do. And I agree with that statement there. Very much so. There she goes, smirking again.
State, do you recognize our jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense, do you recognize our jury? All right, thank you. Y'all can be seated. Members of the jury, after seated and comfortable, if you could raise your hands to confirm that you complied with the court's instructions during the break. Record reflect all hands have been raised. With that, state has rested. The defense is going to put on a case. Defense, Mr. Owens, you can call your first witness.
The defense would call Sarah Boon.
Raise your right hand, please sworn. Please do you swear or affirm that the testimony you should give shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do.
All right, ma'am, you could take a seat. And if you could, state and spell your name for the record for us.
Sarah Boon, 101077.
And could you spell your name?
SARAHBOONE.
All right, thank you very much. Sir, you may inquire.
Ms. Boone, would you please tell the jury where you were born and raised?
Atlanta, Georgia.
You were born in Atlanta?
Born in Atlanta.
And how long did you stay in Atlanta before you moved here to Florida?
I was 3 years old, 3 or 4.
Okay. And from that time, y'all moved, you and your family, your mother and father, moved to Orlando?
And my grandparents.
Okay. Y'all all moved down from Atlanta down to Orlando?
Yes, and my 2 brothers.
Okay. And were you raised here essentially from that time on?
Yes.
And you resided here in Orange County, Florida that entire time?
Yes.
Okay. And where did you go to high school here locally?
I did.
Where did you go to high school?
Edgewater.
Okay. And tell the jury, how old were you when you graduated?
I was 18 years old.
Now, I know you lost your mother and father.
Overruled.
I know you lost your mother and father in your teens and in your 20s. Is that true?
I lost my grandfather when I was a sophomore in high school, and I lost my father when I was a senior. And then my mother passed away a few years after that, and then my grandmother passed away after my mother died.
All right, so you were in your 20s when all that was going on?
Yes.
Okay. And then at some point in your 20s, you met Brian Boon?
I did, yes.
All right. And how long did y'all date before you married?
A good handful of years. I helped my family with paying mortgage and bills for the house since my father had passed away and my grandfather. So
you worked outside the home?
I did.
Okay. Can you tell the jury when you said you and Brian Boon dated for a while? Do you remember when y'all married?
I do.
Could you tell the jury when y'all were married?
The year?
Yeah. You remember the date?
It happened to be, yes, that after my mother passed away, that he had waited to ask me to marry him because he knew it would be,
Sustained.
Oh my God. So does she have to explain every answer? She's not, here we go already. It's the first damn question. She's going to explain it out, just say yes or no, or when it happened or when it didn't happen. I had a feeling she was going to do this.
Just answer the question if you can, Ms. Boone. Are you a little bit nervous?
A little bit.
Okay. Well, just tell the jury, if you remember the date that you and Brian Boone married.
August 21st, 2004.
Okay. And had y'all lived with each other for a short time before that?
Short time.
Yes. Okay, after you married, how long was it before y'all had any children?
Gosh, 6 years?
Okay. And y'all have one son.
Yes.
What's his name?
Lucas.
And how old is Lucas now?
Lucas will be 14 years old on the 28th.
28th of this month?
Yes.
Okay. So you and Brian were married and y'all lived in Orange County. How long were y'all married?
For 13 years.
All right, and y'all divorced?
Yes.
And as part of the divorce, were y'all to share custody of your son?
Yes.
And so y'all would split days, would that be fair to say?
Yes.
It's sometime after you and Brian.
And everybody heard the testimony from Brian and the interrogation that stated that she only had her son every so often. They were supposed to have him even in odd amounts of days, and she never had him on her days, pretty much is what he said. So once again,
Brian split up, did you meet George Torres?
Yes.
All right, could you tell the jury how you met George Torres?
I met George when I decided to buck up, I guess, and was tired of trying to patch things up with my ex-husband. And I decided to go one day for a walk across the street and go have a beer by myself and sit and people watch just to get out of my house and a change of scenery.
All right, now is this your apartment?
No, this is the marital home.
Okay. Where is that marital home?
Winter Park?
You're no longer living in that marital home?
No.
Who lives in the marital home?
No one. It has been sold.
Okay. So you met George Torres before you got the apartment?
Yes.
Okay. And you met him at a bar across the street from the marital home?
Yes, we had a mutual friend there.
Were you introduced?
Yes.
All right. How did you and George get along when y'all first met?
Very well. It was strange how quickly we hit things off and had so much in common. And I never thought that he would be interested in someone like me. And I just couldn't believe that he was actually interested in me and said a lot of nice things. And 1 hour ended up being 4 hours from when we had first met. And then we would always have something to talk about.
Why couldn't you believe that he would be interested in you?
He was very handsome. He was very funny. He was smart, and I would show up in workout clothes and disheveled hair, and I guess I kind of felt broken from being in the process of the divorce that he knew about. But then one of the things that we could relate also was the fact that he was here in Florida because he had just been divorced from his second wife. So that was another topic that he and I could compare notes on.
So eventually the divorce was settled. Did you get your own place?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that after at first you lived in your parents' home, correct?
Yes, until I was married.
And then you moved directly in with Brian?
Yes.
And then y'all lived in the marital home, correct?
Yes.
And then you got this apartment.
Yes.
So that was the first time in your life that you actually had your own place.
Yes.
And what was the address?
4748 France Court, apartment number 3.
And what city is that in?
It's in Winter Park.
How far is that from here?
20 minutes.
Okay. So you got that apartment, and initially were you by yourself?
No.
All right, tell the jury.
In the almost year, about 10 months of separation from Brian, my ex-husband, that is the time when I met George. And my ex-husband was trying to buy me out or force me out of our marital home. and I needed to find somewhere to live. And
So did you and George agree to rent the apartment?
yes, I needed extra income. We could not afford it just on my own.
You were receiving some income from the marriage settlement, were you not?
Yes.
So you did have a consistent monthly income coming in from the marriage settlement,
For the most part, yes.
but you needed more to live.
Welcome, Siggy and Mike. Great to see you tonight. I hope you guys are having a great night, and I appreciate you joining us tonight. Thank you, Mike.
Yes, to pay the bills and for rent.
So did you and George have some agreement?
We did.
All right, what was the agreement?
The agreement was that if I decided for he and I to live with one another, because it would be under my name, that he would help with the monthly bills and on a regular basis where it wouldn't be something that I would have to argue with him about. It would just be an automatic, make sure that everything's paid first, and then from there, hopefully have some fun with it.
Okay. So I understand from that point on, would it be fair to say that y'all saw each other on and off for about the next 3.5 years?
No, I would consider us a couple.
Okay.
At some point, he asked me to marry him.
Okay. But y'all did have times where he left and went to live with his parents.
Yes.
Is that fair?
Yes.
And there were times where there was an understanding that y'all were going to break up.
Multiple times.
Okay. All right. So again, on again, off again.
Yes. This was actually before we had our apartment. That was, I guess, our dating phase.
Okay. So y'all were together for 3.5 years. Is that fair?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And y'all had actually agreed to marry?
He had asked me, yes, a couple of times to marry him, and one time I agreed to yes.
Okay. Now, I want to get directly to the date of this event so that the jury can hear your testimony. All right. So tell us, I believe the date is February the 23rd of 2020. Explain to the jury that whole day, from the time y'all got up, the whole thing.
Approach.
Even the way she explains this is ridiculous to me. And it's not just because I don't like her. It's just, look how she smiles about this stuff. It's like, I think she's enjoying this, you guys. I'll be honest with you. Wow. She can't just answer a question. She has to go into a full-blown explanation and explain all this other stuff that she thinks is going to have some bearing on it. Just say what the answer to the question is and be done with it. She can't. And this attorney just doesn't seem to know. For at least in my opinion, he seems like
Objection's overruled for now.
Now, Ms. Boon, let's just, instead of one long speech, let me break you up over the course of the day. So do you remember the date of February 23rd, 2020?
Yes.
Do you remember getting up?
Yes.
All right, just tell the jury about that morning, what y'all did that morning, what you and George spent the night together at the apartment.
Yes, at that point, he was living there.
Yes. So y'all slept in the bed together upstairs, February. So y'all would have gotten up that morning, February 23rd of 2020.
Yes.
All right, tell the jury what happened when y'all got up.
He was already downstairs, and I went downstairs, and he wanted to start the day off by drinking because it was a day off from his job. And I talked him into cleaning and tidying up the house for a sense of accomplishment. So that is what we did for however long that it took.
What?
So we did tidy up the house and got everything in order, and it was kind of a reward, I guess, to be able to sit and enjoy ourselves and sit on the back porch.
All right, what do you mean by cleaning up the house? What did y'all do?
We swept and mopped. We folded some of the laundry. I know that we did.
Welcome, Flower. Thank you for joining us. I'm sorry if there's an echo, guys. I'll fix that. And I agree, Siggy. 100%. I agree.
The dishes, emptied the dishwasher, just general run of the mill tidying up.
And did you have your son coming the next day?
Yes, that was one of the reasons why we were able to do that.
What was the arrangement you had in terms of the next day would have been your day to pick up your son from school?
Yes,
What time would you pick Lucas up from school the next day?
I believe his school ended at 3:00.
Okay. So you would have been responsible to pick him up and he would be spending the night with you that night.
Yes,
So you wanted to have the house nice and clean.
yes,
How many bedrooms are in the home?
2.
And you and George had one bedroom?
Yes.
And who had the other?
Lucas.
All right. Is that exclusively his bedroom?
Yes.
All right. So how long would it have taken y'all that morning to clean?
I don't really remember what time we woke up, but maybe a good 2, maybe 3 hours.
Okay. And would it be fair to say that you and George both smoked cigarettes?
Yes,
And would it be fair to say that you and George both drink alcohol?
yes,
All right. So at some point, y'all finished your chores, right? And then y'all were going to enjoy the day.
yes.
All right. What was the plan?
It was just kind of, we've got the day to ourselves. Let's just kind of relax and go with the flow.
Did y'all make a decision that y'all were going to start drinking?
Yes, we had a half of a bottle that was already in the refrigerator, and I did not want to go out afterwards. I, again, had Lucas coming the next day, so we went over to Publix to purchase another bottle of wine so we could not have to go out later on that evening.
Now, you were here in court when the state played the video of you two and the Publix purchasing the bottle of wine?
Yes,
Is that what you're referring to here with the jury right now?
yes,
Okay. And that was around noonish?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Had y'all started drinking the leftover bottle before going to the Publix?
No,
Okay. So y'all bought a bottle of wine?
yes,
All right. And how did y'all get to Publix?
my car,
How far is Publix from your apartment?
5 minutes.
How would you get there from your apartment?
What do you mean?
Did you have to go across any major highways or is it right there?
You just come out of our apartment complex and you do a little U-turn and then you come up and it's right in that complex.
Okay. But it's easier to drive than to walk.
Yes,
I know at some times y'all would simply need cigarettes and it was in walking distance. Can you tell the jury about that?
yes. There was a AutoZone convenience store with in the same, I guess, parking lot of our townhome or complex. And it was just a straight shot from our apartment to a back gate and you could get right into the convenience store from right there.
Okay. But y'all went over to get that bottle of wine around noonish. And how did you took your car?
Yes,
Did George have a vehicle?
we did not.
And how did you pay for the wine?
With my debit card?
And then y'all came back and started drinking?
Yes.
Okay, tell us what you did when you got back from the Publix.
Just went on the back porch where we usually spend our time because we're able to smoke cigarettes outside as opposed to inside. And
Is cigarette smoking not allowed indoors?
it is not.
Okay. Do you have pets?
Yes, I do.
Or did you have pets?
I did, yes.
Okay. Were they with y'all there that day?
Yes, my dogs were with me all the time when I was there.
How many dogs do you have?
I have 2,
And just what are their names?
Penny and Tess.
And what is the breed?
They are red Boston Terriers.
And are they both disabled?
Yes, Penny is blind and Tef is deaf.
So when y'all went out to smoke on the back porch and drink, I assume as well, correct?
Yes.
Did y'all take the dogs out?
Oh, yes.
Is there a place for them to do their business out there?
Yes, I extended our back porch for them to have a little bit of area as opposed to going from a large backyard from my marital home to our little townhome. And they would come out there and do their business, and I could sometimes I would open the gate and then walk them in the back part of our apartment.
So you and George were just going to enjoy the day together?
Correct.
Is it fair to say y'all don't have a lot of money?
Yes.
And so y'all were going to do something there in the home? Y'all weren't going out for dinner or?
Yes, we primarily, I would consider us homebodies as opposed to going out and partying and doing this and that.
Okay. And how long do you think y'all were out that afternoon outside?
A few hours.
All right. Could you tell the jury what y'all did during that time?
We have a dartboard that's out there, and we just had drinks and we're just really enjoying each other's company and talking about, things upcoming. We both were looking for a job and just kind of, I guess, encouraging and supporting and planning.
Well, now you said he had a job. Was he looking for a job, a second job?
No, the job that he had was very unstable. And at that.
So he was looking for something new?
Yes, at that time, yes.
Okay. And so during that 2 or 3 hours, would it be fair to say that y'all drank the bottle?
Yes.
Okay. So would it be fair to say that y'all were feeling the effects of the alcohol?
Yes,
Okay. At some point, who made the decision to come in?
I did.
Okay. Why did you want to come in?
I felt that George needed a change of scenery.
Okay. So y'all came in, and then did y'all do anything else before he left again? Were y'all doing anything? I know y'all did some arts and crafts. What did y'all do? At some point, he went to get another bottle at Publix.
Yes. I believe it was after it was right before I believe that we had gone inside. Because he called his daughters. I was trying to encourage him to call his family.
Okay. Now, where are his daughters?
His 2 daughters are located in Pennsylvania.
And what are their names?
Anna and Destiny.
And how old are they?
I believe that Anna is in her 30s and Destiny may be in her early 20s.
All right. Does he have any more children?
Yes, he has a son.
And where does his son?
He is in Pennsylvania also.
Okay. So part of that.
Welcome, Justice Jane. Good to see you tonight, hon. Thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate you very much.
That afternoon, as y'all came in to call relatives, call family.
No, I had him call outside, just trying to, I guess, boost the mood. And the first daughter didn't answer, and I don't remember the reason I didn't speak to the second one. I believe he did. It was just for a moment.
All right. Now, whose phone we are using?
My phone.
All right. And is that common for y'all to use that, for y'all to share that phone?
It was because George said that he didn't have a phone. So it would either be lost or given to him by his mother. So I didn't know he had a cell phone. So we would use my phone.
So it was primarily your phone?
Yes.
Okay.
That doesn't make any sense to me. Did anybody understand that statement whatsoever? I mean, seriously? She didn't know he had a phone, but they lived together. They've been together for 3 years. You don't know that he had? I don't understand. Sorry.
Okay. And you took a lot of photographs that were on that phone?
Yes.
Videotapes?
Yes.
Text messages?
Yes.
Phone call?
Yes, he and I both on the phone calls.
So he would use it as well?
Yes.
And that phone, is that the one that was that was seized in this case?
Yes.
All right, so y'all called his daughters, and then during that phone call period, did y'all also call his brother?
Yes.
Okay, and which brother was that?
John.
All right, now, how many brothers and sisters does George have?
I'm gonna list them if that's okay.
Okay.
It's John, Pharrell, Isaac, Mo, and his sister.
Okay. And do they all live here in Florida?
Yes.
Are they close by?
As far as I know, yes.
What about his parents?
Yes.
They live here as well?
Yes.
Okay. But his ex-wives and his children live up in Philadelphia?
Yes.
Okay. So you called the girls, then you called, or George called his brother.
Yes.
Was that conversation that long?
No, it was not.
And then after that phone call, were y'all inside by this time?
Yes, at this point, I believe that it was a good time to get a change of scenery. So
So why is she speaking on this like she's like his mother or something? Like, I thought it would be good for George to have different scenery. I thought George should do this. I think George should be that. I think, what the hell is going on with this? This is just strange. Yeah, and I agree with you on that, Doodle. The smirk is just bullshit. So this is weird. Like, this is not relationship stuff, folks. This is not how two people in a relationship talk about each other, or vice versa. It's very controlling, Dane. Wow. Okay.
I thought George would be better off inside, and frankly, I didn't want to be outside any longer either.
Okay. So just to get an idea, about this time is when he went to get the second bottle, or did y'all stay inside for a while before he left?
No, from what I recall, I thought the day was over and it was going to be get ready for the evening, for the day. What do you want for dinner? You know, do you have an extra load of laundry that you need to throw in, kind of thing? And that was my understanding. And
This was about 5-ish or something?
I don't remember the time.
Okay. At some point during that time period, did George go to Publix again?
Yes, I thought he was going to be walking to the convenience store, but apparently when he returned, he had gone across the street with my car and my debit card to buy another bottle of wine.
What was your understanding of where he was going?
To the convenience store, walking.
For what?
Cigarettes.
Okay. And you learned obviously that he came back, and you learned that he'd used your vehicle
Yes,
and he'd used your debit card
yes,
and he brought back a bottle of wine from Publix.
right,
And you saw the Publix video of that.
yes.
So he comes back with the other bottle of wine, and did he want you to drink with him?
It was expected, yes.
Yes. And you agreed to consume the second bottle with him?
Yes.
So over the course of that evening, drinking the wine, what did y'all do for time-wise? Watch a movie, music, just kind of tell the jury what you remember. I know it's obviously been a while, but.
It was kind of a regular thing where I would always try to come up with entertaining activities for George. And
Here she goes again with this controlling thing. This is ridiculous, you guys. It's probably part of the problem.
I bought a puzzle. We started off at one point doing a smaller puzzle, and then we did that very quickly. So then I purchased a larger puzzle, and I believe it was 1,000 pieces. So I thought, to get his mind off of things and to focus on something, it would be smart for us to do the puzzle. So for however long that took, we finished the puzzle. So that was one.
Did you every piece was finished, or was?
Every.
Thank you, Phil. I appreciate that. I have pokey glasses. I guess they kind of look like that. Sure. No worries, sir. Thank you.
piece was finished. It was strange that we couldn't find one piece, and we thought it was funny that it was like in like the perfect place on there. But yes, everyone but one piece.
All right, after the puzzle, what did y'all do?
I decided to continue to maintain and focus him, and I have a bunch of paints that I used of my son's that his grandmother bought him. It's a very big art wooden box, and it's got pastels, pencils, paint, any kind of whatever. And he and I were very much into art, and with this resource, it got him very interested in being more creative.
How long have you been into art?
Ever since I can remember.
Welcome, Krakow. Thank you for joining us tonight. I appreciate you joining us. It absolutely does, Norma. It sounds like she's mothering him and treating him like a child 100%, which would be a problem, I think, for most men, but I don't know. Maybe that was what he liked. I don't know.
As a child,
You like to draw?
I like to do anything artistic.
And I know, we saw some of the pictures of your apartment, but it looks like there was pictures and artwork up. Is that all your work and George's work?
The majority of it, yes, are belongings from my home. And then also some of George's, yes, on the wall.
Was he pretty good at art as well?
Yes,
All right, so you both enjoyed doing that.
very much.
So y'all got out Lucas's art set. What did y'all do with that?
We were just, I guess, doodling, whatever. I would always tell him that everything that you make is a masterpiece. So just let loose and just let it go. And we would just paint and
drink.
Paint and drink, yes, and listen to music sometimes, and yes.
Now with the dogs, did y'all get the dogs involved?
Oh, yes, my dogs follow me everywhere, yes.
Was there some dancing going on with the dogs?
Yes, after we had completed the puzzle and I guess we're painted out, I thought that it might be a good point for us to maybe listen to some music. And the music that George listens to is it's very fractious to me, and it was definitely not going to lighten the mood. So we ended up finding some channel on the radio, and he was feeling it. And then we ended up, my one dog gets very active and was dancing with us, and we were just having a good time listening to music.
Okay. And I guess it's getting pretty late in the evening.
Yes.
Anything else I've missed?
I don't believe so.
All right. So tell us where y'all ended up before you started the game of hide and seek.
We were there. I couldn't think of anything else possibly that I had to continue entertainment. But I remember sitting at the end of the couch and him sitting in one of my son's chairs that was in the living room, and just kind of doing this. Like, what are we going to do now? Like, I very much would like to go to sleep.
Had y'all finished off the that bottle that he had bought?
I don't remember, to be honest with you.
Bless you.
Would it be fair to say that as the day wore on, the more y'all consumed?
Yes.
All right. And would it be fair to say that as the day wore on, the more you consumed, the more effects you felt from the alcohol?
Of course, yes.
Both of you?
Yes.
Okay. So you would agree, would you not, that at the time y'all were trying to figure out something to do and you put your head on the couch, that would it be fair to say that y'all were intoxicated?
Yes.
Tell the jury what happened.
So I don't think this attorney is helping her by these statements. I truly don't. I just don't. I don't get this, but okay. Thank you, Mikey.
At one point, I guess he knew that I couldn't come up with anything else, tapped me on my knee and said, "You're it." So from there, I ran up the stairs and hid into our shower, just waiting for him to find me so we could hopefully go to sleep soon at some point. And
And your shower, is it a tub or just a walk-in?
It's a tub, but it's in the master bedroom, and you have to go all the way upstairs. You have to go in the bedroom, and then you have to go into the bathroom part, and then there's the shower part.
So did you lay down in the tub?
At one point, yes, I was.
So you were hiding?
I was trying.
Okay. And did you believe that he was going to come try to find you?
Yes.
Did you wait?
Yes, for quite some time.
All right. Then what did you decide to do?
That I decided that I need to go to sleep. I'm picking my son up the next day, and we need to start wrapping up the evening. And I went downstairs to find where he was.
And what, I think the jury has seen pictures of your, would you call it an apartment or
It's considered a townhome.
a townhome? So you walk down the stairs, right?
Mm-hmm.
And at the bottom of the stairs is a bookshelf here?
Yes, at the very end of it, yes.
Okay. So you walk down the stairs and you turn and look in the living room. What did you see?
I don't even think I made it all the way down the stairwell because I was just looking for him as soon as I could to hopefully go upstairs as soon as we could. And I looked over and I saw him settling himself in the suitcase.
All right. Tell us about the suitcase. How long, was it an older suitcase?
Yes.
Whose suitcase was it?
This is George's suitcase.
All right. And did he use it for traveling back and forth to Philly?
Yes, I had recently taken him on a trip to go see his children in Pennsylvania, who he hasn't seen in years. And we took that with us. And because of how dilapidated it was, how broken it was, in the end, after that trip, we decided that we would donate it.
All right. And I understand y'all kept the suitcase upstairs.
Yes,
How long did y'all keep it upstairs?
since we had moved in.
Is there a closet up there you kept it in?
Yes, it was in the master closet, the master bedroom closet, all the way in the back because of the size of it, and there was nowhere to put it, so it's all the way in the back.
So when did y'all decide to move it down from upstairs to downstairs? Was it that day or sometime earlier?
No, it was maybe a week or so prior.
Okay. And so what, y'all were gonna donate that to Goodwill or?
Yes, we were going to do, I guess, a spring cleaning. Anyone who has children understands that they grow quickly, and there was a lot of clothes that I needed to go through of my son's, and then also from putting everything in there, at one point where we just needed to actually go through it and organize it and get things more in order.
So is that the reason it was downstairs? You were gonna donate it and a bunch of things that you're gonna put inside of it?
Correct, yes.
Okay. So it'd been down there a week, so it was already down there.
Yes, George brought it down.
Okay. So you said that you got down there, you're looking for him, you see him settling into the suitcase.
Yes.
What did you do?
In my head, I said, oh man, we're obviously not going to be going to sleep anytime soon. And I walked over and he was trying to get himself flat, so I couldn't tell that he was in there. And then
Now, let me stop you there. The suitcase, is it the suitcase over here in the
yes,
box? You've seen it, you saw it.
yes,
It's a pretty big suitcase.
yes.
How big is George?
George was my height. And
How tall are you?
I'm 5'3".
Okay. And how much did George weigh?
I thought it was 100 pounds.
Okay. And how much did you weigh?
I was 98 pounds.
All right. Do you agree you put on some weight?
Since I've been incarcerated, yes.
Well, at the time, though, y'all were pretty skinny.
Yes.
So from the pictures, it looks like y'all were both pretty thin.
Yes.
All right. So because of his thinness, is that how? And he's a small man.
Yes.
Okay. So he was able to get in the suitcase on his own.
Yes.
Did he willingly get in the suitcase?
He was already in there.
Okay. When you got to him, did he see you?
Yes.
All right. Tell us what happened.
I mean, I zipped him up. We thought it was funny. And we're joking about how he was guess, small enough to fit inside of the suitcase.
All right, so what happened then?
From there, it was just, we were laughing about it, and it was just strange that he was small enough to fit in there. And then I kind of moved it around a little bit with him in the suitcase still. It was still funny that he was still in the suitcase. Just, I think he and I were just kind of, couldn't believe that he could fit in the suitcase.
Did you eventually close the top?
Yes, in order for, well, the top was already closed. As he was settling himself in there, that's how I knew he was in there, was because the top was kind of flopping a little bit.
Okay. So he had got in there to hide and he pulled the top
Yes,
on top of it, but you could tell he was in there.
yes,
You saw him right away.
yes,
All right. So at some point, did you zip him up? Did
yes.
you? And what was he saying or doing when you were zipping him up?
I just thought it was funny.
Were you both laughing?
Yes,
And so you zipped him up. Were y'all still laughing once you zipped him up?
yes.
Tell the jury what happened then.
From there, I moved the suitcase around a couple of times, just kind of on the wheels, and moved it around. And at that point, it was funny. We were joking and laughing about it.
All right, now eventually, did you go sit down on the couch and get your phone?
Yes.
I missed something?
Well, the suitcase had, from me moving it around, was flopped over. So while it was like that, I thought at that point I had a moment to, I guess, take the time to talk to him while I guess he was not able to get out for a moment.
So you flipped it. You got it on the top, right?
Yeah.
It gets in, but at some point you flip it over so the zipper is on the bottom.
Well, it was just kind of how I was moving it around, and it ended up kind of flopping. So
It was upside down.
yes,
So after you did that, what did you do?
that's when I went over and decided to videotape to just see the, I guess the jest in it, for him to understand that right now I feel safe, and right now I have the ability to actually speak to you in a manner that normally I would not have the ability to do.
That makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. This is ridiculous what she's saying right now. And she's not even able to, in my opinion, she's making this up. This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. Oh my God.
And you were intoxicated,
Yes.
and you would agree that you said some things you should not have.
Yes.
Right? But you realized he could not get out and get at you. Is that fair?
At that moment, yes.
So it goes on for about 10 minutes.
Yes.
You heard it here today, did you not?
Yes.
You heard his voice as he was speaking from the suitcase.
Yes.
That was his voice on the video and audio.
Yes.
And you heard your voice on the video and audio.
Yes.
That was your voice.
Yes.
All those things said by the man were said by George in that 2-minute video.
Correct.
All the words said by the female were said by you in that 2-minute video.
Correct.
Were you intending on showing him the video the next day?
Yes.
At the time or the next day, is it fair to say you don't even remember videotaping?
I do not.
So from what you can tell from what.
Okay, so if she doesn't remember videotaping this, okay, then how does she know that that was what she decided to do at that point? Anyone? If she didn't remember videotaping, then how does she remember that that was that she made the decision to try and talk to him because she felt safe. I call bullshit once again.
Watching it, did that refresh your memory about that event?
It did.
Why did you say all that?
You know, I do have to agree, Cheryl. I think she is making up as she goes right at this moment. Truly. It sounds ridiculous. Hey, Noni. Yeah, exactly, Stormy. Exactly. Yeah, Cap. I agree with that too, bud. That blackout drinks still function without memory by definite. What? Bill? Blackout drunks still fun. No, I don't remember things when I was at that point where I don't remember doing stuff. I don't remember making decisions either, Phil. So I gotta say I disagree with that to an extent. Okay. I think she decided that that's what she thought she was doing after the fact. And then she explained to herself that this is my answer because this is what makes sense to me. That's what I think happened. That doesn't make sense. What'd you do now, Walt? Well, they had to reapproach the bench again. Jesus. This whole testimony's just weird. In my opinion. It kind of sounds that way, Stephen. Truly. If she weren't working towards something, do you think her attorney would have put her on the stand? I'm sure that there was a whole conversation about it, Phil, but I don't think... this sounds like she's making it up as she goes at this point. Or either that or she forgot what she was supposed to say. And so she's bringing it back to whatever she can think she can remember based on what she knows from what has happened. It just, I know that sounds ridiculous, you guys, but it's hard to do.
Mr. Owens, you may proceed.
She's been doing that since the beginning of the testimony, Noni, completely downplaying everything that she has stated, 100%.
All right, I'm talking about just the 2-minute video part that was recorded. Could you just tell the jury what you were feeling, what your feelings were at the time, and then explain that to the jury? You talked about it before. You said he was in that confined space and it was my chance, but do you want to elaborate on that, or?
Sure. I want you all to know that the majority of the time, am always afraid and always scared.
All right, well, I understand that. Yeah, I understand that, but.
Really? Really? This is ridiculous.
Would it be fair to say that you had some anger at that point?
I did.
Would it be fair to say that you wanted to tell him off to some degree?
I just wanted, yes, for him to have a better understanding, which was the whole point of the videos and documentation prior.
And you could tell that he was uncomfortable.
I'm guessing.
And did you want him to feel some uncomfort?
I did.
Okay. Now, at some point, you turned off the video.
Yes.
And then we saw a second video, which was approximately 11 minutes later. And you've seen that video that was played to the jury. It was 22 seconds long.
Yes.
And I don't think you speak in that video. You hear George say Sarah one time.
Yes.
Is that fair to say?
Yes.
So between the 2-minute video and the 22-second video is an 11-minute period. Would you tell the jury what happened?
We continued to, I guess, speak to one another, and his tone changed, and I knew the tone, and we ended up, I guess, arguing back and forth with one another, and it was the things that he was saying very much frightened me, and cursing at me and threatening me. And
Did he want you to let him out of the suitcase?
I'm sure so.
Okay. Go ahead, tell me your.
And it just got,
Well, why is it that conveniently is not on the videotape she was taking? There was not one time that he even sounded remotely upset with her, swearing or anything. Why was that not filmed? Anyone again? That's convenient to me. I'm just saying.
it got very heated very quickly, and he continued to push on the suitcase. And my fear was that he was going to break out of the suitcase, knowing that it was a broken suitcase. And his hand started to come through. His hand started to come through this way. And so I shook the suitcase. Trying to get his hand to go back in, shaking it, and telling him that, please stop doing this. Please stop doing this to me. Please stop doing this to me.
So his hand actually got out of the suitcase.
Yes.
And you went to the suitcase.
Yes.
And shook it.
Yes.
Okay, so none of this story was ever spoken about like this during interrogation. When she called 911, none of that stuff was spoken about at all until right now. She completely changed her story. Where did this come from? Why wasn't this talked about in the interrogation? This is bullshit. She changed her story to match the defense. That's all she did. She was probably told to tell this story. Wow. Wow.
Did that force his hand to go back in?
No.
So you're shaking it. Were you shaking it to try to get the suitcase, his hand back in?
Yes.
How long did you shake it?
I don't know.
But his hand was still out.
Yes.
Was he trying to get out?
Forcefully, yes.
Was he angry at you?
Yes.
Were you in fear?
Always.
Liar.
If he would have gotten out of the
Liar.
suitcase, what would he have done to you?
Like he used to tell me, he probably would have made me unrecognizable, or I would have lost my life.
Did you lose the grip on the suitcase?
Yes.
Where was the bat in relation to the suitcase?
It was leaning up against the dining room table right there.
How far was the bat from the suitcase?
3 feet, 2 feet.
Was his hand still out of the suitcase?
Yes.
And was he getting out of the suitcase?
He very much was trying, yes.
And so what did you do?
For the split second reaction that I had, I happened to see that, and I grabbed the baseball bat and was trying to poke his hand to go back in to, please don't break through, please. So I hit his hand.
Did you hit the outside part of his hand?
Yes.
We've
This is
seen
ridiculous.
photographs of his left hand. Did you cause the bruising there?
I'm guessing yes.
Now, you've seen the bat. It's a youth bat.
Yes, I bought it for my son.
Is this the bat you used?
Yes.
And you said you poked him with it?
Yes, I kind of pushed, like I held it with the skinny part here and then
So the grip here,
prodded at it, yes.
You grabbed it with both hands here,
Yes,
and then the barrel of the bat, the big part of the bat is here.
correct.
And you thrusted it into the different areas of the suitcase?
I started with his hand, and his hand, he was still trying to get out. He was still trying to do that. So I started to push on the suitcase around it, hoping to have his hand retract and go back inside.
This is pathetic. It really is.
You made those injuries.
I did,
We've seen the photographs.
yes,
We see the bruising. Is that from that bat?
yes.
Eventually, did his hand go back inside from you doing?
Yes, finally, he had subsided and retracted his hand.
So in your mind, did you prevent him from attacking you?
Absolutely. Split-second decision.
Now, once he retracted his hand, do you remember zipping it up some, or what did you do in relation? Because he was upside down, was he not, at that point?
Yes,
At some point, you flipped him back up.
I did.
Tell how that happened.
He wasn't cursing. He wasn't threatening. His hand was inside foremost. There was no more of him trying to break through the suitcase. So I felt safe enough to turn it back over. It wasn't happening anymore.
You went back to the video and the couch,
I did, yes.
100%.
and we saw the second video,
Yes,
the 22-second, and he's right side up again,
yes,
and you hear him say, Sarah?
yes.
Had you left enough room for him to get out? Zipper to zipper.
Yes, that's how his hand was trying.
That suitcase has two zippers, doesn't it? And they meet at various places along the line?
Correct.
How much room, when you flipped it over, how much room was between zipper to zipper?
I don't know specifically. I mean, it was enough to where his hand was coming out.
After you had hit him with the bat, was he not trying to get out anymore?
No,
Did you believe that he could breathe in there?
yes,
Did you ever believe he could die in there?
no, at all.
Were you trying to kill him?
Never.
Did you want to kill him?
I did not.
Did you walk upstairs?
I did, yes.
Why didn't you let him out before you walked upstairs? Were you afraid?
Terrified is more of the word.
As long as he was in the suitcase, he couldn't harm you.
Correct.
When he
Sure did, Demon.
did you want him to calm down?
Yes, I wanted him to stop being angry because I know what it is for him to be angry.
You went upstairs. Where were the dogs?
The dogs ran upstairs with me.
And where did they go?
On the bed.
Did you have the phone with you?
Yes,
I know at some point you called your husband Brian, did you not?
I did.
Do you recall how long that conversation was?
Not very long.
Can you recall what was said?
I don't remember exactly. No, I don't.
Ms. Boone, Sarah Boone, you said that when he was in the suitcase, he was threatening you. Can you tell the jury what he was saying?
I don't know. Am I allowed to curse?
Yes.
That he was going to fucking end me. And that's what made me ask him please to stop doing what he's doing to me. That he was going to, I'm guessing, try his best that night to probably take my life.
Why did, if that was true, then why did she not record any of that? That's the kind of stuff you want recorded, right? Am I right? I don't believe that at all. The man did not sound angry, upset, or anything. It sounded like he was fearing for his life and was pleading with her to let him out of the suitcase. It didn't sound at all like he was mad, pissed off, or angry. Just saying. And that's convenient that that wasn't recorded if that did happen. I'm just saying.
But what the threat you heard was he's
going to
say the
fucking
word.
end me.
Excuse me?
Fucking end me.
End you?
Yes.
One more.
Yes, sir.
Judge, can we approach the bench?
Yes. All right, members of the jury, it is 2:14. I have a matter that I have to discuss with counsel at this point in time outside of your presence. So I'm going to ask you to retire to the deliberation room. We'll bring you back in as promptly as possible. Again, similar instruction that I've given you. Please do not conduct any independent investigation or research as the person, places, things, or charge involved, and do not have any discussions amongst yourselves or anyone else about those things. We'll bring you back in as promptly as possible. Thank you.
There he is.
Physical restraint to block an attack. They had words.
Any prior instances of violence, any reputation evidence, and any battered spouse syndrome evidence.
State, you can proceed with any argument at this point in time.
Judge, I believe that's pretty close to what we already knew from the deposition testimony, from the doctors relaying what she said for the proffer. What we have here is testimony from the defendant. Her timeline is she comes downstairs after having gone up to the shower and hiding, laying down, after being declared to be it. She comes back downstairs, and before she gets back to the bottom of the stairwell, she can see that the victim is in the suitcase trying to get flat because the lid is flopping and he's not hidden just yet. And so she comes over And I believe she testified she was moving it around before actually zipping the lid shut, but moving it around, everybody's laughing. It's all fun and games still. And then she zips it and it's still fun and games and everybody's laughing. And then at this point, she testifies that this is now her opportunity to get on her pulpit to express her true feelings about everything. And that's when she sits down on the couch and opens up her phone device and begins recording what later turns out to be IMG _1062.movie at 11:12:45 for 2 minutes and 3 seconds. During this period of time, the decedent is expressing meekly that he can't breathe. The only time he ever curses at her is, Sarah, I can't fucking breathe. Babe, I can't fucking breathe. He is demonstrating under the law that he is in fear of losing his life. She has committed an aggravated assault. She has committed false imprisonment. She was the initial aggressor. There was no overt act to justify these actions that she took against her boyfriend. She then goes on to say that during this period of time between the end of the movie at 11:14:48 seconds and before the next one starts at 11:23, that it's now at this time, while he's still constrained and clearly unable to get out under his own power despite having his hand out, she begins beating him with a bat, poking his hands, poking the suitcase with a deadly weapon. A bat is used for baseball, but it can also be used to harm another person. And according to the medical examiner's testimony, there was great harm caused to him, deep ecchymosis bruises. She can't start to do this out of fear, like the analogy I gave earlier.
And that is right there. It sounds to me like Sarah had full control of this relationship all the time. Constantly, as she's stating, well, I thought it would be better for George to do this. And I thought it would be better for George to do that. And we should do this and that and everything. That's total control. Something's off with that. Sorry. So I don't notice any fear in that. Sorry. Someone that has a fear of somebody else, I cannot see them being as controlling as she is in a relationship. I'm sorry. I've seen these types of relationships where it's an abusive relationship, and no, that makes no sense to me.
If I pull a gun to rob you, Judge, and you pull a gun, I can't shoot you in self-defense. She started this. She started this. There was no overt act, and therefore we're asking for you to prevent, under the case law, any prior instances of violence, any reputation evidence, and any battered spouse syndrome evidence, because that's simply just what the case ended up being. Thank you.
Response.
Judge, this was a game by two intoxicated people. When people are drunk and intoxicated, they do silly and stupid things. The evidence is uncontroverted that George Torres willingly, by his own choice, elected to hide in the suitcase. By their interaction between the two of them, giggling and laughing at each other, he consented to her zipping up the suitcase. And
allegedly, because that is from her testimony only. There is no factual proof that that's actually how this happened. Okay, this is what Sarah Boon herself has stated happened that night. That they were laughing and joking the whole time, and that it was fun and games and blah, 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 so on and so forth. That is strictly from Sarah's testimony, folks. Remember that. There's no way to prove that that's true. Because the only other person that knows whether that's true or false is now dead. That is something that I think is ridiculous. So, just saying.
the playful nature of
Good to see you, Barbara.
what was going on during those few minutes prior to the video. When the video is turned on, there's a 2-minute period where they're talking. He's saying, I need to get out. I can't breathe. She's not taking him seriously. As you've seen from the videos, I thought it was the boy crying wolf. She did not appreciate the fact that he could be actually having trouble breathing. And this was a chance for him to be heard by her about how she felt about some things involving their relationship. A short time later, the video was turned off, and then that period has been testified to by my client. And that period is uncontributed. That's a second period of time. We've got that time for the video. We got the 11 minutes, we got the 22 seconds. And there's no video, there's no audio, there's no eyewitness, there's nothing but Sarah Boon's testimony. And she's testified here today that they had words, there were threats. He got his hand out of the suitcase. She knew by the threats and him getting his hand out of the suitcase that he was about to get out of the suitcase and he was going to hurt her. A reasonable person under that scenario would believe she was about to be harmed. She was an imminent threat of harm. She blocked that attack by grabbing the bat, hitting his hand. When that didn't work, she started poking him with the bat in the suitcase. Eventually, she poked him several times. He put his hand inside the suitcase. She put the bat up. When she realized he was not going to do that any further, she flipped him over right side up. She still had a fear, knowing that if he got out, she would be harmed. He would beat her up. She went upstairs. That is an overt act based on the discussions, coupled with the fact that he threatened her using the word, I'm going to fucking end it for you, or some words to that effect. I don't remember her exact words, just before she went upstairs while he was still in the.
There's no way to prove that it did or didn't happen, Phil. That's the problem. Okay? That's the whole problem. The point is he's the one that's dead. He's the one that had the bruises all over his body, not her. Okay? That's one more thing to remember. His diaphragm, most definitely Captain Jenks, and it's probably what caused the suffocation per se. Exactly, exotic. And that's my thought too. She called her ex-husband. Why couldn't she call the police? There was no reason to. That's why. In my opinion, that's why she didn't call police, because it would have been a false report.
Suitcase. If she would have let him out, and this is a crime, now this is an event involving an omission, failure to act, failure to unzip him at that point before she went upstairs. The failure to act, the failure to unzip, which would have let him out, which would have created a situation that she believed was imminent bodily harm to herself. And I guess I'll get a couple of examples. Let's say that a police officer is called to a scene and the only thing he hears is there is a suspect and the suspect may be armed. So of course the officer pulls out his revolver and he's walking around. Well, then eventually he finds the suspect and the suspect reaches for his waist. The officer doesn't see the gun, but the officer sees the movement to the waist. The officer fires and shoots the suspect. The officer is justified because there's an immediate threat of harm. The officer has to react instinctively. There's no time to think. Similar to the actions that Sarah Boon had to take. Another example, you're in a bar with your buddies and you've had something to drink and another group has had something to drink and one of your buddies gets into an argument with one of the buddies on the other party. And one of your friends, seeing that it's being escalated and the guy that's arguing with your buddy is aggressive, more aggressive than your buddy is. Your buddy's trying to settle the thing, but this other individual, maybe he's had too much to drink and he's more aggressive. So you go around behind this individual, and before he's able to strike your buddy, you grab him, you lock him up. That's physical restraint to block an attack. Or you grab him by the neck and you choke him. Physical restraint to block an attack. That's what she was doing with the suitcase. If she let him out of the suitcase, she was going to be harmed based on him trying to get out with his hand, based on the threats he made while he had his hand out, and based on the threats he made while he had his hand inside just before she went upstairs.
Thank you.
Except for, according to her, he put himself in the suitcase, so that's not her restraining him. He restrained himself. It was a game. Remember? This is just ridiculous to me. Just saying.
Court's going to re-review all the case law that it's obtained in its research in this matter and come back with an oral ruling momentarily. Thank you. By both the state and the defense.
Exactly. Premeditation. In a sense, I think maybe. She thought out the situation, took advantage of it, and decided this is her way of ending his life.
All right, we're back on the record. State of Florida versus Sarah Boon, case number 2020 CF 2603. Appearances for the state.
Chief Cashtor on behalf of the state. We engage the state.
Defense.
James Owens from Miss Boon.
Tony Henderson from Sarah Boone. Kevin Beck on behalf of Sarah Boone.
Ms. Boon is currently seated at counsel's table, wearing the same clothing from this morning. Court has had the opportunity to review the case law, review the arguments provided by both the state and the defense. Court finds that a overt act has been established. The case law is clear that a scintilla of the providing of an overt act is sufficient to provide the self-defense jury instruction. An overt act is not something that's specifically defined in Florida case law. It's something that's from the totality of the circumstances, seemingly under the authorities that the court has reviewed. As such, the court is going to find that under Holland, a overt act has been established and will allow the defense to proceed with evidence of reputation and specific instances of conduct and battered spouse evidence, so long as the necessary predicates are established for those items. Any questions or clarifications with regard to the court's order state? Defense.
I think it would help if we went through my exhibits involving the blow-up photographs and these other photographs, because I think some of it was contingent on the court's ruling. So I don't know if you want to try to deal with all of them one at a time in front of the jury, or whether we want to just talk about them ahead of time so that we know.
Are there any objections to those items?
It depends on the items. I was shown a lot of different things, including like a rap sheet between the victim and the defendant stuff.
I've taken that.
I'm happy to take care of some of this stuff in advance.
I'd rather do it now.
Yes.
So that's not up, down, in and out with the jury.
So.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Owens. What do we got?
Well, I had the clerk go ahead and mark everything. Some of it is a composite. Is this it here? This first is Defense identification K, it's 4 pictures involving injuries to the leg.
Mr. Owens left what?
The leg,
Assuming a predicate for fair and accurate conviction, etc. is laid, we don't have specific objections to case.
Okay.
identification, defense identification, composite L, 2 photographs of a burn to her leg.
You said that was L, correct?
Yes.
Again, assuming proper testimony, that the decedent was responsible for that in a criminal manner and fair and accurate conviction, we have no specific objection.
Okay.
Defense exhibit M for identification. 2 photographs. The first one is a photograph of the back porch. Sarah's on the back porch with her 2 dogs. The next photograph is a picture of one of her dogs on one of the outdoor couches. There's relevance is that he would threaten the dogs with harm if she didn't comply with his directives, and he actually harmed the dogs, kicked the dogs as a threat to her. So to get her to do what he wanted, he used the dogs. She was in fear for their safety, so she would testify about this threat.
Relevancy objection is overruled.
Identification, defense identification number.
Bill, please understand, this community is based off of the fact that we can disagree and still love each other to death after we disagree, okay? That's what this whole community has been built off of. We don't get angry with other people that have differences of opinions with us, okay? Again, you can think whatever you want to think. I respect that. I may disagree with you, but I still respect it. So it's not a big deal. Nobody's going to hate you because you think differently or because you have the thoughts you have, or you're trying to be, you know, the devil's advocate or whatever you're doing. That's your opinion. Everybody in here will respect it. Nobody's going to hate you for it. Everybody in here may disagree with you. That doesn't mean they hate you for it. Okay. Just saying, you know, you do make good points. As long as you don't hate the rest of us for having separate feelings than you do, then we're all good in here. That's all. It's okay to be disagreeable at different times. You know, if we always agreed on everything, then it would be real boring. So remember that. That's true. Very true. Thank you, Mikey. Everybody's opinion makes a community that much stronger. Amen. That's why we do these things. So.
Or letter N, 1 photograph. It's a photograph of the living area, but also the stairs, and it shows that one of the allegations by the state is that the defendant.
Okay, no objection.
No objection to, assuming all the normal practice.
Judge, this is where he took a bath. It's 5 photographs where he took a bath to the TV, to Sarah's TV.
My understanding, is this O? This is still O, correct?
Yes.
My understanding from the state is there's no objection so long as the foundation's established.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Absolutely, Norma. That's what the police have been called before. Multiple times, so why not this time? I'm just saying.
We also intend to introduce the video. There's a short video on
It's our state's exhibit 2. We're not objecting to that.
Okay.
As long as the foundation.
No objection so long as foundation is established.
Or we could all agree with what you're saying, Phil, and everybody in here would be wrong. How about that one?
Identification, defense identification P is 2 photographs of an incident in which
No objection, as long as foundation is laid, et cetera.
All right, no objection, so long as appropriate predicate is established.
Now, these next ones are individual photographs, not composites, but Q for identification is one photograph.
Part of the right stuff that we already done.
This, I was told this was separate from the burn. So this was a, I think a slap or something, or not for the burn.
Okay. No objection to foundation is laid.
No, Bill, I read it first. That's why I said it to you. I said it back to you. I said it back to you. I just changed it a little bit. It's still the same comment, though. I read it, though. I got you.
With regard to Q, no objection, so long as the appropriate foundation is laid.
Identification R.
No objection, as long as foundation laid.
No objection to R, so long as foundation is laid.
S.
Same for S.
For identification.
With regard to S, no objection, so long as foundation is laid.
Listen, you guys. George could have very well been a violent person, especially when he was drinking. He could have been abusive towards her, and he could have been the one abusing her. You know, the abuser. He could have been the aggressor. All of that. What Sarah Boon did wrong was, rather than calling police and or leaving the situation, she killed him. That's not the answer. That's what the problem is with this entire thing. End of story. Okay? I'm not saying that that's what I believe. I'm not saying I believe her. I might believe a quarter of what she's saying, because I think she was just as guilty in some of the abuse as well. Okay? I think they were toxic together in the worst possible way. I think that she just got the upper hand on this and took his life. Would he have done it to her? I don't know. It's possible at some point that it could have happened that way. But that's not what happened this time. What happened was that she took his life. She's on trial for murder, not him. He's dead. And at this point, I believe she's guilty, and I believe that she should pay the price for that. End of story. That's all I'm saying. Thank you very much, Walt. I appreciate you so very much for that, brother. I can't see who got it. I'm looking. I don't see who got it, but whoever did receive that, congratulations. Welcome to the sauce, or back to the sauce. We appreciate you very much. Gentrex, welcome. Awesome stuff. Thank you. Once again, Walt, good stuff, brother. So that's what I'm saying, you guys. I'll say this, Virginia. She definitely sounds drunk. Okay, I'll put it that way. But she does sound very focused drunk, if that makes any sense. Like, she sounds like she's got a point to what she's doing as she's being that drunk. I'll say that. And I still feel like it was possibly premeditated. Yes, I agree with that one. To an extent. So I'm just saying. I lived around a blackout drunk for many years, not abusive in the least. Not all of them are. Not all of them are. Okay. One of my best friends was a very high functioning alcoholic, who's no longer here with us, but there was no violence and was super high functioning. You could never tell that she was drunk, ever. But she could shut a bar down all on her own. I'll tell you that much, if she wanted to. And there was not one bit of abuse in her system. She was the kindest, sweetest person you'd ever met in your life, even fully drunk. I'm just saying. It's understandable.
T.
No objection by the state, so long as appropriate foundation is laid.
Same for you.
No objection from the state, so long as appropriate foundation is laid for you. Same for V.
Same for W.
W.
Same for X.
X.
Same for Y.
Y.
Yeah, that was me, Walt.
It's one of the other, I'll go ahead and say.
Okay, identification, okay,
Were these the ones that we addressed pre-trial?
yes.
Okay, thank you.
No problem with that being demonstrative aid.
In terms of introducing this as an exhibit into evidence,
Duplicative, competitive.
Is it contained in K through Y?
yes,
Then, is that accurate?
I believe so. I mean, I know the clerk probably doesn't want the blow up, but
If it's
it's going to be easier to handle, the clerk to handle the 8.5 by 11.
if it's, I'll allow you to use it for demonstrative purposes, but I'm not going to accept it into evidence as it is duplicative. What's already in evidence is X, defense pre-marked X.
And then identification C.
Same thing, photographs.
That was either, it was one of the earlier ones we addressed. M or N was the staircase.
And
Okay, for the same reasons, you can utilize it for demonstrative purposes, but it's duplicative as the exhibit itself will be entered into evidence, presumably.
D, identification.
same thing, it's one of the photographs and it's on the state's digital exhibit.
Any disagreement that it's included in your pre-marked?
I agree.
Okay, then same ruling. It is duplicative. You can utilize it for demonstrative purposes.
Identification E.
Same thing.
Is it included, sir, in K?
And that is another possibility that there's no way to prove ever. There is no way to ever prove that he didn't get drunk, pass out, and she didn't roll him into that suitcase somehow. And he woke up and went, wait a minute. What's going on? Okay. There's no way to prove that. No way at all. And I feel that it's absolutely possible. Absolutely. What'd you say, Miss Sherry? No, it's 100% what it is. A mutual combat relationship. Absolutely. I agree with that, Doodle. 100%. As of right now, she's still innocent until they prove that she's guilty. So we'll see.
K through Y?
Yes.
Then for the same reasons, it's duplicative. You can utilize it for demonstrative purposes only.
F for identification.
Same thing.
It's included in your submittals?
Yes.
All right, the same rule.
There was no reason to blow these pictures up this big. None whatsoever. That's just crazy to me, but okay.
It's duplicative. You can utilize it for demonstrative purposes, but it will not be accepted into evidence.
Identification G.
Same thing.
Is it included in your submittal, sir?
Yes.
All right, for the same reasons, I find it's duplicative. You can utilize it for demonstrative purposes, but not seeking it into evidence.
H.
Same thing.
Yes.
Same ruling. You can use it for demonstrative purposes, but it will not be received into evidence by virtue of it being duplicative.
Identification I.
Same as T.
Any disagreement with that, sir?
No, sir.
Same ruling. Court finds it's duplicative. You can utilize it for demonstrative purposes.
Identification. Madam Clerk.
Hang on. Is that the house?
It's either Delta or B.
I think that's Bravo. It's at the defendant on the porch with the two dogs.
Yes.
That was pre-marked before trial as Bravo.
That a B.
That's a B.
Same.
Same.
It was as defense M. Relevancy objection is overruled, but I'm not going to allow the enlargement as it's duplicative, as the native photo is in evidence. But you can use it for demonstrative
Yeah, I
purposes.
probably want to use these in closing and just use this, use that for the.
However you see fit, sir.
Okay, this is not working today?
I can't speak to that. I don't know that anybody today has utilized it. But that's not connected to the overhead. That's separate and apart from the overhead.
Okay, okay. Judge, what other evidence do we have? Body cams?
You don't need an overhead with those. Jesus.
Excuse me? Nothing else? Nothing else through Sarah. There may be some body cam footage to refresh memories. We've got 2 deputies out there.
Okay. Any other exhibits with regard to Ms. Boon at this point in time, Mr. Owens?
Also,
State any reason why we cannot ask Ms. Owens or Mr. Owens to continue his inquiry of Ms. Boon and have her return to the witness stand. All right. Mr. Owens, anything else we need to discuss, sir?
one moment.
Sure.
That's what my biggest problem with this whole thing is she very keenly changed her entire story to match the defense that they're going with. Completely, guys. That's my biggest issue with this. I respect that, Krakow. I do. But like I said, she changed the story. She didn't have to drink with him. She could have said, no, I don't want to drink. I don't want to do this. Let's just do that. And tried to de-escalate what could have been possibly a bad situation. And she didn't want to do that. She wanted to drink with him. So she had a choice. And according to her husband, this was an ongoing thing that she was a functioning alcoholic. So, I mean, that's up to her too. So, and I'm not saying that being abusive is a good thing. They were both arrested for domestic violence. They both got into their fights. And she never pressed charges. She never did any of that. So, I don't know. But I respect your opinion on that 100%, Krakow. I do. Yeah, absolutely. I absolutely do appreciate your opinion. Well, that's another thing too, Barbara, but just saying.
Okay. If we can bring Ms. Boon back up to the witness stand. Once she is seated, we can bring back in our panel. Let's go ahead and stand and bring back in our panel.
Oh, Phil. That's a comedian. And yes, she definitely should have taken the plea. That was the dumbest thing that this woman has done is not taking that plea. I don't think she was going to I can't believe that she thinks she's going to beat this at all. I just don't understand that. Especially with I don't know. I think her attorney's not doing very well for her. That's my opinion, of course, but she should have taken the plea, like, wholeheartedly. That's just my opinion, though. And that could be the truth, but if that's the case, why would you not want to save the person you love, and why would you let them die or even physically hurt them? You know what I mean? That's the problem I have. I don't think she can take the plea now, Phil. Isn't that void once you hit the trial? You can't take the plea. And I can agree with Zelda. There's a possibility that she didn't want it. It was unintentional, like she said 300,000 times. The point is it happened, okay? And it could have been avoided. I agree, Virginia. I think she needs to face the jury. I think the plea is revoked once they go to trial, though. That's my understanding. Can they do that in midst of a trial? See, my understanding was once a plea is revoked and trial starts, that's it. You don't get another one. Oh, okay. So then I was wrong. I've been misinformed. I learned something today. I have absolutely no idea that that was true. So that's good to know. Thank you for that info. I always thought that a plea was offered. Well, yeah, no, you're right, because I have seen it where they've done it all the way up to the very end and said, hey, by the way, we're going to offer you this before you get the verdict. Do you want to take this or not? So, yeah, that is true. I have seen that. Thank you guys, though, for reopening my eyes to that. Do you, Phil? You know a lawyer. How long you been practicing, Phil? I gathered that a long time ago already. Based on some of the stuff you stated legally, but that's okay. I think it's kind of cool. The Alfred plea, yeah.
Jury entering.
State, you recognize our jury.
Yes, sir.
Defense, you recognize our jury.
Yes.
All right, thank you. All can be seated. Members of the jury, again, you could, once seated, raise your hands to confirm that you complied with the court's instructions during our last break. Record reflect all hands have been raised. Mr. Owens, you may continue with your inquiry, sir.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Boon, so I think we left off. You had called your ex-husband.
Yes.
All right. After you called your ex-husband, what happened after that?
I ended up falling asleep.
Okay. Do you remember waking up the next morning?
Yes,
Did you sleep in?
not intentionally.
Okay.
Oh my God, there she is saying it again. I can't handle when she says that word. Not intentionally. Yeah, she denied the initial plea deal, Sherry. Okay, Lisa, no problem, hon. Wow, Mikey, that's really sad.
But you didn't get up at 8 o'clock, did you?
No,
Did you wake up closer to noon?
I believe so, yes.
Did you check the time?
No,
Now, did you hear your phone ringing?
yes, my phone was ringing.
And did you answer it right away?
No,
Do you know approximately how many times it rang before you answered it?
I believe the call was about 3 times.
Did you know who was calling?
I figured it was my ex-husband.
And why would he be calling?
To make sure that I was still on schedule to pick up our son.
At 3 that afternoon?
Correct.
And he goes to school there close by?
Yes.
All right. When you woke up, did you stay in bed for a while?
For a little while, yes.
Or tell the jury what happened when you got up.
I knew it was my ex-husband calling repeatedly. I didn't answer right away because one of our problems is that he doesn't understand that I'm doing things around the apartment and looking for jobs and so on and so forth. So
But you were laying in bed. You weren't doing any of that. So that was just you being ignorant purposely. And again, controlling the situation, because that's exactly what that is.
I inevitably just let it ring, and I laid in the bed, and I figured that George was downstairs either drinking or looking for jobs, or may have just left. And so eventually I decided to get out of the bed and start moving to go downstairs. I was motivated enough to go downstairs, and when I went downstairs, it was very quiet. So I had the understanding, I believed that he had left. And
Did you check to see if where would he be looking for a job at?
Usually on the couch, he would have my son's laptop, and he and I, which we would share.
Y'all only have the son's laptop?
Correct.
And the TV was not working at this time?
The TV was not there.
Okay. So you thought he would be in the living room on the laptop?
Yes.
He was not there?
No.
Where else did you look for him?
I looked on the back porch. I went through the front door to see if my car was there, thinking maybe he had taken my car. I checked the bathroom, and when I was checking the bathroom, I saw the suitcase, and I remembered about the night prior, and I unzipped the suitcase and...
Let me stop you there. You said you were in the bathroom when you saw the suitcase, or coming out of the bathroom?
No, where our bathroom is, I would have to go to the bathroom here. And then when I turned around, I noticed the suitcase, and I remembered.
How did you feel when you saw the suitcase?
I don't think I've ever experienced anything like that before.
Describe it for the jury.
I guess I was aghast, and I just can't describe the feeling.
Bless you.
It was terror to
Bless you.
a certain degree.
I'm sorry, say that again now.
It was terror to a certain degree. I just can't describe it in words, the feeling of remembering. And then he was still in there.
So what did you do?
I immediately unzipped the suitcase, and I was screaming, George, 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 and I was shaking him. And I pulled him out, and I stretched him out flat. And then I began instantly trying to do CPR, and then was trying to look for a pulse or a breath or just anything. And was just screaming his name over and over and over again. And come on, George, come on, George. And I continued CPR, and I continued CPR, and he was gurgling. And
What color was he?
what color was he?
Yes.
He was purple.
At some point, did you call your ex-husband?
Yes, when he started to gurgle, and I knew that my ex-husband is notorious for bringing my son over in very inopportune times when George is possibly drunk or doing things not appropriate for my son to see. And I just didn't know what to do. It was just a quick knee-jerk reaction. Ryan was kind of my go-to person because of my family being deceased, and I don't have anyone else that I can call. And I just wanted to ensure that he would not bring my son over in the process of all of this at some point.
So you called him.
I called him.
Did you ask him what to do? Or did you just tell him to come over?
I just told him to come over.
Did you tell him that you felt like George was dead?
Yes, I did.
And how far? You said it's 5 minutes from house to house?
Yes.
Did you call him back?
Yes, because he was taking so long. It felt seconds were hours. Yes. I'm still doing CPR at the same time in the process of it. I'm
Now-
doing CPR, I don't know how many times.
Did he get there?
Yes,
Did he walk in?
yes,
Did he walk out?
yes.
What did he tell you to do?
Call 911.
What did you do?
I called 911.
Is that the recording we've heard here in this trial?
Yes.
Did you love George?
To this day.
Why did you love him?
Why is there not one tear on her face as she describes this? Explain that to me. If she truly loves this man to this day, why is there not one tear running out of her eye socket right now? Why is there zero emotion coming from her right now? Just saying.
George was very passionate. George was a very real person. George was nice to me on the good days. George complimented me. George and I were two.
Thank you very much, Leslie. That's beautiful. I appreciate that so very much. We love you too. Uh-huh. Agreed, Karen. And exactly. 1 second.
Bodies with one soul, he and I would always say. I don't believe that I've ever had a connection with anyone like I have with George.
Did you have that connection with your ex-husband?
I did not.
Was it even close?
No.
George has some good traits, doesn't he?
Very much.
Did George have some bad traits?
He did.
Did you drink too much?
I did.
Did George drink too much?
Yes.
Tell the jury about George's drinking.
If George was able to, he would drink from sunup to sundown. And me having my son and trying to work and maintain the home and just have a life, a normal life as best as I could, somehow that upset George. And because I had a certain dollar amount from my divorce settlement, at one point it was from wine we could afford vodka. So a lot of the times he would take my car and my debit card and go buy the large, we call them handles, of vodka, which is the big bottle. And sometimes he would finish that all off on his own throughout an entire period of a day into an evening. That's honestly where I thought that he was going to be that morning when I came downstairs, because he's notorious for just automatically already being outside from drinking all the time.
And you said you have an alcohol problem. George has an alcohol problem.
Yes.
How did George's drinking adversely affect you?
It would debilitate my ability to help him the way that I was always trying to help him, because it would be one good day, a day of survival, and then it would be another day where I'm having to peel him off of me and call 911.
Why would he get that way? Tell us his pattern as it relates to drinking and then object.
Approach.
Why is it every time there's an objection, they have to approach the bench? I don't get that. Thank you, Miss Sherry. We're almost done here, you guys. It's almost done. And I will leave you to your own. I just thought we might as well catch up. Since that was an early night for the other trial, why not catch up on this? At least with her testimony, because it's probably the most important one of this whole thing, in my opinion.
Objections overruled for now.
Y'all were together 3.5 years?
Yes.
Is there times when he would get to a state of intoxication where he would get violent against you?
Quite often.
Judge, can I approach the witness?
Yes, as long as you show it to the state first, please.
going to show you defense exhibit for identification P. It's 2 photographs. Could you look at those photographs and see if you recognize those?
I do.
Are those 2 pictures of your body?
Yes.
Do they show injuries to your body?
Yes.
Were those injuries caused by George Torres?
Yes.
Are those photographs a fair and accurate depiction of the injuries you sustained at the hands of George Torres?
On this occurrence, yes.
You remember this occurrence?
I don't. It was so often.
You don't remember a specific date,
I don't.
but you're sure that that's you?
Yes.
Is that the injuries that what's the injury to the rib cage?
I don't remember specifically. These may be the pictures. So, when we used to go over to his brother's house, one of his brothers and his.
Non-responsive.
Sustained.
You're gonna have to answer the question. Just a minute. Do you know what happened to, did George cause these injuries?
Yes.
All right. Were y'all both drinking at that time?
I don't remember on this instant.
Yes, you were.
Judge, I'd like to move this exhibit into evidence.
Okay.
What was pre-marked as P will be received into evidence without objection as Defense Exhibit 2.
I'm not sure I know what I heard this.
Mr. Lawrence, may I get just a number, please? Thank you.
Mr. J, would you be so kind? Thank you.
And I need to ask permission to publish it.
Yes, sir. You may do so.
This is not, Judge.
Looks like I think there's a wheel on the top where you can use to. There you go.
Ms. Boon, is that you?
Yes.
Are those injuries to your arm?
Yes.
Were they caused by George Torres?
Yes.
And during the same incident, is this you?
Yes.
Is that an injury or bruise to your rib cage area
Yes.
and your arm?
Yes.
I'll show you identification, defense identification Q. See if you recognize that photograph.
Yes.
Is that your thigh?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember this incident?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what happened?
I wanted to take my dogs for a walk and get off at the back porch.
Were y'all drinking?
Yes. And he was upset that I would rather go walk my dogs than sit there and continue to drink. So he slapped my thigh as hard as he possibly could and said that you're not going anywhere. And it was a good smack on my thigh.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the wound that you suffered as a result of George Torres slapping you on the thigh?
Yes.
Judge, I'd like to offer Q in evidence.
Objection.
What was pre-marked as Q will be received into evidence without objection as Defense 3. You may, sir.
And for the jury's sake, is this the photograph you just mentioned?
Yes.
Let's show you Identification, defense identification S. See if you recognize that photograph.
I do.
Is that your hand?
Yes.
Is that your blood on your hand?
Yes, it is.
Is that you standing, looks like in a room with flip-flops?
This is in the kitchen at Brian's house.
Okay, what happened there?
So George was very drunk, and I wanted to leave, and he's notorious for taking my car keys and putting them around his neck and my phone in his crotch area and telling me to come get them. And I really wanted to leave because of how drunk, and I knew the escalation of his anger. I didn't want to be there when it was at its peak. So I tried to take my keys from around him because he kept taunting me to take my keys, come get your keys. And so I attempted to go and get my keys. And so he ended up getting a butcher knife. And I had an opportunity to call Brian to come and help me, to please come pick me up, to come get me. And of course, he brings my son with him. And so I'm in the parking lot asking Brian to please help me get my car keys away from him. And there's neighbors, and it's a scene at this point. And George comes to the doorway of my townhome wielding the butcher knife, saying that, do I curse?
Yeah.
That no one's going to take her fucking keys. No one's going to fucking come into this house. And he's waving the butcher knife. And I walked up to him, and I just wanted to leave. And my little son, who was, I believe, 7 or 8 at the time, just is screaming, give mommy her keys, give mommy her keys, let her leave. Brian was even trying to negotiate with him, saying, please, you know she'll come back, just let her leave. So I went up to try and take the keys from him, and he was pulling on them, and I ended up pulling harder. And he pulled them back again to try to pull me in the house, and I pulled them even harder, and it ripped my finger. And at one point, I had lost the fingernail, and the tip of my pinky was severely gashed.
Judge, I'd like to offer this to the evidence.
Okay. What was it pre-marked as, Counselor?
Looks like S, but not accordingly.
What was pre-marked as defense S will be received into evidence without objection as defense 4.
Ms. Boon, for the jury's sake, is this the picture you were referring to? Is that the nail, or is it on? Still on?
I believe so, yes.
Now I'm showing you a composite identification L, 2 photographs. Can you look at those photographs and tell the jury what they are?
I wanted to eat, and while he was drinking, went and made myself, as quickly as I possibly could, a microwave bowl of, I believe it was broccoli and cheddar soup. And I didn't get it out enough time, and he came up behind me and he slapped it out of my hand. And it was a 2nd-degree burn. I went to the hospital for it.
Were those fair and accurate depictions of the injury, the burn to your thigh?
Yes.
We'd like to offer identification L in evidence.
No objection. What was pre-marked as L will be received into evidence without objection as defense 5. Yes, sir.
You had to go to the hospital as a result of these injuries to your thigh?
Yes. It
Okay.
was extremely painful.
Is that a depiction of the burn?
Yes.
Is that your thigh
Oh my God, yes.
and your knee?
Yes.
All right, I'm showing you the positive exhibit for identification of K, 4 photographs. Did you look at those, all 4, before commenting? This is a longer story, isn't it? Go ahead and tell.
So George stabbed me in my leg. I almost bled to death.
All right, well, let's go back and explain what led up to that.
I thought it would be nice to cook a nice steak dinner. We don't have 2 nickels to rub together, so I thought it would be special to make a steak dinner and make potato and go above the normal whatever's left over in the refrigerator. And so I spent a lot of time doing that, and George is drinking the entire time and on the back porch.
You were drinking as well, were you not?
I was drinking. He was on the back porch while I was in the house and I was cooking. And it was one of those where maybe if I start making dinner now, it will be over at a particular time and we can go to bed at a reasonable time. And I even put it in the bedroom and had a movie set up for us to watch. So it would just kind of be dinner in bed. And then he came upstairs and saw that I had made the steak dinner, and I don't know how to describe how drunk he was, but it definitely was not George. And had him come lay on the bed, sit on the bed, and, you know, put the, I got the dogs out, and I presented him with the steak dinner and sat down and was getting ready to start playing the movie. And he starts being very rude and cursing the steak and finding fault with it. And then, you know, I'm having to encourage him to eat. You know, if you want me to cut it up for you, I will cut it up for you. Did you want some more sour cream for your potato? What can I do to make you happier? And then he started to pull on me and kept saying that, excuse me, that I just want to fuck you on the steak and fuck you on the potatoes. And I took offense to that, and I kept trying to encourage him to eat. I started to eat.
Is this just him really drunk and saying nonsense?
I don't know why he was so angry that day. I don't know if it's because I got steak. I don't know. Most of the time I don't know the reason why. I couldn't take it anymore. Obviously I was not going to be able to eat. So I started to crawl off of the bed to leave, just the bedroom. And he told me again that I'm not going anywhere, and he stabbed me in my leg, and it crunched. You could hear a noise that it made, and blood just started to come out of my leg, just like a fountain. So I got off of the bed. He's starting to freak out and grabbed me a towel. I got a wet towel, and I'm sitting here holding the towel, and it's increasingly becoming even more and more saturated by the minute. It's just minutes. So I'm going through towels, and I said, George, I think I need to go to the hospital. This is not stopping to bleed. This is serious. And he got on his knees and begged me, please don't call the police. Please don't call the police. Please don't call the police. And inevitably, he went and got my car keys and put them around his neck again, and my cell phone. So I was not able to call anyone, and I wasn't able to leave in my car. So I figured I would just go downstairs, and I'm just going to go downstairs. And I had propped my foot up on the glass table that we had, and blood is just everywhere. Blood is everywhere. I can't keep up with the amount of blood, and I'm starting to feel very weak and really weird. And he comes downstairs, and he's still begging me, please don't call 911. Please don't call 911. I kept telling him, there's something, this is serious. This is something. Because he knew that he would probably get arrested or something bad would happen to him. So I couldn't take him anymore. He was just all over me and just, I'm bleeding. I'm bleeding very badly. And he's having me try to console him. And I kept telling him, please, I need to call 911, please. And I said, okay, just give me a moment. And I crawled upstairs to my son's bathroom, which is the furthest bathroom away from everything. And I remember holding onto the sink, and I looked into the mirror and my lips were blue. And I knew I needed help. I needed help. And he came upstairs looking frantic for me, calling my name. And then I turned to him and I said, please, I'm going to die. I've lost a lot of blood. There's something wrong. My lips are blue. Please, we don't have to call an ambulance. If you could just take me, I'll drive whatever I can do, please, to go to the hospital for this. And he said that before anything happens, I had to concoct a story in order for him to not be arrested or be in trouble when we did inevitably get to the hospital. So I'm sitting there with this blood-soaked towel with blue lips, trying to come up with a story of what I can tell them when I go down there so he's not in trouble, and telling him that it's okay. And I came up with the story of that we were sword fighting silly after drinking with our steak knives, and he accidentally punctured my leg. And from there,
How did you get to the hospital?
originally he told me to drive, and because of the amount of alcohol that he drank, and I couldn't. So he got into the driver's seat and drove me, and the entire time he's barking at me to make sure that I get the story straight. We're sword fighting, okay? We were drunk,
Did you go
being
to the
silly.
hospital?
Yes,
All right, and did you get treated there?
yes. I was bloody, and
All right, let me show you the photograph. Can I show you this?
Yeah.
All right, is this fair and accurate?
Welcome, Cali Cat. Thanks for joining us tonight. I appreciate you very much.
Depiction of the injury to your leg?
yes, I had to go to 2 different hospitals for it.
And you lied to medical personnel about how this happened?
Yes, they brought in sheriffs and everything.
Was it consistent with, they brought in sheriffs? Did you have to answer to the law enforcement officers?
Yes,
Did you stick with the story that you and George had agreed?
I did.
Judge, I'd like to offer this composite exhibit. Okay.
What was pre-marked as K will be received into evidence without objection as Defendant 6. You may publish, sir.
Thank you. And is this you at the hospital?
Yes.
Is this a stab wound to your leg?
Yes.
Is this a close-up of the stab wound?
Yes.
Was that, did you hurt your foot?
No, due to the injury, I had other problems with the surgery.
Okay. But you eventually recovered?
Eventually, yes.
Do you have a scar to that effect?
I do.
Judge, could you step down and show me?
Mr. J? You may. There's a lock, sir. Out.
All right, I don't know how the rest of you, this judge, because we've got this bond. Is this the injury here? Looks like there's an adhesion. All right, I'm showing you identification T. You recognize that photograph?
I do. Yes.
All right.
If all of this is true, all of this, and I'm not going to say it's not, okay, but if all of these domestic violence acts are true, including the one of the picture of her in the emergency room after this, she was smiling in that picture. Why is there no, this should be an emotional breakdown situation for her talking about this stuff. The bad memories of it should bring out a lot of emotions, and there's nothing. There's nothing. This should be painful to her to talk about. There's nothing. I don't understand. I don't understand. Something's different with this. And my mother, I'm not going to go there.
Looks like you've got an injury to your lip and to your face. Do you recall this event?
I was trying to sleep, and
Have y'all been drinking?
I'm sure. I know that he had been drinking. This was one of the instances where I would go upstairs to try to go to sleep. And
But y'all drank together a lot, did you not?
sometimes, yes.
But there were times where he wanted to stay up and continue to drink and you wanted to go to bed.
Many times, yes.
You were done, he was not.
Correct.
Was that one of these times?
Yes.
So tell us what happened.
I'm sleeping in the bed, sound asleep, and he comes into the room and grabs me by my hair a lot of the times. And from here, he scratched me from trying to grab me, and then grabbed my hair and pulled me off of the bed, and then raked my face across the carpet. These are carpet burns.
To your lips?
Yes.
What about to the, looks like the eyebrow area?
That's from where from grabbing me, scratched me and got a hold of me by my hair.
Why was he mad at you?
Because I wasn't downstairs
He wanted you to be drinking with him?
all the time.
All right, I'd like to introduce identification T and evidence.
What was pre-marked as T will be received into evidence without objection as Defense Exhibit 7.
Oh, permission, Paul.
You may, sir.
All right, you see the injury between the eyes and the injury to the lip,
Yes.
as you described?
Yes, and then the blood going down my eye, yes.
Showing you what has been marked as exhibit for identification, or defense exhibit. You for identification.
Yes,
Can you describe that photograph?
I can.
Go ahead.
This was the first time that I ever called 911. George and I had gone to a bar across the street within walking distance, and at some point, I asked a guy, or he asked me, somehow or another, it was over a cigarette. And he left, and I didn't know where he went, and the bartender said, oh, he left. He took your car and he left. So,
Why would he do that?
well, I found out when I got home, it was because I spoke to another man. And so I paid the tab and I walked home, and he's sitting on the back porch with the handle of vodka. And I was walking on eggshells and terrified and kind of treaded lightly when I came in, and he acted all natural and fine. So I didn't know the reason why that he had just gotten up and left with my car. So then he calls me a whore, and then he calls me a slut, and then he calls me a cunt, and gets up and pushes me. And he pushed me with both of his hands so hard that we have this little area where our washer and dryer is, and there are metal doors that are on it. And he pushed me into the metal door. And then I fell back, and he got his knees on top of me on my arms here, so I was pinned down, and was starting to strangle me and hit my head up against the metal closet over and over and over and over and over it again, and calling me a fucking whore and you're such a slut and fuck you and everything. And my tongue was flopping out of my mouth, and I thought I was going to bite my tongue off. And because of the amount of noise I guess my head was making on the metal door, he slid me down and got back on me and then started to strangle me again. And it was on, we have carpet, but it's like concrete. And I was able to get my arms out from underneath and grab his throat and get him off of me. So I got him off of me, and I pushed him off, and he came up and he goes, "You fucking bitch." And he stomped my face. And the next thing I know, I woke up. I obviously blacked out. I'm obviously, I guess, yes. And he was passed out on the floor. And I woke up frantic looking for my phone, and I immediately called 911.
Okay. The police arrived on that incident?
Yes, they did.
Is this a fair and accurate depiction of the injury you sustained as a result of him kicking you?
Stomping, yes.
A stomp?
Stomp.
With his
All I
heel?
saw was his heel.
We ask that this be identification of you be admitted today. Okay.
What was pre-marked as you will be received without objection is defense 8.
Oh, now I know why I believe she thinks she's so confident within this case now, because they're going to use this to play the jury and play on their heartstrings against this situation now. So this makes sense as to why the confidence is so high.
Was that the next day, or is that a few days later?
That's a couple of days later.
And that's the bruising from the kicking of the thigh?
Yes.
Now, the police will call, and we're going to talk about that in a minute. Let me go to the jury. Showing you identification V, defense. Do you recognize that? You have to speak up.
Yes.
Can you identify that picture?
Yes.
Is that your leg?
Yes.
And was like the injury to your knee?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the injury you sustained to your knee?
Yes.
Do you remember how that happened?
Yes.
Did you tell the jury?
I was trying to get off of the back porch, and he grabbed me and pushed me, and it was a rock or a really sharp piece of mold from him grabbing me and pushing me onto the ground. And I guess I just happened to hit my knee just right on whatever it was.
Were y'all drinking? Why did he push you?
Because I wanted to get off of the back porch.
He wanted to stay out there?
Yes.
He wanted you to be with him? What's the deal with him wanting to be with you all the time?
Security, I guess. I don't know. I don't know.
Did you do your best to please him?
And then some, yes.
All right, I'd like to introduce an evidence identification.
Okay.
What was pre-marked as V will be received into evidence without objection is defense 9.
Now, Ms. Boon, were you treated for this, or did you self-treat? Show the jury now.
No, that was just, I got the first aid kit that I had for my son, and I just cleaned it up.
You what?
I said I got the first aid kit that I had for my son, and I just cleaned it up and put a Band-Aid on it.
I'm showing you identification W. Defense identification. You recognize that photograph? What is that a photograph of?
This is the photograph of my arm.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of the arm with some type of injury?
Yes,
You remember this event?
multiple times, yes.
Well, I'm talking about this isolated event where this photograph was taken, the injury you sustained.
Yep.
Who injured your arm?
George Torres,
You remember this event?
yes.
Can you tell the jury about it?
This was one of the instances where I would try to pull away from him, and I don't know how my arm started to do this, but from him pulling from this way, how hard he would pull, with me trying to struggle to get away from him, it would leave these bloody under the skin splotches.
So he wouldn't hit you sometimes, he would just grab you and pull you.
Yes, from me trying to pull away from him, that's the point of it doing this, from me pulling away from him.
Now, this is one of the many times y'all were both intoxicated.
I mean, I can't say for sure that, yes, but whenever it would happen, yes, I would be drinking.
Identification W is evidence.
What was pre-marked as W will be received into evidence without objection as Defense Exhibit 10. You may, sir.
All right, it doesn't look like a wound or anything.
Objection to commentary.
Sustained.
I'm sorry, tell me, you said it's just from the grip, him losing his grip?
Yes, it would be from me pulling away from him, and whatever under the skin it was that it was disturbed from the amount of pressure of him holding and then pulling from me would create those on my arms.
Okay. I'm going to show you Defense Exhibit X for identification.
Yes.
And what is that a picture of?
This is a picture of my ear, side of my head.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction
Yes.
of the injury you sustained by George Torres?
Yes.
Do you remember this event?
Yes.
Were you drinking?
I at the time was not drinking.
On this event, you had not consumed any alcohol.
I mean, I may have earlier. This was another, I was in the bed trying to sleep.
Where was George?
Downstairs drinking.
All right, and so you were wanting to go to bed, and he wanted you to stay down there with him?
Yes, I was in the bed.
All right, tell the jury what happened on this event.
I believe this was the instant where I was in the bed and I used to barricade the door with our dresser.
Why didn't you just lock it?
All of the locks were broken in my home.
Why?
They were from George taking them in, including my son's. At one point, I could seek refuge in my son's room, but he broke that one as well.
Well, tell me, explain how that happens. Tell the jury. We can't read your mind.
George wants me, which he has told me numerous times, that I am to be with him at all times and doesn't like to be apart from me or away from me. So whenever it was even just to go to the bathroom, sometimes he would go with me. And you have to understand, I have a 2-story, 900 square foot townhome, so there's not many places to go. So it just happened to be that it would be upstairs or downstairs, or I'd be in a particular room or not. So inevitably.
Did you want some time away?
Yes, I did. Even if it were just him upstairs or me downstairs or vice versa. So I rarely got to sleep. This was one of the instances because I had barricaded the door with our, 200-pound dresser that we had. And then I had my nightstand barricaded up against the bed, to where it was even more difficult from the prior times of him breaking in. And he would, I don't know how he would ever do it, but he would get himself in through the crack of the door that he would be able to wedge the dresser and the nightstand. and he pulled me out of the bed and told me I was going to die. And I believe it's this incident, and punched me, and
Punched you in the side of the head?
yes, in
Was
my
it-
temple and everything.
Was it an open fist or a closed fist, or do you know?
It was fully closed.
Like identification X introduced in evidence?
Was pre-marked as X will be received without objection as Defense Exhibit 11.
I'm showing you this exhibit. That's you?
Yes.
Did you get any treatment for that? Medical treatment?
I know the police came, but I don't remember. I remember it hurt for a good solid 2 weeks after that.
Was this one of the incidents where the police were called?
Yes.
Now, do you recognize this photograph, which is identification Y?
Yes.
Was that the date of the incident? The date of this event?
No, it happened prior. I mean, but this picture that was taken of the,
This picture was taken, would have been taken February 24th of 2020.
yes,
And do you recognize that as your close-up facial?
yes,
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of how your face looked on February 23rd of 2020?
yes.
What's the significance of this picture?
Again, because I was sleeping, George was upset with me and came in with a metal curtain rod and bent it and snapped it in half and then crunched me in the forehead with it. And then started to beat the furniture that was in the bedroom. This is probably a good month before or after it had happened, before I really do believe that I should have gotten stitches, but I was not allowed to go to the hospital.
Judge, I'd like identification Y introduced into evidence.
It was a gash.
What was pre-marked as Y will be received into evidence without objection as Defense 12.
Is that the same curtain rod that you mentioned in the 2-hour interrogation video?
Which they didn't take, yes.
This was photographs that were taken, I guess it would have been the crime scene. Was it the crime scene investigator that came out and took photographs?
I don't remember who it was, but yes, someone did on the day of the incident.
Was it different from the extraction, the phone extraction expert? Was it somebody different?
I think.
But is it this Boon right here?
Yes. And remember, that's a month later.
And then on that same date, same time, they took this photograph as well, which is identification R.
Yes.
All right, and what does that do?
I believe it's from holding the baseball bat, and
Is that an injury to your hand?
it's a bruise.
Was that taken, February 23rd, 2020, when the investigators came out on
February 24th, I believe.
February 24th? And I'd like to introduce identification on today.
What was pre-marked as Defense R will be received into evidence without objection as Defense 13.
Judge knowledge.
Yes, sir.
This is not a great photograph, copy of the copy. But February 24th of 2020, is that what you were wearing? Is that you?
Yes.
Okay. And there's some discoloration up here of your palm. You see that?
I do.
Is that from you jabbing him with a baseball bat?
Sustained.
Do you know how you suffered that injury?
I believe it's from holding the baseball bat.
When you poked him with it?
Yes, trying to get his hand back in.
Take care, Virginia. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate you very much.
I'm showing you defense identification in. Just like 5 photographs. Can you look at those? See if you recognize them. All right, let's in now.
Yes.
And are those fair and accurate depictions?
Yes.
As a composite of the events that occurred in relation to George Torres and your TV?
Yes. Yes.
All right, are those stills of a videotape that you took?
Yes.
And is that videotape, was it on your phone?
Yes.
So when law enforcement seized the phone, they would have had access to this video?
I believe so, yes.
And tell me about it.
Lucas liked to watch cartoons and play video games on the big screen, this is the big screen. And I would have to call Brian to come over sometimes to help me figure out the Fire Stick and whatever platform or whatever it was that Lucas was trying to view his shows and video games on. And I don't remember how George found out that Brian had come over. I believe because it was actually fixed and he knew that I didn't know how to do it. Found out that Brian had come over to fix it, and
was he jealous of Brian?
I don't know if he was jealous of Brian. I think that he had a fear that I somehow would go back to Brian. So I think by Brian helping me with things for Lucas, he just didn't want him to be interacting with me at all.
So Lucas wasn't over here this day, was he? No. Brian wasn't over here this day.
He may have been. I can't remember when he actually fixed the television for Lucas.
But y'all were drinking this day.
And I know he was for a fact, yes.
Chances are you were.
Probably so, yes.
Okay.
I would agree.
So how did it end up badly?
He accused me of sucking Brian's dick and told me that he was going to break my face with the bat, and that he was going to make me unrecognizable to my son with the bat. And then told me that he's going to destroy my fucking television. And then I was going to remove it from the apartment. And if I didn't, I was going to be again unrecognizable to my son.
So did he grab the bat?
Absolutely. He already had that in his hand, and he told me that I had to videotape it.
Did you videotape it voluntarily?
No.
All right, but there is a video, but I'm gonna go ahead and ask Judge if I could introduce this identification of these 5 photographs into evidence.
Okay. Is it O or N?
I have O being a composite with 5 photos, and not having a single photo.
We're moving in O. Okay. All right. What was pre-marked as O will be received into evidence without objection as defense 14.
All right, these are some stills from video. This was George that particular day holding the bat.
You guys telling me that I'm going to take the television out once he destroys it.
He wanted you to take the television out?
That or I was going to help him, but either way, I was taking it apart and removing it.
And what is this picture of?
In the process of him destroying my television.
While you're videotaping?
Correct.
Is that the result?
No. After that, he ripped it off of the TV stand.
Did you later pass out?
Yep, like he usually does.
What's he drinking then?
I seem to remember her saying earlier that they weren't allowed to smoke inside, and they didn't smoke inside, but there's an ashtray full of cigarettes and a lighter. So just saying.
I don't know. Vodka and something, I'm sure.
I'm showing you identification N. See if you recognize that.
It's my living room in the stairwell.
All right, were those, was that a photograph taken by a crime scene?
Correct.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of your living room and stairwell?
Yes.
And let's try to introduce this as identification 9 as an exhibit.
No, it's pre-marked as M, correct?
It's got N.
N, I apologize. What was pre-marked as N will be received into evidence without objection as defendants 15.
Can you tell us a little bit about this room?
This is my living room. This wall that we have over here with the hearts, that's where we would display all of our artwork. We were in the process of taking it down to add more, so he could continue to be entertained. The bookshelf over here is my son's bookshelf with all of his toys and little guns and musical instruments. He's got a little karaoke machine down here, his guitar. The stand right here with the red bucket on it, that was the television stand. And then my back porch area and the dog bed here.
And then it looks like in front of the bookshelf at the foot of the stairs is that a doggy?
It's a baby gate, but my dogs would wander upstairs sometimes and go to the bathroom sometimes when we couldn't get them out. So I would at nighttime, or whenever we weren't home, make sure that they didn't go upstairs. And plus Penny was blind.
There's an allegation that you pushed George down the stairs
Apparently,
or got him in the suitcase upstairs and pushed him down the stairs?
supposedly,
Did that occur?
absolutely not.
Is that bookshelf disturbed in any way?
No, nor the plant next to it.
I'm showing you composite 2 photographs, identification M. Did you look at those 2 and see if you recognize them?
Yes, this is me sitting on the back porch with my dogs. And as you can see that we are both drinking.
All right, who's taking the picture?
I'm guessing George is, or maybe it's one that Lucas, Lucas wasn't on here, so it had to be George.
How can you tell y'all are drinking?
Because there's a cup here and then he has a beer.
And there's two dogs. There's one sitting next to you. Who's that?
That's Penny. She's the blind dog. I used to have to pick her up to put her somewhere so she would stay there because she was unfamiliar with the area, especially since we moved from my marital home to the townhome. So most of the time Penny would be close or next to me.
Who's next to the film?
This is little guard dog Tess. She was the deaf dog. And this is the fence here.
Well, I'll show you.
Okay. But this is Tess, and then this is deaf, blind. Penny and Tess.
All right, and then the second one.
This is Tess on the back porch, taking a nap. She was never far from me.
All right, when George was sober, how did he treat the dogs?
Nice. I don't know if he was a pet person, but I mean, he was nice. If I needed him to feed them, he would feed them.
Were there times when George was drinking where he would threaten to harm the dogs?
All the time.
You're gonna have to tell the jury.
One of the worst threats was Penny being blind. He would actually leave the gate open in the back. He wouldn't threaten me to do it. He would actually do it on nights that I had to go up to sleep or I fled the night before or something. And would tell me that he hoped that I would come back and find her bloated body dead in the pond across the way from our townhome. And Tess was notorious if I wasn't there to go look for me, and would say that he would hope that I would have to scrape up her dead body from the street that was out in front of our apartment complex.
Why was George upset with you? Why was he threatening to harm the dog?
Anything that he could get to try to have some type of hold over me.
Control?
And he knew I loved my dogs very much, especially that they were handicapped.
Were they afraid of him?
Yes. Penny would hear his voice and instantly go underneath the dining room table that we had. Tess was always fractious and very, very quick with his movements, but she was never far away. They never showed their teeth. They never growled. Tess would occasionally bark, but it was very rare. And he used to kick them and just...
For what reason would he kick them?
Penny would try to find me because she's blind.
Speculating in the mind of the dog.
Sustained.
I'd like to move identification in and evidence.
Any objection? Was pre-marked as M will be received into evidence without objection as defense 16.
All right. Can you describe this for the jury?
This is again is our back porch, and this is the fence that I made for the dogs to have a little bit extra space. Penny is next to me. She's the blind dog, and then Tess is down here at guarding the gate.
Are these fake rabbits? Is that?
Yes. I used to call my son when he was a baby. He was my bunny rabbit.
Yep, 11:22 never fails.
Received into evidence without objection as defense 16.
All right. Can you describe this for the jury?
This is again is our back porch, and this is the fence that I made for the dogs to have a little bit extra space. Penny is next to me. She's the line dog, and then Tess is down here at guarding the gate.
Are these fake rabbits? Is that?
Yes. I used to call my son when he was a baby. He was my bunny rabbit.
Overruled.
He was my bunny rabbit. So I used to collect bunny rabbits, and so I have rabbits here and there throughout my house and in my little garden area.
Or this is the alcohol you are consuming?
Yes.
And this is a close-up of which one?
This is Tess. She's the deaf dog.
How old were these dogs at that time, 2020?
Gosh, maybe 9, maybe 10.
What do the dogs have to do with what happened to George? Don't get me wrong, I like animals, but it looked completely normal, Walt. There doesn't look to be anything wrong. She's smiling. She looks happy. The whole thing looks normal. So, again, I don't get it.
Yes.
I don't understand it myself, Phil, so I can't explain it. I don't get it. I've tried to figure it out. I haven't figured it out yet, but I'll get it.
This evening. I know. All right, members of the jury, it's 4:03. By show of hands, would you like to take an afternoon break at this point in time? Okay, court sees no hands. We may have to work also a little bit past 5 o'clock, maybe going between 5:45 and 6 this evening. I know juror third from the right, you may have to make a phone call as to that. Does anyone have any concerns about working a little bit later today till 6 o'clock? If you have those concerns, please raise your hand at this time. All right, court sees no hands. Ma'am, are you in a position to step out to see if you can get assistance with childcare, or is that not an option for today?
I'm actually all set for today. She's already taken them.
You are? Okay. All right. Excellent. Very good. Thank you very much. I appreciate you all. With that, Mr. Owens, you may continue.
Judge?
Yes, sir.
I think one of the jurors raised their hand.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, juror fifth from the right.
Are we going to get a break before the 5:45 mark? Because if not, then yes, I would like a break.
I'll tell you what, let's go ahead and take it at this time. We'll give you all a 15.
James Owens for the suit. County Henderson for Sarah. Sarah Bethel, Sarah.
All right. Ms. Boon, let's go ahead and bring you back up to the witness stand, please.
Judge, we're going to try to go to 6 today.
Yes, sir. That's the plan.
Motion takes, I missed. You said about 20.
All right. We're ready to bring back in our jury.
Yes.
All right. Let's do it.
Oh, Judge, hold on. Oh, she's up there. I'm sorry.
Jury entering.
State, do you recognize our jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense, do you recognize our jury? All right, y'all can be seated. Thank you. Again, members of the jury, if you could. Oh, wait. Okay. Can the parties approach for a moment? All right, members of the jury, again, if you could just raise your hands to confirm that you complied to the court's instructions during the last break. Record reflect all hands have been raised. All right, with that, Mr. Owens, you may continue your inquiry, sir.
Just based on the court statements, identification A, I'd like to, this is one of the photographs that we introduced. Is this injury to your ear?
Yes.
And then this is your living room. This is identification C, the blow up.
Yes.
Identification D. TV.
Yes.
Identification E. Is that your arm?
Yes.
Identification F. Is that your knife wound? Identification G. Is this the curtain rod?
Yes.
Identification H. This is the eye. Identification I. Your face shot,
Yes.
the lip, the eyebrow. Identification B, and this is the back patio of the dog.
Yes.
Camel bounce a little bit. It's been. Let me go back to the night earlier in the evening when I think y'all may have been out on the back patio and you had suggested to George to call the children, but then did he call his brother or his brother called George? Do you remember?
George called his brother.
Okay. And you made a statement about tell him something. Explain that to the jury.
I told him to tell his brother about you choking me the other day. This is a separate choking incident. We had been drinking, and I wanted George to tell him, but he didn't tell him, so I said it in the background, so he would be aware.
What did you tell him?
Tell him why you choked me, or that you choked me.
You heard the testimony of the two neighbors, the boys that live next to you,
Yes,
and you heard that they were actually questioned. I think the audio, they were audio interviewed. You heard from Detective Cotson. I think it was 2 or 3, a couple of days later on the 25th of February or 27th of February.
yes,
And you heard their testimony earlier this week,
yes,
where they hear a kind of a thumping sound starting at the top of the steps, ending at the bottom.
yes,
Have they got the night wrong?
yes.
Explain to the jury that.
So it was the night before. Again, I was sleeping, and in the middle of the night with the door barricaded, he came in and ripped me out of the bed. And first got me with one hand, and then got both hands and pulled me completely off of the bed. And then, like a caveman, had my hair like this and was going down the stairwell, taking me with him to come downstairs so I could sit and drink with him.
Do you believe that's the noise that the two neighbor boys heard?
I absolutely do.
And it was just the night before?
Correct.
Now, some of the time when this abuse occurred, you called the police,
Yes,
and other times the police were not called.
correct.
I want to refer to you the first time, I believe, you mentioned the 911 call. I believe that was July 25th of 2018.
Yes,
And that was the incident in which George had kicked you in the eye,
stopped me. Yes,
stomped you, and you had grabbed his neck.
yes, I was able to get my arms out from him pinning me down with his knees and grab his neck.
So law enforcement came and investigated,
Yes,
and both of you were arrested.
correct.
Do you recall asking the officer when you were arrested, why am I being arrested?
Many times, yes.
Do you recall asking the officer, why am I being arrested?
Yes,
And do you recall making any other statements to law enforcement as to why you did what you did to George?
that was the first time ever that I actually officially fought back.
Did you tell the officer that you were fighting back?
Yes, because I was complete shock that I was getting arrested because of it.
Now, on the 2-minute video, the suitcase video, you mentioned to him, I think you said something, I can't breathe. He said, I can't breathe. And you said, that's how I feel when you're choking me. Were you referring to an isolated incident of the night before, 2 nights before, or whatever, or were you referring to in general?
In general, the more than 2 or 3, 4 times that he had done it.
Okay. And then the part about cheating, he didn't physically cheat on you.
No, we did not.
Okay. And just, I don't want to go into a lot of detail, but what are you referring to there?
George was, I believe, addicted to pornography, and a lot of that would be found on my phone from him supposedly wanting to call up job interviews. And as a solution, I sat him down and I explained to him, to me, that's you visualizing yourself with someone else, or at least having a pleasurable moment with someone else or watching other people. And to me, I told him that I considered that cheating on me.
Okay. And so he would download that on your phone?
Yes.
Why did you stay?
As,
You got to tell the jury.
as anyone who has ever been in love, or when you love someone, or primarily someone or something, you go above and beyond, and you tolerate and you endure and you persevere, and you try to make that person as spectacular as you possibly can, no matter the sacrifice that you may have to go through to serve someone else in a positive light so they can be better people for themselves and to just make them a happier person. And love is very strong and love is very deep. And love, I believe, is not fully understood in a lot of ways for how different people react to it. And I very much deeply and passionately love George. I love him to this day.
Did you not want to be alone?
At the beginning, through my divorce, it was very nice to have him around. He was a man to me, and I felt protected. And he's very nice. And as lame as it sounds, he used to compliment me, and it made my day. So yes.
During that period of time, when you first started seeing George, would it be fair to say that you had low self-esteem?
Yes.
Now, we talked about this previous arrest where you told the officer you were fighting back and you got arrested. Now, I want to talk about your conversations with law enforcement, but first I want to ask you, why did you go to the police station that day when you were interrogated there and saw the 2-hour video? Tell the jury.
The day of the incident, the detective Copso gave me her business card with her personal cell phone number on it and said if I happen to remember anything or anything that I would like to add to the day for me to not hesitate to give her a call. So throughout the rest of the evening, something was off. I didn't feel comfortable with what she told me and how she told it to me.
How long were you at the scene?
Gosh, all day from the moment that they were there to the moment that the coroner's van drove off.
All right, when it ended, did you stay in your home?
No, I raced inside and collected some pajamas and a toothbrush, and I went over to where my son was at my ex-husband's house.
Did you take the dogs?
I didn't even feed them. It was so fast.
All right, and then once you got over to your ex-husband, what happened? As it relates to Detective Copson.
Something just wasn't sitting right with me, and I had a suspicion that she just wasn't being honest with me, so I took it upon myself.
Sustained.
So you called her. Tell us about that.
I called her and I told her that I felt that she was being dishonest with me. She originally had told me that due to her being pregnant, it would just be a lot easier for her to have me come down to the station to pick up my phone. The original plan was for she and Detective Loman to return the phone to my apartment. But she said that it would be a lot easier for me to just come down and pick it up because I remember when I was pregnant. That's what she said. You remember when you were pregnant. So I said, I feel that you're tricking me and I feel that you're being very sneaky about something and I don't believe that you're being honest with me. And I said, regardless, I'm still going to come.
Sustained.
So you agreed to come, but you understood it was to get your phone?
Correct.
All right, you came that afternoon to the station?
I did.
And the original agreement was they were to come to you?
Correct.
All right. When you got to the station, what happened?
I thought I was just going to be picking up my phone. My car was there. I had everything in my car. It was just a regular, I'm just going to go in, maybe sign something and pick up my phone. And there's people that are over here at the windows. And I thought that I was supposed to go over there to get my phone. And Detective Lowen came down and said that my phone was upstairs. So if I would just follow him upstairs, that's where my phone was. And then I was taken into I guess it was an interrogation room, and they told me to sit down, and that then I guess the interview or interrogation began, and I just simply kept getting my phone.
Sarah, tell the jury why.
Yes. You may proceed.
Ms. Boon? Ms. Boon? Tell the jury why you lied to the police.
I lied to the police, basically everyone, because I was extremely fearful of being arrested. I made the first attempt of me calling 911 by telling them what happened, and I thought they were going to help me, but instead I was arrested for calling 911.
So you made the decision to lie.
I did.
Did you stay with that lie?
I did.
Are you telling the truth today?
I am.
Now, let me take you back to the, to this incident. Is it fair to say that when George Torres is sober, he commits no violence against you?
No.
Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that every time that he's intoxicated or every time that you're hit by him or harmed by him, it's when he's intoxicated?
Yes.
As a result, when he's drinking, does it change your outlook?
Yes.
Could you explain that to the jury?
I'm always fearful, paranoia.
Why?
Because I try to protect and defend myself for fear something happens at the last ultimate second.
But you're always that way, fearful. Is it because of these prior incidences?
Absolutely.
Do you try to placate him?
All the time.
What do you mean?
With the puzzles and the painting and feeding the ducks across the way at the pond, listening to music, trying to go for a walk on the trail, anything that I possibly can. I told you I was running out of things to entertain him with.
Why do you think George, what bothers him?
Sustained.
Does he tell you?
Sustained.
As a result of how he behaves towards you in that intoxicated state, how were you feeling the night of this event?
Overruled.
Extremely nervous, anxiety galore, just, I can never relax.
When he's drinking?
Yes.
And the state of intoxication that he was at the time of this event, is that the state that scares you the most?
It's the tone, yes. There's a lot of alarms and red flags that go on throughout the day or night or whenever it is that we are drinking.
Sustained.
Tell us about that. How that heightens, does that heighten your sense of safety?
At all times.
But especially when he's drinking?
Oh, yes, all the time.
And then his mood?
Yes, it depends on what mood he's in that day.
Well, do you have like a sixth sense of how he's doing?
Yes, I knew George very well.
Sustained.
Can you tell us what you mean by that? Sixth sense, or knew him very well?
I guess you can say that I was trained by fear with him. Just, it wasn't fun anymore when we would drink and we would hang out on the back porch. It wasn't fun anymore because I knew inevitably that something was going to happen to me one way or another.
Ms. Boon, you know, those bruises that we saw of him, they look pretty deep. Tell the jury what you were thinking.
From the bat, you're...
Yes.
I didn't want to die that night. I can't describe it to you. It's terrifying love to a certain degree where my plan was to show him the next day and just, I wanted him to be better and treat me nicer and be the person that he was when I originally met him. And I knew that was in him still. I knew that it could be found, and I just couldn't figure out what it was that I was doing wrong in order for it to not be back to where that was. And I was tired of living in fear and just sick all the time of figuring out how I can entertain him so I don't die and continue a relationship with my son and try to live a normal life. That wasn't a normal life for me. And just, bottom line is I didn't want to die. I would have died, or I would have been disfigured or maimed, or if it weren't me with the bat, it would have been him if he were to have gotten out.
That's all.
Any cross-examination?
Did George know somebody named Crystal? Did you ever mention Crystal in your text messages about being one of his bitches?
I don't know. I don't remember.
How about Christine? Did George know a Christine?
I don't know.
How about a Pamela Erickson?
These may have been people that he was communicating with on whatever the platform was.
On your phone?
I believe so, yes.
And did you find these communications?
I believe I found one or two of them from some of them.
And did you send a long letter to his family to relay to him about George and his girls that he was cheating on you with?
I believe so.
Okay, so you do know those names, right?
I don't remember them. It's been however long.
Here we go.
2020. You called 911 at about 1 p.m., correct?
Yes.
And at that point, you were still feeling a little intoxicated, were you not?
It was more shocking, yes.
So you agree that you previously stated, I was still, I believe, intoxicated to a degree?
To a degree, yes.
So 1 p.m., it's about 14 hours after 11 p.m. the night before, correct?
I'm guessing so.
Well, 12 hours prior would be 1 a.m., and then 12 a.m. is 13 hours, 11 p.m. is 14 hours, correct?
Okay.
And you were present here for the medical examiner, Dr. Zadovich, to testify, correct?
Yes.
And you heard her talk about all the effects of ethanol that it has on the human body, correct?
Yes.
And she also mentioned something that it, on average, dissipates at about 0.015 an hour. Do you recall that?
I believe so.
Okay. So would it be fair to say that if you're still feeling the effects of the alcohol at 1 p.m., so that's 14 hours, 0.015, you were at approximately about 0.21 at 11 p.m. the night before. Do you feel like you were 2.5 times the legal limit at that time?
I don't know how you came to that number.
Judge, I'm rejecting.
Roger.
This part should be interesting, I'm sure. Have a great night, Siggy. See you tomorrow, hopefully. Have a great day. Or great night. Oh, okay, guys. This is the end of the... We're rounding the bend to the end now. Figure we might as well get it all in while we can. At least her testimony. That's truly the only testimony I cared about. I don't know how you came to that number. He figured it out, and
you may proceed.
So you testified earlier that you all had about half of one of these bottles left from the night before, correct?
Yes.
And so would you agree that this is one of the 3 bottles that was purchased between February 22nd and the 2 that were purchased on February 23rd of 2020?
I'm guessing maybe it's like the bottle, yes.
All right, and it's 1.5 liters. Would you agree? And when you say half, are we talking about the top of the label was left from the day before?
Oh, goodness, no.
All right, a little less, halfway through the label?
Right about.
Okay, about halfway through the label. So in addition to halfway through the label, which you began consuming after going to public at about 12:15, correct?
Yeah.
So you all would have began consuming around 12:30. Is it fair to say when we got back?
I can't tell exactly.
And after finishing what you all had left over from Saturday, the two of you consumed 2 1.5 liter bottles, correct?
I'm not sure about the second bottle that he purchased, if it was empty or not at the time.
We did mention that the police would find 2 empty bottles in the top of your trash, correct?
Yes.
And we did all see that in the photographs, correct?
See that they
Two.
went in the garbage, yes.
All right, and you say you were about 100 pounds at the time? And we all know Mr. Torres was 103 pounds at the time of his death, correct?
That's what I said.
All right, so that's 3 liters of wine between 200 pounds split between 2 people over the course of a day, correct?
Yes.
And you testified today that you were intoxicated at the time that this occurred, the videos between 11 and 11:30 at night, correct?
Yes, at some level, yes.
Now, what does that mean to you? Previously, have you indicated that that means the room is spinning? Do you ever recall saying that?
I do.
So what was your level of intoxication at this point in time when the first video was filmed at 11:12 p.m.?
Do you mean from lack of sleep or alcohol?
From the alcohol.
What was my level?
What were you feeling? Did you have trouble with your balance?
I was more tired than anything.
Did you have trouble with your balance?
I know where he's going.
So you were able to flip a suitcase over with a 100-pound man in it, right?
I mean, yes, it happened,
Okay. How about your speech? Do you feel like your speech was slurred?
clearly.
How about your inhibitions? Do you feel like you were doing things that you wouldn't do when you were sober?
I wasn't thinking about that.
Well, on reflection, do you feel like this is something you would have done when you were sober?
I didn't know me and George.
I'm just asking you, looking back on this, when he's in the suitcase and you're telling him how you feel, and then you wait 11 minutes and you film another 22 seconds, and then you go upstairs, upon reflection, is that something you would have done and left him in there had you not been drinking?
I don't know. I can't say.
Okay.
If I was scared, then it would be something.
All right, now, today you testified about the time frame between the 2 videos, correct?
Yes.
So you came down from the shower where you were hiding, correct?
Yes.
And as you're coming down the stairs, before you even get to the bottom of the stairs, you can kind of see over your shoulder or towards your right that he's trying to hide in the suitcase, correct?
Yes.
And the lid is down, but it's not closed, and you can tell he's hiding in there. It's not a great hiding spot just yet, right?
Correct.
And so you come over to him, and you're laughing, right? And you move the suitcase around some before zipping it shut, right?
No.
No? You immediately zip it shut?
Yes.
Okay. And you're both still laughing about it, correct?
Correct.
All right. And then it's during this course of time, how quickly is it after you zip it shut that you begin filming the first video?
I don't know without watching it. I don't know.
Okay. I mean, the video's not going to catch you zipping him up because you're like 10 feet away, right? How quickly after you zip him up is it before the video starts, is my question.
I don't know.
Okay. And then during that 9 minutes and 14 seconds is when he begins to get angry, correct?
What 9 minutes?
Between the 2 videos, there's 9 minutes and 14 seconds between the end of 1061 and the beginning of 1062 and 1063. So you got the 2-minute, 3-second video that starts at 11:12:45, correct?
I guess.
Permission to use state 17?
You may.
Mm-hmm. Now you're caught.
All right, so we're looking at entry 31107. That indicates, according to the phone extraction, 2/23/2020, 11:12:45 p.m. Image _1062 movie begins being captured. And we've seen that that is about 2 minutes and 3 seconds. Entry 31113 indicates that image 1063 that move. I was disconnected. Okay. 31113, a second movie is captured at 11:23:03 p.m. Your testimony was that after that first video was captured by your phone and you, Mr. Torres began getting angry and trying to push his way out, correct?
Say it one more time, please.
Between these two movies, of which there's about 9 minutes and 14 seconds, Mr. Torres begins to get angry and try and push his way out and get out of the suitcase, correct?
He had been angry on and off throughout the entire day.
Okay. You didn't tell us that earlier. You said it was a wonderful, fun day all day, correct?
That's because I lived.
Okay. But you did not tell us earlier today that he had been angry throughout the day.
When would I say that?
You described your entire day of doing puzzles, arts and crafts.
A great day.
Outside by the dartboard, and you said it was a wonderful day and everything was fun until he was in the suitcase. Did you not testify to that earlier today?
I did.
My specific question between these two movies is, this is when he begins to get angry and trying to push his way out and to get out of the suitcase, correct?
Angry again, yes.
And he was expressing his anger in what manner? How did he say this?
At which point throughout the day?
Ma'am, you know very well that I'm talking about between these movies. Please answer my question. Between these two movies, how did he express his anger with you?
Told me that I was going to fucking die.
Okay. Now this is happening after he's already told you several times he cannot breathe in the suitcase, correct?
Correct.
And he's been in there for whatever brief amount of time it took you to zip him up, and the laughter stops, and then you go over and begin to film, correct? And you're filming. Your purpose of filming is to kind of teach him a lesson. This is your chance to say something to him when he can't say anything back to you, correct?
No,
Then correct me.
there was no lesson to be learned. It was just I wanted him to try to understand how I felt so maybe he could progress in being a better person the next day.
That's a lesson.
So you wanted him to understand how you felt in the past, and that's not teaching a lesson?
I just wanted him to understand.
All right, and so immediately prior to zipping him up and putting him into the movie, you had been upstairs, correct?
I'm sorry?
Immediately before coming down and zipping him up and then filming the first of the two movies, you had been upstairs in the shower, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to publish what has been labeled as image_1061, which according to the timeline was captured at 11:03 p.m. 31 seconds with her device. All right. Does this appear to be the suitcase that's in question in the two movies that are filmed at 11:12 and 11:23 p.m.? No? This is image 1061 taken at 11:03 p.m. 31 seconds. Does this appear to be the blue suitcase that's in the two videos that were captured at 11:12 and 11:23 p.m.?
Correct.
Did you take this image at 11:03 p.m.?
I don't remember if I did or not.
And again, we had, and by we I mean you and Mr. Torres, two 1.5 liters bottles of wine and plus whatever was left over from the day before, correct?
Correct.
So you don't remember taking this photograph?
I don't.
Do you remember whether or not Mr. Torres was in here?
I don't remember taking the photo.
Okay. So what is your memory of what happens between 11:03 p.m. and 31 seconds when that image is captured, and then when the movie starts at 11:12:45? What do you remember?
I don't.
Do you remember anything from that night?
I do.
You told the police on February 25th, 2020, when they first showed you the video, that you didn't remember taking that. Remember that?
I do.
And your testimony is you do remember taking that video,
I do.
but you don't remember taking that photograph 9 minutes prior.
Correct.
Is there something, did you have more to drink in those 9 minutes?
I did not.
Was Mr. Torres in that suitcase the entire time between 11:03 when that image was taken and then when the second video was taken at 11:23 p.m.?
I believe so, yes.
So for 20 minutes? Yes?
However long the time frame is.
Did he begin telling you that he couldn't breathe before the video, or do you not remember?
I don't remember.
Now, you testified moments ago that your two neighbors must have misremembered which night the loud noise was, correct?
Yes.
And now you're telling us that you don't remember taking the photograph at 11:03 p.m., correct?
Correct.
Did the police come out to your townhouse on Sunday, February 23rd, 2020?
Yes.
I'm talking about Sunday. This is the Sunday fun day when we're going to Publix twice. Were the police out of your residence?
No.
It was the day after, Monday the 24th, correct?
Yes.
And that Monday morning, you called 911, well, Monday afternoon at about 1 p.m., correct?
Yes.
And between that time frame, you were the only person in your apartment plus Mr. Torres in the suitcase, correct?
Yes.
So if anything had been disturbed in your apartment, you had all the time that you wanted to undisturb them before calling 911, correct?
If I wanted to.
Okay. And your testimony is there was no loud boom that shook the walls of your townhouse at about 11 p.m. the night of February 23rd, 2020, correct?
Correct.
To the best of your memory, correct?
Correct.
Now, that second video is 22 seconds where you just hear him say Sarah and you don't say anything. You're familiar with that video, correct?
Yes.
It's after that you go upstairs, correct?
Yes.
How quickly is it that you go upstairs after that?
It was pretty quick.
Can you grab the dogs?
No, the dogs were upstairs already.
Okay. Did you call 911 and let the police know that you had zipped somebody shut in a suitcase and they had not been able to get out for 20 minutes?
I did not.
Did you go to Brian's house and tell him, I had to zip Mr. Torres up in a suitcase shut? We need to do something about that before he passes.
I believe that's what the phone call was.
Okay. Well, what do you remember now about the phone call with Brian?
I know that I called him. I don't know specifically what it was about.
Now, your testimony, it seems like you spend day after day finding things to entertain Mr. Torres to do, correct?
Yes,
Almost like having a child. You have your own child, correct?
I do.
What you described sounded like having a small child, would you agree?
That's your interpretation.
Well, you take him from doing arts and crafts to doing puzzles, so on and so forth, correct?
When he's been drinking, yes.
And Mr. Torres was notorious for doing some of these things, correct?
What do you mean?
Well, you described Mr. Torres as being notoriously known for doing things. You described your ex-husband, Brian Boon, notorious for doing things like nagging and calling all the time. You remember your testimony calling people notorious for doing things?
Yes.
What would you say people would say you're notorious for?
I don't know.
And you would not answer Brian Boon, your ex-husband's phone calls just so that you could let him know that you're busy and you have things going on, correct?
I knew that at whatever time it was that he was calling me, that he could wait for the few moments of me getting up to where Lucas gets out of school at 3 o'clock.
Okay. But you would return his call. You would let him call several times, correct?
That day, yes.
Okay. How about other days? Would he have to call to remind you to get Lucas on other days?
He wasn't reminding me. He was just making sure that Lucas was covered for a pickup or drop off.
All right. You didn't mention to the sheriff's office on either February 24th or February 25th about going to Publix with Mr. Torres at noon or 12:17, did you?
I don't recall.
So the best evidence of that would be the recording of those interviews?
Correct.
Did you not remember going to Publix with Mr. Torres that day?
At what point?
At any point?
No, I didn't.
You had indicated to the police that it was about 4 p.m. that you all had started drinking after doing chores. You recall that?
I do.
And your testimony today was that it was really more after you guys went to Publix at about 12 to 17 p.m., correct?
Yes.
And you did not tell the truth to the police, correct?
I'm sorry.
You did not tell the truth to the police about that, correct?
I did not.
And when they were asking you about Mr. Torres's injuries, you told them that you had nothing to do with it, correct?
Yes.
And that was not the truth.
Correct.
What did you all have for breakfast on the 23rd?
I don't remember.
Did you all have lunch?
I believe we had leftovers from, I think, something that we had in the fridge.
And you recall what those were?
Not at this point, no.
And then I believe you mentioned having a sandwich of some sort for dinner.
No, I believe it was for, I'm guessing he and I ate at the same time.
And at one point, Mr. Torres called his brother Juan, correct?
Yes.
And do you admit that you were yelling in the background, telling Mr. Torres to tell his brother that he had been choking you?
I don't know if I was yelling. I know that he could hear me through the phone.
So how long had that been going on that day? When did you start getting on Mr. Torres about choking you in the past?
He and I had had conversations about it because he didn't remember doing it to me. And the next day and the day of.
Is it fair to say that there are just points in time where you don't remember what you do either, correct?
Are you talking about almost 5 years ago?
I'm talking about from drinking. Is it fair to say that you don't often remember things that you did while you were drinking?
I would not say often.
Okay. In the course of your relationship with Mr. Torres, are there things you don't remember happening that happened the night before between you and him?
I can't say that at this point.
But you said that you don't remember taking that photograph at 11:03 p.m. on February 23rd, correct?
Yes.
Was there anything else that you were telling Mr. Torres that he needed to tell his brother?
Not that I can recall.
Was there anything you were telling him that he needed to tell his daughters?
Not that I can recall.
Now, you indicated that Mr. Torres would use your phone to look at pornography.
Correct.
Were there ever any points in times when it was you that was used looking at pornography?
If I was, it was to go back and look to see.
Did you ever threaten to get Mr. Torres arrested if he did not do what you wanted him to do?
I wouldn't say threatened.
Okay. Well, were there ever points in times where you would like him to call you or return a call? And if he didn't do that, you would threaten to get him arrested?
It depends on if he had my keys or something that I needed from him.
Okay. And it was your townhouse, correct?
Mine, yes, slash ours.
When did you get him off the lease?
I'm not sure what year it was, but I don't think he was actually removed from the lease.
Okay.
I think he was made a different type of tenant.
And did you change the locks so that he couldn't get back in at the points of times when you kicked him out?
I did sometimes.
And then would you leave the key in the hiding spot that he was aware of?
There were multiple hiding places.
Okay. On any of the 911 calls, did you ever mention that Mr. Torres was aware of where you kept your keys and that's how you got back into the house?
I didn't know I needed to. He would never break into my home.
All right, and it's your testimony that you did not push him down the stairs, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, it was him that dragged you down the stairs the night before, correct?
Yes.
Now by dragged, did you leave your feet?
Yes.
And did you get scrapes on your knees or anywhere from the carpet?
I'm not sure.
Did you get any injuries like bruises or abrasions or scrapes?
I was missing a lot of my hair. Yes, that was on the stairwell.
And you agree that you were photographed on February 24th when the police came out, correct?
The day of the incident?
Well, the afternoon after the incident. We're not sure when he passed.
Yes.
Some of those photographs showed ashtrays inside your house. I thought you said you guys couldn't smoke inside your house,
We couldn't.
but you did, right?
Sometimes, yes.
And you agree you would go to the hospital and tell them things that were not true, correct?
Yes.
There were times where you would go to the hospital and leave without getting treatment, correct?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that you often had alcohol in your system when you were going to the hospital, correct?
Sometimes.
All right, so just to summarize the day to make sure we understand it. You all wake up sometime in the morning, but it's an unknown time, correct? On February 23rd.
Or early afternoon. Yes, I had a problem with the detectives and them having me guesstimate times.
Okay. Are you the kind of person like most of us that uses your phone when you wake up?
No.
So the first activity on your phone may have nothing to do with when you woke up. Is that fair for you?
Yes, other than looking at the time possibly.
Okay. So at some point you wake up, it doesn't sound like you have breakfast, correct?
Correct.
You do some chores, correct?
Yes.
So that is true. That part of it is true. You did do chores before going to Publix at 12:17?
Yes.
All right. After chores, you go to Publix and you get that 1.5 liter Magnum bottle of Woodbridge Chardonnay, correct?
I'm not sure what Magnum is.
1.5 liters. Instead of the 750s, it's the double size. It's like 2 bottles of wine.
Okay, yes.
So you got a 1.5 liter, right?
Yes, it is the larger bottle.
And you got home and you at 100 pounds and Mr. Torres at 103 pounds began drinking this wine, correct?
I'm guessing so. I'm not going to guess times.
Well, don't guess. I mean, you got home from Publix. When was your first drink?
I'm not sure. I mean, we could have continued to do whatever was left over from what we didn't do before we went to Publix.
Okay. So you may have started drinking even later, correct?
And
12:30 when you get back from Publix?
I don't know.
Okay. Was it 1:30 or 2:30 when you began drinking?
I don't know.
Was it before any of the phone calls to the brothers and his daughters?
Yes.
And so you drink what's left in the bottle of wine from the day before that's halfway labeled, correct?
At some point.
And then you drink 1.5 liters of wine and he goes out and gets another one on his own without your permission or suggestion about 5:30, correct?
Correct.
And then you all consume that one as well and it ends up in the trash can at the end of the night, correct?
Apparently.
Okay. At what point in the night does your memory tape stop? Because you described that it wasn't on at 11:03 p.m. when that photograph was taken. What's the last thing you actually do remember prior to these videos being made?
I don't recall it at this point. I don't remember.
Okay. All right, and so it ends in hide and seek after arts and puzzles, correct? He says, tag, you're it, but you run and go upstairs and hide, right?
Yes.
So does that mean he's it and he's supposed to come find you?
No.
Okay. So you both hide?
No.
Okay. How does this work?
I don't know how to tell you.
Okay.
I was it and I went and hid.
I mean, my understanding of the rules of hide and seek is one person will be it, cover his or her eyes and count to like 20 and then go find the person that's hiding. Is that your familiarity with the rules too, or do you guys have house rules?
I understand how the
Okay.
hide and seek
So
works.
explain to me, what was your expectation? You go up to the shower. Were you expecting him to come find you?
I was.
Okay. And after a while, he did not come find you.
Yes.
And that's when you return downstairs.
Correct.
And because of the way your townhouse is set up, you can kind of see over where the suitcase is and that he's trying to hide in there, but it's not successfully hidden just yet.
I mean, yes, you have to come down a good ways in order to be able to.
Right. But you testified those before you got to the bottom.
Yes.
All right. And then you come over there and thinking that it's funny, you zip him shut, correct?
Yes, we both thought it was funny.
Okay. And the defendant, stand down.
Entering the well?
Yes.
Yes. Deputy, could we release her into the well, please?
This should be traumatic to her right now, and she still has no emotion.
All right. Ms. Boon, can you demonstrate for the jury where Mr. Torres' head was and how his body was positioned in the suitcase, if you don't mind?
His back was this way and his head was here.
All right, and then is it fair to say his feet are kind of down here, which would be the front left corner from their perspective in the jury box?
Yes.
And then his knees are kind of tucked up towards his face?
If I remember correctly, yes, that's the position.
Okay, all right. Can you help me understand how it was that his zip is shut? Can you show us where you say you left an opening that his hand got out of?
Would it be easier to put it down here?
I didn't want to make you go down there. If you're happy doing that, I'll let you.
Hold on. Does she need to be wearing gloves?
Yes.
Agreed. She's going to be manipulating it.
Truly, this part right here should be traumatizing her. She's showing nothing. Nothing.
What do you want her to do? Just demonstrate how she zipped it shut.
Okay, well, where's the paperclip? And do you remember what? Which one it was in?
This side.
Just paperclip was on when this event occurred. When we pulled the suitcase out earlier, the paperclip was not attached. So now the prosecutors attached the paperclip. We don't know if that's the way it was attached.
It's not even a paperclip.
We don't know if that's the proper way that it was attached. But he's asking her now to pull.
Is there an objection?
Yes?
Approach.
Wow. What a damn mess. Yeah, truly, she should be somewhat traumatized, I would think. And there's nothing here. No, kind of nothing. This is weird. This chick has no soul. I'm sorry. None. None whatsoever. Right, Barbara? She's got moves. What moves are you talking about, though? You're crazy. Damn it, I want them to hurry up with this so we can get through this. I don't want to have to come back to this. Our whip, hey, what's going on? Good to see you tonight. Or this morning, I should say. Come on.
Objections overruled.
All right. Madam Clerk, are you ready? Can we see how it was that the two zipper parts were positioned when you say that Mr. Torres was able to get his hand out? If you want me to do it, I'm fine to take your direction.
From what I remember, this is how the suitcase. This is how the suitcase works. This was up here. This was not this hard either. So this was like here.
Okay.
Right here.
About right there, ma'am?
Sure.
Okay. I assume this one was much closer? It's not over there? Where do you?
You asked me where I zipped it.
When you say that it was zipped shut, show us.
Are you talking about how I zipped it or?
When you're done zipping it shut and he's inside of it, where are the zipper components?
I love how she tries to play dumb.
Just tell me what's that up.
I mean, it was the corner. I mean, the corner was cut open. I mean, it's not. Yes, this one was already pretty much. From what I can remember. That's how he was coming with his hand out. It was like this from the corner part.
Okay. Thank you. You can return to your seat. Did you ever change the position of those zippers once you put it in that position?
I did not.
So once he was zipped into there, there's some amount of time, but you don't remember specifically before you start taking the 2-minute video, correct?
Yes.
And then that's when you say what you say, and that's when he says what he says. We've all heard it, correct? And then between there, in that second video of the 22 seconds length, it's at this point where he's beginning to get angry. And then that's when you take the baseball bat that's in evidence, and your testimony is you start poking him with the end of it.
Did you say this was the second video?
Between the two videos, that's when you started hitting with the bat because he was getting angry and trying to escape, correct?
Right, I was not hitting him as, yes.
Okay. Did you ever hit him with the bat while he was outside of the suitcase?
No.
So each time that he is hit with the bat, it's through this suitcase. And that's what leaves the marks on him because you didn't hit him with the bat outside the suitcase, correct?
Yes, but they demonstrate.
No, that's okay. Suitcase will speak for itself. And then you take the second video and you go upstairs and go to bed, correct?
I apparently went upstairs and I used the phone to make a phone call.
Okay.
And then I fell asleep.
All right. And at the point in time when you left and went upstairs, he was still inside the suitcase, correct?
Correct.
Was he still asking for you and calling your name?
Not that I can recall.
Did you say shh to him again?
I don't remember.
Did you tell him that this was his problem and it's on you again?
I don't remember.
Did you do anything to help him escape from the predicament that you zipped him up in?
No.
No other questions?
Any redirect examination?
Ms. Boon, he just asked you the question that you poked him and you didn't poke it. Every time you poked him hard with the bat, he was inside the briefcase, the suitcase. But you remember when he put his hand out, did you not hit him in the hand outside the suitcase?
Yes.
Okay. So that was the only time the bat touched Mr. Torres's body outside the suitcase.
Yes.
Was when you hit him with a hand. But all the other injuries were with you poking him pretty hard. I mean, you bruised your hand, correct? Doing that. Thank you.
Ma'am, you can return to council's table.
Judge, can we approach you?
Just a moment. Let me get her situated at table, and then we can approach. All right, come on up, y'all.
Look into her eyes. Uh-oh. She's been telling lies. Absolutely, Leslie. I want to see it too. I want to get through this part of the testimony, so we haven't been able to watch this trial because we're covering the other trial. So the most important testimony would be hers, in my opinion. So I think we should just get through it and be done with it. I can't think of any more words. Sorry, Phil. Sure thing, Barbara. Like I said, I wanted to cover both cases, but I have the morning show, and it's hard to do that and this and that with LEILANI. So, yeah. Being that today was a short day for LEILANI, I figured I could get in and do Sarah's testimony, which is, like I said, the most important testimony in this trial, as far as I'm concerned. So we might as well just get it in, get it over with, and we can move on. I agree with you, our whip. She does look worse, by the way.
All right, members of the jury, thank you so much. It is 5:42. At this point in time, the court's going to go into recess for the evening. I thank you again for your continued service and your attention in this matter. We're going to start tomorrow again at 9 a.m. here in 12 Alpha at the Orange County Courthouse. I'll read you another instruction. I know you've heard it. I'm sure you're sick of it, but I got to keep reading it. So thank you. Jurors, you must not conduct any investigation on your own. This includes reading newspapers, watching television, or using a computer, cell phone, the internet, any electronic device, or any other means at all to get information related to this case or the people and places involved in this case. This applies whether you are at the courthouse, at home, or anywhere else. You must not visit places mentioned in the trial or use the internet to look at maps or pictures to see any place discussed during the trial. Jurors do not watch local news or read local newspapers. Jurors must not have discussions of any sort with friends, family members, or even your fellow jurors about the case or the people and places involved. So do not let anyone make comments to you or ask questions about the trial. I want to stress again that just as you must not talk about this case face-to-face, you must not talk about this case by using an electronic device. You must not use phones, computers, or other electronic devices to communicate. Do not send or accept any messages related to this case or your jury service. Do not discuss this case or ask for advice by any means at all, including posting information on an internet website, chat room, or blog. With that, members of the jury, I excuse you for the balance of the evening, and thank you so much. Thank you. With regard to these medical records, the court previously today had required by 5 p.m. to address those. Unfortunately, they have not yet been addressed. It is imperative that the state knows what it is we're culling down or redacting And I understand that you may want to be seeking those into evidence maybe tomorrow, and the state needs to be advised as to what it is that you're seeking to utilize. So where are we in figuring that out?
Can I have 1 minute with the client?
Yes, sir.
Judge, we've had discussions with Ms. Boon, and she claims that every time that he went to the hospital and the medical records would show that it was in relation to some type of domestic violence involving her, we've expressed to her that we do not wish to pursue it and introduce those records.
Excuse me, guys. Sorry about that.
Records of the different times he went as it relates to their difficulties. Do you understand that?
Okay. Ma'am, earlier we had discussed, anything else to add to that, Mr. Owens?
Just that I've explained to her that the lawyers make those decisions.
Okay.
And I believe she's in agreement now. I just wanted to get it on the record.
Understood. All right, so ma'am, I just got a couple follow-up questions, similar to other conversations we've had over the last couple of days. I don't want to know about the specifics of any conversations you've had with you and your attorneys, just whether or not you've had them. You recall earlier today, I'd asked you questions about certain rights that you had the ability to decide. Do you recall that conversation that we had, ma'am? It was before you testified.
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall that I advised you that the lawyers get to make most of the strategy determinations at trial? Do you recall that?
I do.
And do you recall that you said you understood that?
Yes.
And do you also recall that I advised you of certain rights that you have? Do you recall that?
I do.
And one of those rights was the right to testify or remain silent. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And did you understand that?
Yes.
So this decision is a trial decision as to whether or not there's certain evidence that your lawyers are going to seek to utilize in your defense. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Do you understand that they are exercising that trial strategy at this time not to pursue those medical records?
I do.
Okay. Do you have any questions about that? Are you on board with that strategy?
I am.
Are you still on board with the strategy utilized in your defense?
All of it. Yes.
Are you satisfied with your lawyer's representation of you in this matter?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. State, anything else we need to address before we
My
retire
understanding,
for the evening?
sorry,
That's okay.
my understanding is the last civilian witness they intend on calling is arriving at MCO at 9:03 in the morning tomorrow.
It was either 9:03 or 9:05, yes.
And plan will be to close her in the evening at 5:30. Then, just scheduling purposes, we're trying to figure out when we would need our rebuttal expert, Dr. Werner, to appear.
I know Mr. Owens had said they were endeavoring to finish by Friday, but I don't know if Dr. Harper's availability issues for tomorrow is going to change that anticipated timeframe.
I'll try to reach out to her by text. That's usually how we communicate. But
Well, assuming she testifies on Thursday, are you still in a position to rest on Friday, or would that kick us to the next week, sir?
well, no, I want to finish this week if at all possible. If I'm hoping that Dr. Harper could be here tomorrow when Dr. Brandon is here, but let's just say she's tied up.
Let's do worst case scenario.
She's here Thursday morning. I think we would try to finish our case right.
Wow, he's ready to rest by Friday already? Jesus, this is crazy.
right then and give the state a chance to rebut. I would say Thursday. I would have.
Okay, my understanding is our expert can't be here in the afternoon on Thursday. I'm going to have to check her availability for Friday.
If you would be so kind and we can address that tomorrow morning.
Thank you.
Okay, anything else, state?
Not,
Anything else from the defense? All right, the court will be in recess till, yes, sir.
I'm sorry, just to give everybody some scheduling, this might help everyone's schedule. There are going to be 2 officers here in the morning who are going to be ready to testify. There will also be some other witnesses, officers, like the detective who testified, that I need to call back because of some impeachment issues of one of the witnesses. And then we'll get into everybody else's witnesses. So there's about 3 or 4 that I have in the morning time that we'll be proceeding on. Then we'll go from there.
Okay, all right, appreciate the lay of the land. All right, we will see you all. That's what, one more, Mr. Owens. Yes, sir.
That's flying in from New Jersey, I think, is Wednesday at 9 a.m. I think the flight, she's scheduled to fly out Thursday at 9 a.m. So if there's any way we could depose her maybe in the morning or at lunch and then have her testify Wednesday afternoon.
that's an unreasonable demand on time, given everything I've been doing to make sure that we can get this pushed through. I need to do things like get ready for expert cross-examinations and other things need to get accomplished at lunchtime. Happy to do it in the evening. My understanding that she was supposed to be coming in today so that we could do it tonight, and that didn't happen. But I don't think I should be forced to accommodate at lunchtime deposition.
Anything further?
I'm just telling you what plans work.
Deposition will be, 5:30 tomorrow or at any other, if we got to have it later, depending on how we go. We'll address it at that time. All right. Thank you both very much. We will see you tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Court's in recess.
He said, I'm out, fools. Peace. Well, there is Miss Sarah Boon's testimony. Wow. I mean, just wow. I don't even know, guys. She sat right here and stated that she lied to the police. Blatantly lied. She changed her story to fit the defense that they were going to use. Okay, from the original story. I mean, the jury had to see that for what it was. Just saying. And she definitely locked up when it came to the cross-examination from the prosecution. So there is that. I don't believe half of what she said. I still think she was probably the aggressor, in my opinion. But it still doesn't give a man the right to hit a woman, period. I'm just saying that's not right at all. But she did some of her own damage in this, in my opinion. Truly. But here's the thing, they're allowed to do that, Phil. They're allowed to do that if it's going to help them to solve the case, to get to the suspect. They're allowed. So, and I know that's a fact. I've seen it happen. And I've seen them state that it's okay. And she also, if you didn't notice, that her persona changed when she was being spoken to by her attorney. He told her to play the scared mouse, and she did very well. You know, she did the whole mousy, quiet, low voice thing. So she played into the jury the best she could. Just playing the camera too. I watched that. So we'll see what happens. I can't believe they're going to arrest on Friday already. That's a little crazy to me. Exactly. They're allowed to do that if that's what helps them get their case. End of story. Now, if it's going to be something that's going to, I mean, they're allowed to do it in that sense like that. They can't just like lie to the jury and tell a complete fabrication of something. That can't be done, but you guys know what I'm trying to say. No. She's not allowed to lie under oath. No. No, it goes to her character, though, is what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? She lied to make it match her narrative, is what she did to get out of trouble, is all she was doing. Or she's lying now. Either way, it's lies. So just saying. Yeah, she absolutely did, JC. They asked her and she said yes. Right, and that's what they did. They didn't lie under oath. And yeah, police can call you in on bogus information to get you to their interrogation. That's true too. Right. I listen. We don't know. We don't know what the bruises in the pictures and the whole knife thing. We don't know what that was for sure. We don't know when that was for sure. I'm just saying it could have been from George. It could have been from them together fighting each other. It could have been, who knows? But like I said, I'm not saying that George was an angel by any means, but he didn't deserve to die by her hand. That's all I'm saying. It was obvious that she was abused. That they fought, that he hit her and did certain things to her. My problem with the whole thing is what brought the violence about? Was it just George being drunk? Because she never stated any of that before. She never stated the whole I was in fear. That none of that came out until that defense was planned. Okay, remember that. So this is a whole play on this battered spouse defense that she's using now. She had to play it that way for it to be effective to the jury. None of that came out before. They had a great day that day. She never said anything about being in constant fear ever. And that, yeah, Sassy. Hey, honey, good to see you tonight. But yeah, any 911 calls, however they went, they would play into that proof. I agree. I think that here's what I think, and I could be wrong. I think that they couldn't find another defense that would work for this because she videotaped what she did. So they had to find something quick. And he showed her how to play into that. That's literally what he did. Right, because she needed counsel that would defend her at trial. Period. So in turn, they decided on a defense that would work, and they had her play the part for it, which she did pretty good. But it was a complete, total Jesus, I can't think now. I'm tired. A complete opposite of what she initially said. Yeah, they were both alcoholics. They were in a codependent, toxic relationship. So that's the whole problem. And the thing is that she went back time and time and time again. I'm sorry, but if somebody stabs you, that's when it's time to move on. If that happened that way. But she didn't. She's controlling. She proved that she's controlling, which will set off anybody if they think you're trying to tell them what to do. And it doesn't, these two things are like oil and water. That is what all those letters were about, but the jury doesn't know about the letters or lawyers. Right. And I understand. Like I said, she's playing into this whole thing to get a defense. That's all she's doing. And it could actually work for you guys, which pisses me off because I just don't believe it. I don't. And here's the thing. Anybody that's been in a abusive relationship ever that's in that jury is going to go to her side. Do you see what I'm saying? You guys know that, okay? My mother is from an abusive relationship. I watched it. I know the timidness, she never displayed any of those. None of that, guys. None. So I struggle with that with her. I really do. Oh, yeah, I get it. I get it, Phil. Says we know much, much more than what is allowed legally by the judge in trial, right? The verdict? It's hard to say, Sass. Like I just said, if there's anybody that's been in an abusive relationship in that jury, they're going to find for her. That's a fact. After what we just saw, that's a fact. And you guys know that because they're going to remember what they went through and they're going to feel for her. And that's facts. Now, we don't know if any of that stuff she said was true, that he threatened to kill her, that he threatened to make her unrecognizable. We don't know that that's true. That could be, those could be things she invented to say to go along with this whole thing. You know what I mean? So you have to remember that stuff, or it could be absolutely true. Yeah, it could be a hung jury too. I don't know though. I don't know. The prosecution's pretty strong in this, I think. I think they were pointing out the issues about her memory for reasons and how she remembers things and doesn't remember certain things and so on and so forth. So that's something I caught on to with them real quick. And I was like, okay, here we go. But I just don't know. She definitely played the jury during her testimony. It was like the whole mousy thing and all that. That's not how she talks and acts. She's very forward. She's very outspoken and not typically as mousy and quiet as she was acting tonight or today. Sorry. But again, that's, you play the part when you have to play the part. That's how he told her to act. That's what she's doing. And at some point, it seemed almost like she was irritated with some of the questions her own attorney was asking her about the alcohol and stuff. Like she didn't want to play into that. And you know, she argues with her own attorney. So the only reason why Sarah did not take that plea deal is because she has this confidence that she thinks she's going to win based on the defense that they're using. And I hope the jury is smart enough to see through the things that I believe are not true. And that's all. Yeah, exactly, Sherry, because they're going to look into it for sure. And the one thing that I still have struggles with is she swears through her testimony that George Torres climbed into that suitcase by his own accord. Not record, accord, sorry. We don't know that happened that way. That's all based on her own testimony. Remember that. So this could be something that, you know, never happened this way, ever. It's all based on what she says. There's no other way, like I said earlier, to prove it any different. No way at all. So it's all based on that. And that is very true. Linda, listen, I love your name. Welcome. No, she didn't have the right to kill him. Period. And it is the bottom line. And yes, I believe she's a liar as well. But what suspect in a murder is not going to lie to protect themselves, to get out of getting the death penalty or going to prison for the rest of their life? We know that that's going to happen. So you could definitely tell she was not comfortable with zipping the suitcase up like that. And the way she did it, she likes to play dumb. She did that a lot. When she was uncomfortable with a question that the prosecution would ask her, she would, huh? What do you mean? What do you mean? It was ridiculous. So All right, guys, I think that's going to do me in for tonight. I am tired. So thank you guys for hanging so long with me. It's almost 1 o'clock anyway, so I appreciate that very much. We'll be back in the morning with the morning show, and tomorrow afternoon back to Leilani's trial. So I hope you guys are down for it. I hope to see you guys in the morning at least. I'd love to see all you guys in the morning. If you're not working, you can make it. I would love to see you guys there. I think you guys would enjoy it. And I appreciate all of you guys that were here tonight. You're crazy, Phil. Anyway, guys are amazing. Don't forget to love yourselves and love each other, guys. Get some good sleep tonight, please. And thank you. I hope to see you guys in the morning with me and Doodle, and wake up the right way, guys, if you can. I hope you guys enjoyed this tonight. I appreciate you so much. Thank you to all the Blue crew that's still here. And thank you to anybody that may have donated to the channel to support it in that sense. We do appreciate that so very much. Other than that, and also welcome 14 new meatballs we got tonight, guys. So welcome to the sauce, all you new meatballs. We appreciate you very much. You guys have a great night. Again, don't forget to love yourselves and love each other. Don't change a thing, folks. You guys are amazing. I appreciate you all so very much. Much love to each and every one of you. Good night. God bless, and I will see you very soon. Bye-bye.